How's it going, everybody? Shit. How was yesterday a disaster stream, PK? How was it any different than any other stream? Trenton Lamar with the 5. Appreciate it, man. The customization's crazy in this game. You can create anything like Call of Duty calling card. Oh, really? That's neat. I wonder how long it's going to be till they start banning people for it, though. Because I know they went after, like, the custom Smash shit. Like, the people that made, like, the trans flags and stuff like that. Their custom stages would get pulled down.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
I wonder if that's going to actually happen. Dude, I don't know why you would even vote for the Game Awards. The Game Awards voting only counts for 10%. It's literally worthless. The journos get 90% of the vote, and the so-called popular vote gets 10%, so it's not even worth it. It's like voting in a Democrat primary. There's no point. I was getting theologically owned? I don't think so. I don't think so. Dude, the player's choice shit is always just botted by either the Chinese or Sonic fans, so... Again, it's just... I don't know why you even care. Like, the Jeff Keighley Game Awards don't really have any significance whatsoever. They don't really have any actual significance. I don't really feel sick. It's more so tired. I just have, like, no fucking energy, man. All I want to do is sleep. Shit's brutal. Dude, honestly, I could see them not giving it to Expedition 33 just solely to drum up, like, attention for the award show, though. Unironically. I could definitely see them just not giving it to that game, knowing that it'll cause a shit show from the We Did It Reddit crowd, and that'll get more people talking about the shitty-ass Game Awards. Because let's be honest, man, the games that are nominated this year are pretty fucking piss poor. There's not really even a huge core fan base for any of them. But I don't know, dude. I don't know why anybody actually fucking cares about the Game Awards. It's a colossal waste of time every single year. Dude, most of the announcements there are pretty shit for the most part. So, generally speaking, you get maybe one or two good things and that's it. The rest of it's just a massive waste of time. But, many such cases. Do people even play Marvel Rivals anymore? I played it once and never touched it again. Let's see. There's 34,000 people on it. That's not terrible, but it's not great either. I played it for a month or so. Yeah, I played it once. That was it. Been playing for like 3 hours now. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what time it actually releases at for the US. I would assume just midnight. But I'm guessing you're in a different region. You're in the UK? Oh, okay, that would make sense then. Yep, 5 hours ahead, I think, of Eastern time. Yeah, I have Metroid Prime pre-ordered. I don't know if I'm gonna play it at midnight, but I'll play it the day of release. Most likely. That's probably a game I'll get physical, because I don't really care too much about it. Well, dude, I hate to break it to you, but the only Metroid fans that exist are millennials onwards, so... Genuinely, there's not any Metroid fans under the age of 30 for the most part. So... The majority of Metroid fans are, you know, most likely literal N64 and back, you know, retro gamers. So, unfortunately, that's the target audience for those type of games. What do you want, puppy dog? What? Do you want this? Good boy. Such a needy dog. I played like I think 3 or 4 hours of Dragon Quest 1. I haven't really played any video games in my free time recently. Yeah, I would reckon and say it's like a case where, you know, Square Enix put out the numbers and it's like the average person buying their games is like 43 years old. I would imagine it's the same case for most, you know, older game franchises at this point. The younger generations don't buy video games anymore. Alright, you can fuck off, bro. Fuck you. If you want me to play the game that bad, go fucking play it yourself. Holy shit. Piss off. Jesus Christ. I'm not dealing with that fucking shit. You're not gonna come in here spouting fucking orders. Like, fuck off. Go play the game yourself. I am so sorry I didn't click on the game at exactly 12 a.m. Jesus, bro. Yeah, I can see if it's ready. I think it is. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not in the mood for fucking backseat bullshit. Whoa, dude. I love my, favorite, type of Disney, Nintendo music. Oh, yeah. I don't know why Nintendo started doing this type of music for their games. Probably because the autistic people like it. Probably because the autistic people like it. That's the majority of Switch users. Luckily not Switch 2. Right? Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not a fan of that type of music at all. But whatever. It's like the Pauline singing in Donkey Kong. Just not a fan. Unnecessary. Alright, I already did the practice shit, so. Oh, shit, man. Alright, I know how to play. I guess, what? Trial. Free run. Okay. Yeah, it's like, you know, it's basically like, the song from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Not really my thing, but hey, whatever. I don't fucking care about my license. Quick match, solo. Just, it's a little extra shit I don't really need. The Japanese like doing that shit, though. They've always done it. So. Oh, shit, I forgot to, I forgot to change my character. I don't want to play as Kirby. Play as Meta Knight. No Kirby. I don't want to play as Kirby and Kirby. IGN gave this game an 8. That's not too bad. Also blame Sakurai because he added words to Smash Ultimate main theme. No, Nintendo's had main themes for a while. Fire Emblem Fates Birthright had it. Mario Odyssey had it. I'm trying to think what else. There's been a few Nintendo games that have had theme songs. Well before Smash Brothers. I'm guessing it's having server issues right now, which is par for the course for Sakurai games. Well, did Brawl really have a lyrical... I wouldn't really call that lyrics, but I don't know, maybe. When I'm talking about, like, lyrics, I'm talking about more of, like, a solo singer, not, like, you know, choral music in the background, like a chorus or something. Or a choir, I guess is the term. That I don't really consider the same, but... Alright, hopefully everybody doesn't back out this time. I highly disagree with your Expedition 33 opinion. There's no way Rebirth is Final Fantasy VII better? You mean Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is better? I mean, from a pure gameplay perspective, it's better for one. It's an actual game, not, you know, menu parry slap. But story-wise, it's definitely better. I gotta remember these controls. Oh yeah, Rebirth definitely has better women, for sure. That's not even a question.
I can't afford this shit!
I need a different cart.
Wheelie scooter.
Or moped. Oh shit.
Plasma.
Oh shit, I didn't want to use that. Oh well. Shit, I need to find a new cart fast. They definitely changed the music in the background. It's got a little more depth to it this time around. Oh shit, I don't know if that's actually better or worse. Fuck. Oh shit, I didn't want to get off it.
Wheelie scooter.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Holy shit. What the fuck?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time.
Damn. All right. I don't know. I got stuck in that little like crevice back there, so I didn't actually get to fucking hit shit, but oh well. High jump. Let's try that. Why not? I guess I probably should have done the drag race. It was the request or the recommended one. How do you? I don't really know, honestly. Like,
3, 2,
I don't really think there's like a set way to win. It's odd. Hell yeah, dude. I came in second with 1/5 of whatever that guy did. But I think you just have to collect as many like power-ups as you possibly can in order to win the mini games at the end of the match. I don't know, it's different. I think it's just more of like a dumb fun arcade game, kind of like how Smash Brothers is, where you're just playing it to have fun. It's not really like a hyper competitive game unless, you know, you're a turbo autist in order, you know, to like obsess over your victory in the mini games. Let's see, Hunter Eats Hunter with the 2. What's your opinion on the Steam machine? I think it's pretty cool. It really just depends on the price, I think. If it's $500, I think it'll be really compelling. I'll get one if it's $500. If it's more than that, I'll probably pass. I want the controller, though. The controller looks awesome. I'll definitely try that out. Oh shit, I don't... Oh, I actually do like the bike. Oh, fuck. I didn't realize that damaged me. I feel like the FOV needs to be a little higher on this. I would imagine that you cannot change FOV on this, but I can check. I would not... I mean, Nintendo typically doesn't have that type of setting. Invincibility candy. Interesting. I really have no idea what the fuck I'm doing, like, from a pure mechanic standpoint for the most part. It's kind of just a crapshoot at this point. Could I imagine if boomers passed an amendment to raise the presidential requirement of 35 to 50? I mean, that wouldn't really make that big of a difference, honestly. I think the majority of our presidents have all been over the age of 50 in recent history. But boomers can't pass anything. You have to get, like, I think it's like 2/3 of the states to sign off on that. I forget what it is for an amendment. That's a pretty high requirement, though. This kind of sounds like Dragon Quest music. So I got 24. I have no idea if that's good or bad. We'll see. 8th, yeah, that's terrible. Dude, again, I have no idea. Like, there's got to be something I'm missing on, like, the controls for this, for the combat. But it is what it is. I think it's just Y to attack. I wouldn't need to pass any bills if I was president, man. I would just use the military to get what I want. I'm not interested in legislature. I'm looking for something a little more permanent. I don't need to repeal the 19th Amendment. There would never be another election again. Again, y'all are missing the bigger picture here. If I'm in charge, I don't ever plan on not being in charge. The sleigh ride song? Yeah, it is funny. The rat running across the fucking cookie sheet. All right. What do you want, dog? Oh my god, what do you need?
3, 2, 1, start.
Dude, nothing has done more harm to India than having internet access. Honestly. They will never recover. Whoa. What the fuck? Oh, shit. Wasted ult. Holy shit. Nah, fuck. Holy shit. Dude, this shit is like so fucking hard to keep up with, though. Like, damn.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time!
Come to India? No.
Stadium.
Alright, Dust Up Derby. I'm actually pretty good at Mario Kart, so I'm not terrible at Mario Kart. This isn't a racing game, though. Not even remotely close. I mean, technically it is, but nobody plays it for that part. Cutter? Alright. I don't even know what the fuck I did. I don't think anything. Second? What the fuck did I even do? I guess I killed one person. Dude, I have no idea. I have no idea what the fuck's even going on, man. Jeez. Okay. Yeah, it's called Tiny Bounce, though, in this game, not Item Bounce. Alright, cool, I guess. I got some stickers, bro. Imagine giving money to Griffin couldn't never be me. That's right, it couldn't never be you. Because you already have.
Open your wallet and give me all of your monies.
I am broke. I gotta pay my taxes again soon, so... You're gonna start drinking heavily? Good for you, PK. Yeah, I'm about to get emptied out like a gooner's nutsack, bro. It's almost time for taxes. Let's see, E-Man with the 2 with the gay pair. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for that. Every penny counts. The government's gonna wring you out like a wet sock. Yeah, and it make it even worse. They're like, oh, we're only giving the fucking stimmy checks to people with fucking 100K or less of income. It's like, bro, all these fucking poor people already get all my fucking tax money anyway, because it's like, you know, I don't get welfare, I don't get food stamps, I don't get Section 8. Like, what the fuck, man? Most people who earn under 100K in my area are on government assistance. It's like, what the fuck? They're already getting free shit. I need some of that shit for free. I've never used this one. Or is it just the starting device? Let's get the battle tank again. Seems to be pretty good. Oh, I killed somebody.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Just straight up.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Holy shit. What the fuck? Bro, what the hell? Holy fuck, man. Oh my god. What the hell was happening? Holy shit, I got like fucking super speed again. All right. Alright, I got 55 that time, so I guess I did something right.
Stadium.
And let's see, Femtanga with the 5. Turns out the new New York mayor wants kids to now learn Arabic numerals. That's what we use for normal numerals. New York kids can't even read and write. Let's have them learn another numbers. No, we use Arabic numerals.
3, 2, 1, go!
Arabic numerals are like literally the numbers that you see, like on your keyboard.
Plasma. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time.
Let's see. Raging War with the 5. Gonna get the funds for my 50/80 sale soon. Waiting for the bros. Venmo. Nice, man. Congrats. What are you gonna use the money for? Just to keep, or you looking to reinvest it in something? How was that guy already at 50? I don't know. I need to sell some stuff, but I need to buy boxes. Just save it for now. It's probably smart. I need to sell some stuff. I'm debating cashing out my sealed Pokemon stuff.
Three, two, one, start!
What do I have sealed? I have a ton of like old ETBs and booster boxes and premium collection boxes and stuff like that. And when I say old, I mean from like 2019, 2020 time period. And then also some stuff from like 2022 primarily. So a lot of stuff with like Evolving Skies and things like that. So kind of like prime Sword and Shield era stuff. Yeah, I have a ton of 25th anniversary stuff. That I'm not going to sell until the 30th anniversary stuff comes out. See if there's a price spike about that. I need to find a different cart.
Plasma.
Oh, there we go.
Battle Chariot.
Perfect.
Sword.
Hell yeah, dude, I'm Link.
Sword.
Bro, why didn't they get sued for copyright infringement? shit. Nintendo Online is out? I don't think so. I'm playing online right now. I don't think this is a big enough game to crash the services. But maybe. Screw you. Hell yeah. Oh shit. Missed. Once you get going so fast, it's so hard to like maneuver. Alright, let's see. 50? That's not terrible. How long does it take for a Lego game to go? It depends on how well it sells, but usually pretty quick. Doesn't usually take very long. They drop in price pretty quick. Like, I bought the new Lego Star Wars, and within like 3 weeks, I think it was already on sale in some places.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh shit.
Five, four, three, two, one. Time.
Well, I got 2. Oh shit. Let's go. Hell yeah, man. There you go. First place. Wowie zowie. I'm so good. I'm already a professional. Oh, my science, indeed. The bull tank. Uh-oh. Dude, the thing is, though, is like that Lego Star Wars game that came out, I did actually make a bunch of money on. Because apparently there was like some special edition that came with like a limited edition Darth Vader minifig or whatever. I forgot what exactly came with it, but I remember GameStop had buy one, get one free. Or no, buy 2, get 1 free for Switch games. And they had the deluxe edition of Lego Star Wars for $20 at the same time. So I bought a bunch of those and resold them for like $70. It was great. Like 3x on every single one. That was the only good thing about that game. Because otherwise it was extremely disappointing. Why the fuck didn't it get on that? Thank you. I want my battle chariot. Killed his ass. Oh shit. Not good.
Wheelie bike.
There we go. Yeah, give me all the power-ups, bitch. Oh, shit. I didn't want to use my special. I wanted to swap my vehicle. There we go. All right.
Stadium.
Play a real game like Forspoken. Dude, that's way out of my budget. I can't afford such nice things. Yo, what the fuck is that Francis guy's character? That shit looks really cool. What the fuck? Why can't I get some cool shit like that? I guess that's the license. Alright, I didn't do completely terrible, but not great. Whoa, dude. Whoa. I got 2 new characters, man. Well, am I gonna get a million fucking notice? Alright, I'm taking my watch off. That shit's gonna piss me off. All the Black Friday deals are coming through on Best Buy right now. And I don't care. There's nothing I even want for Black Friday, which really sucks, but... oh well. That thing's gonna keep buzzing all night, though. You're not gonna dude, there's nothing I want. Like, genuinely, I struggle to even find something I want. DSP got married before Griffin? Dude, DSP was like 38 when he got married. What are you talking about? Like, yeah, of course he got married before me in a pure year sense, but not at age. Like, the fuck? DSP was almost 40 when he got married.
Wheelie bike.
I have over a decade to go until I'm, like, what, third? Yeah, over a decade, pretty much, until I'm 38. So, I don't know. I feel like that's still a ways off, bro. Women overrated anyway? Yeah, exactly. Thou shalt not suffer a void.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh, shit! Oh, fuck. Damn it. I took the blue pill again.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time.
Alright, let's see.
Stadium.
Why is it telling me to do that? I don't have a comp. Whatever. Shit. Let's see. Genocide King Revive with the 5. I've officially beaten my 100th game this year. Try beating 100 women instead. Hitman Blood Money for OG Xbox. I am torn between Black Ops 7 or King Kong 05 for my next. I would not play Black Ops 7 personally. But hey, that's just me. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Steel ball.
Did I get somebody? Oh, shit.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time.
Yeah, I think Black Ops 7 actually fucking flopped because I think Call of Duty on Steam charts was like the 100th like highest grossing. So the game completely fucking bombed. And let's see, Shadow Evil with the 5, mute Diddy because why not? Alright. Oh my god, guys, the greatest Black Friday deal just came through. Star Wars Outlaws is $20. Dragon Age the Veilguard Deluxe Edition is $10. Oh my soyance. What a deal, man. Yeah, a lot of people didn't even know it released. I forgot it released, honestly. Like, the midnight launch night, I just went to sleep. I didn't even remember it was coming out. Oh, shit. What the fuck?
Chariot.
Yeah, I remember when we used to get good Black Friday deals on stuff you actually wanted to buy. Now it's just a way for companies to get rid of their unwanted inventory. Yeah, but I don't know how they knocked me off while I was spinning. That's the point. Because wouldn't I damage them as well? But I guess not. That's kind of a shitty power-up. Yo, the red pill! Oh my god, I'm stuck. Bruh. No! I wasted my red pill. Dude, I used to love going to Best Buy on Black Friday. That shit was always fun. Not anymore. There's nothing I want, bro. All it is another day for Indians to buy cheap TVs. The red pill! Let's go. Nope. Oh shit, I'm stuck? What the fuck? Damn it. I got stuck in the fucking overpass.
3, 2, 1, time! Stadium.
Yeah, man, I miss, like, the days of, you know, You'd go into Best Buy with like $100-something bucks and walk out with like 2360 games. I don't know, man. Much better days. All right, I got 54. Let's see if I got first. Yeah! Let's go, bitches. Shit. I did all right. They took everything away from the chuds. Truly, man. You know, women have completely infiltrated every single male space. You know, all of our hobbies are basically fucking dead. You know, movies, TV shows, video games, you know, comics for the people who like that shit. I don't. Even anime is getting shitty now, which, you know, it's always kind of been shitty, but regardless, it's like everything's just turning to fucking shit, man. How much longer are the chuds gonna put up with this? AirPod Pro for $220. It's not bad, but I don't need it. See, nothing in there I want. I could get Pac-Man World for the Switch too. That wouldn't be bad. But let's see. Obsolescence Specialist with a tier 1 membership. Appreciate it, man. Big ups. We're being replaced by Browns anyway, Griffin. Yeah, it's over, man. That's what we get for not sucking the Israeli cock, bro. Dude, that video last night was wild. That shit was crazy, man. That was so bad, like, I genuinely have not ever seen a mask-off video like that ever before. Just straight up threatening to tank the entire Western world unless we shill for Israel. Like, and it wasn't even a veiled threat either. Like, they were just saying, yeah, we're gonna do it. It's like, what the fuck, man? That was pretty crazy. No, my Kirby. How come I'm not racing? Because this is like the main appeal of the game is this game mode. The city trials or whatever. It's like the main game mode of the game. That's at least what Sakurai said, so... Oops. Grab one of these scoot. Oh, nope. Just blow it up.
I can't afford this shit!
Wheelie bike.
Oh, that thing has no health. Shit. No bueno. Alright, let me grab the scooter. Hopefully that has more health.
Wheelie scooter.
Yes. Flash. I don't know what that does. Oh. Oh, shit. I didn't really intend on doing that, but whatever. Damn, I didn't get credit for killing it. Boo. Fuck you, Michael. The curry. Oh. Shit.
Five, four, three, two, one. Time.
Hooray. Nefarious of the two, very unique gameplay. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just kind of a dumb, fun game to play, so... Again, I don't know if this is like the type of game you'd want to play for hours and hours on end. But, you know, it's fun to pick up and play. Aw, shit. Shit.
Five, four, three, two, one. Time.
Damn. Brutal, man. Let's see. Link 1, 2, 3 with the 2. Hi, Griffin. I'm a George F, by the way. Yeah, I figured as much. You got the Zelda theme still, but how's it going, man? Yeah, I did get raped. Well, a little more than that. Completely and utterly devastated. Have I done the... I played the racing during the beta, but I haven't, like, since the actual game came out. But I played it during the beta.
Three, two,
Oh,
one,
shit.
start.
Bro, that timer's not actually 3 seconds. What video was I talking about? I can pull it up in a minute, but I can grab the link.
I can't afford this shit!
It was basically just a video about, you know, the threat of if the U.S. stops basically financially supporting Israel. And how, you know, as a result, they would deliberately tank our country like many others before, essentially.
Freeze. Chariot.
That's not much better than what I had. Health-wise, at least. Yeah, it was one of the more... Dude, honestly, if anyone else had made that video, bro, they probably would have been banned from YouTube. Like, that's how bad it was. Like, it was genuinely bad.
Winged Star. Wheelie Scooter.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Hooray! There we go. I got some health back. I guess when you kill somebody, it gives you health. Oops. Not good timing.
I can't afford this shit!
45? That's not too bad. Let's just do this one. I don't really want to do the Kirby melee one. Dude, that's not even a sale. Oh my god. Like, I'm seeing Black Friday deals for $50 on modern games. Like, that is not a fucking deal. Sorry. Oh my god, really? Come on, dude. I didn't even make it across. I'm just gonna take that. What the fuck? Yo, I came in first place just from falling. What the hell? Let's go, baby. Hell yeah, professional. Nah, I'm just that good, man. I took the strategic option. Let's see. So, Link with the 5. Have you seen... Oh, yeah, we watched that from Dreamcastgoy. It's like clockwork, man. But here, this is the other video I was talking about. There you go. That's the other video. It is genuinely horrendous. And the berries with the 2, Synth is playing this right now. Yeah, didn't he say he was like a fan of the original? So I never played the original, so this is my first foray into this, I guess, franchise now. I never had this on the GameCube, so it's new to me. He's got no Wi-Fi to reach his Switch to. Brutal. Does he have like lead walls or some shit? Like the fuck? I don't think I've ever heard of that before. Not supporting Israel financially is not the same as anti-Semitism. Not according to them, man. Money's always been the most important thing.
I can't afford this shit!
Ugh. Dude, that fucking sea moss shit tastes like crap, even if it's in a pill. Not a fan. Let's see, Link with the 2. Alex still thinks you're mad. Everybody thinks I'm mad when I use even the slightest bit of emotion in my voice. I don't know. Maybe I'm just an angry person. Yeah, I don't know if my grandparents were... Well, I know one of them wasn't because he collected German war memorabilia, so I have a feeling he wasn't a fan. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how the rest of my family necessarily feels about Israel. I know my mom doesn't like him. I actually sent her that video. Yeah, I saw Alex today or yesterday did like a whole segment on his show about how they're like threatening the United States and shit now, so... You know, Alex has a pretty big boomer audience, so I imagine the sentiment might start changing pretty quick. There you go. Speaking of Israel. Yeah, it's called Tiny Bounce in this game if you're looking for it. Dude, I'm not in a racing vehicle, so... Oh, shit.
3, 2, 1, start!
Oh, my God. Dude, this is brutal. My vehicle's so slow. Oh my God. No. Am I gonna make it? Alright, well I got some power-ups regardless. Oh shit, I don't want that.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, time! Stadium.
Let's see. Dude, why does it want me to race? There's no way I can race. There's no fucking way I can race.
Three, two, one, go!
What? Ah, man, it's already over.
I can't afford this shit!
Jeez. Let's see, Link with a 2. Did Alex expose me? Maybe as a homophobe, but that's about it. I don't know. What did he allegedly expose me over? I hooked hooked my 360 back. Oh, crazy. Back then, I thought games would be so much better due to advancement in technology. How wrong I was. Yeah. Unfortunately, with the advancement with technology came a reversal of culture. So... Daryl's on the two. Is Griffin having fun for once? No. I hate it. But yeah, it's pretty good. Let's see. Link with the two. I'm not getting used to that. Oh yeah, we watched this. So salty about me. Yeah. We watched this one. Kind of gay with the banana cut. Yeah, I don't get the appeal personally. But hey, different strokes, am I right? If he wants to dress up as P. Diddy's favorite fruit, then more power to him. He has to have the gym green screen to show that it works. I know, man. Did you guys know that I lift, bro? I totally lift, bro. I lift all the time, bro. Like, lifting's my entire identity, bro. Did I mention that I lift, bro? Oh, what? Trump telling the whore to shut up and saying, quiet piggy? Yeah, I don't care. If that's a controversy, then that's retarded. Ain't nobody gonna give a shit about that. Oh, I'm still in the star shit.
Wheelie scooter.
Scooter.
Wheelie scooter. Warp Star.
Oh, that was perfect, man. Ah, shit, I got 2 negatives, so that's alright.
Four, three, two, one. Time.
There we go. Alright, let's see what I get. I think I did alright, honestly. Alright, let's see. The gourmet race, dude. Yeah, I didn't actually see like the full clip, but I'm assuming the reporter he said it to was fat. But I have no idea. No fucking idea. It was funny though, nonetheless. Yeah, I always liked this song in Smash, and I never knew where it actually came from, but I guess it makes sense now. The gourmet race. Ah, shit.
3, 2, 1. Time.
That was a bunch of wasted time. Second. Well, that's not... no, I lost by a lot. Never mind. I lost by a lot. That's the guy from Kirby? Yeah. It might just be. It might just be the guy from Kirby. I don't know. It might have something to do with the fact that it's a Kirby Air Ride. The reporter had a toucan nose. Uh-oh. Brutal. Make another Discord retired. Alright, but it's going to have a membership fee. If I have to deal with another Discord server, it's going to be behind a paywall. Fuck that. That shit becomes a job. PK will cover the membership fee? I don't know. He's just a poor, you know, Hermano working in the streets of Los Angeles as a DoorDash driver. You know, trying to fund his niece's quinceañera and send some money back to his abuela back in Guadalajara.
3, 2, 1, start!
Moving too quick to even hit anybody. Dude, I've got no health. Shit. Chariot.
Chariot!
Oh, the battle one. I like that.
Battle Chariot!
There we go. Yes, I got the credit. Fuck all y'all. Oh shit. I just killed somebody, nice. Another one.
Wheel!
Oh shit. Oh shit, what was that?
4, 3, 2, 1. Time.
There we go. Let's go, dude. PK is from Bangladesh. Oh my god. That's even more brutal. That's even worse than I thought. Poor guy. Yeah, isn't Bangladesh that one place we watched with the river that was like pure black? That all the water was like dead? It was just like sludge water for the river. Ah, man. One second too slow. That's kind of cool. Drag Race 3. Sweet.
Meta Knight.
Even Africa has whites. Less and less by the week, it sounds like. The South Africans are getting, you know, fucked. Literally. PK is now from Bangladesh. Yeah, he's from Bangladesh. Let's see. You generation with the 5 mother of the year. Let's see.
He wasn't supposed to be free.
What the
A man
fuck?
accused.
Alright. Snapchat predator arrested after traveling 800 miles to do the... Jesus Christ. 800 miles. Jeez. That's actually fucking sad. Yeah, I mean, that's some serious time. That's like, what, 11 hours or something? Minimum? That's crazy, man. 11-hour drive. The mother allowed her daughter to go over. Oh, that's nice. Isn't that lovely? try the rocket.
Rocket Star.
Whoa. It's already so fast. It's an interesting design for a rocket. Alright, I do not like the rocket. This thing's hard to steer. I guess it's kind of decent, but you gotta really rely on the boost. Oh. I missed! Damn it.
Rex Wheelie.
Oh, this thing has no health. Damn. But it already controls a hell of a lot better. Oh look, we have someone else in the chat mentioning Rebirth without me even bringing it up. Many such cases. So you get the same rewards no matter what place you come in, maybe unless you win. Whoa! Holy shit! Dude! What's even happening? Oh my god.
2, 1, time.
Jesus. Even in other chats, they talk about Rebirth and Griffin. They can't handle the fact that I like something. They want to rob every little bit of happiness I have left. There's only so much happiness I have left in this world, and they want to take every bit of it away. Every last ounce of happiness they must be stolen from me.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh shit. Stuck. Help me, step bro. Yo, they took it from me. No! Fuck, dude, I just got the fucking little box. Shit. No. I don't know why I can't pick up the red pill. There we go.
Sword. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time.
Dude, my bike was about to blow up. Damn. Barely held it. Oh, nice. There we go. Let's go, baby. I must become John Wick? What do you mean? Griffin is giving up on women to stream baby games? That's right. Women may play you, but at least the games you get to play. So. Also, you're acting like that if I just don't stream, I'm going to be drowning in pussy immediately. If I join the club, I will be. True, man. Maybe if I journal as well and pick up a side hustle. I have a great voice. I don't agree, but thanks. I wish my voice was deeper, personally. Rebirth is peak, miserable people are hating on it, and everything else people enjoy. Exactly. They want everyone to be as miserable as they are. Robbing, you know, the last remaining joy you can get out of gaming. No, I haven't streamed Final Fantasy Tactics. Well, it seems the multiplayer's working pretty well on launch night, I must say. So, there hasn't really been any glaring issues with the servers, which is kind of surprising. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Damn it. I thought that was a prompt to pick something up. I didn't realize I was going to hop on a different... Fuck, man. I saw the timer. I was like, oh, shit, I better grab that. And it's like, nope. Literally the raped. It's a battle racer, I guess you could call it. It's kind of like Twisted Metal, where it's not like an actual racing game. It's more about like battling with vehicles. So I guess vehicular warfare is what you'd call it. I don't know. Oh, shit.
Three, two, one, start!
All right.
3, 2, 1, time!
No Black Friday deals on Switch 2? Nah, just Switch 1 games.
Stadium.
It'll just be Switch 1 games. I mean, maybe some third-party Switch 2 games will be on sale, but yeah. I highly doubt Nintendo's going to put, like, actual, you know, new games on sale when everybody's going to be getting a console for Christmas.
3, 2, 1, go!
What? Only want the Donkey Kong game? We should buy the other games while you're at it. I mean, most Nintendo games at their core, if you play them, you'll probably enjoy them if you give them a shot. Dude, I almost did it again. I almost said Majora Jeff again. Link with the 2. Let's see. I'm gonna keep trying to say. I think we already watched this, but oh no, we didn't watch this fucking retard.
I can't afford this shit!
Oh my god, bro. This guy's a furry. It's that fucking retard who made a video on, I think, the Silent Hill reviews as well, too. But it says, please comment to ease the pain of me and my Thai girlfriend. Brutal. You already know that girlfriend has a fucking penis. You already know that girlfriend, air quotes, has a fucking penis. But yeah, we can watch the part where I guess he talks about my review, but other than that, I really don't fucking care about Ghost of Yotei at this point. Ghost of Yotei is genuine garbage. Yeah, nobody even talks about Ghost of Yotei anymore. The only people talking about it are literal fucking shills. That's it. Let's see. U generation with the 50. Jeez. What is this for? This is for 5 hearts under 1 roof. Oh, God. Alright, yeah, that's fine. We can do that. Jeez.
I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but like if you're a broke boy, just say so.
And let's see, Link with the 2. People seem to be mad at your ghost, or wait, mad at you for Ghost of Yotei. Yeah, it's just the typical either Sony shills or, you know, left-wing, you know, trogs on the internet. So, it's not really surprising.
I can't afford this shit!
That's okay, FBI. You can still pay, bro. That's what U Generation said anyway, so.
Give me monies!
Yeah, Yotei is about revenge bad. The last chapter of the game is literally titled such, just in case you didn't pick up on it. How does one get to lay chest? There we go. I only got 4 power-ups for that. That was kind of worthless.
Jetstar.
I can't afford this shit! I can't afford this shit!
3, 2, 1, start.
Oh, shit. There we go. Dude, I'm like fucking zooming right now. Jeez. You gotta like crush up some Adderalls and snort that shit directly if you want to keep up with this, man. This is insane. Holy fuck, man. I can't keep up with the thing that's happening. Jeez. Let's see. Alright, I didn't fall that time, thankfully. Hey, let's go, dude. Easy. Yeah, this is like literally a game made for the TikTok attention span, for sure. Yeah, I am monk status, so... Let's see. So, Osky the 50, since the Fed is cheap. Yeah, it is ironic. The Fed sucks away all of our tax money and then cheaps out. Jeez. But I appreciate it, man. And even start with the 5, Nintendeen, I'm guessing you meant, still wants, oh wait, still waits for the Switch 2 discount to make his co-op video equals bad sales because Australia put $50 discount Black Friday deal. Yeah, $30, I know. And what? It's only probably at a select retailer, and that's like their margin. So they're probably just doing it to get people in the door. So... Because Nintendo sells the Switch 2 to retailers for like, I think, 420-ish. So they only make like 10, 20, 30 bucks on each unit sold. And let's see, Link with the 2. Alright. Yeah, I've seen this recommended. But yeah, we can check it out. And let's see, Oski with the 2. Use my 50 to mute Jeff for the day. Damn, man. Brutal. Alright, let's see. Oh, I guess I could just do a super chat was. Lil Jeff caught a stray, that's right. He was just trying to get some Snapple and Skittles, bro. Can a man walk down the street without catching a bullet at the brain? Or no, he didn't get shot. Which one was that? Oh, wait, the Snapple and Skittles was Trayvon. who got choked out. Well, yo, that's actually kind of fitting. You know, he got choked out by George Zimmerman. Or no, didn't he get shot? I forgot. Dude, I don't remember what fucking happened. Honestly, I don't really care. I'm all tired and, you know, fatigued of the we didn't do nothing bullshit. I forgot if he was the one that got choked out or he was the one that got shot or whatever. Who fucking cares, bro? The true tragedy is that a round went to waste. And everybody's time had to be wasted hearing about we didn't do nothing. Dun dun dun. Damn, bro. Dun 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 dun. You get enough sound effects? Like, jeez. You saying he's black? He might be. I don't know. Let's see. I think he was shot. George was selling the pistol. Yeah, maybe so. I don't fucking know, man. I just remember that was like one of those moments that was heavily grifted by the Obama-era race baiting shit.
I can't afford
To tell
this
everyone
shit.
how bad, you know, black people are treated. That was the talking point of the year. FBI with the $70 dues, that is. Have fun playing U-Generation's favorite game. He does seem to be a fan of it after all. Yeah. I think he enjoys the, Wait, is this... Dude, is this the Chinese or the Korean one? I forget. Hold on, let's check. Oh, fuck, bro. I always forget. It's hard to keep these, like, Asian dating sims, like, apart, because it's like they're so similar. Korean, okay. Yeah, he likes his Korean women. That was the one with the Anne Frank baddie, too. Hold on, let's see. Store page. Just go ahead and buy it. Oh, do you get a discount if you already own the original? Nice. Yep. You do. Or maybe not. Oh, that's for the soundtrack. Oh no, you do to get a discount if you have it. I'll just go ahead and buy it so I don't forget. Alright, there we go. It's dong or nothing, exactly. Yeah, she was the dominant, like, female executive with the wealthy father, if I remember correctly. With the massive fake tits. Which is naturally what everybody in the chat gravitated towards. Shocking. Shocker. Yeah, it's the second one, so there's two of them now. I'm guessing this is the sequel. I don't think it's a direct continuation. It might be, or it could be, but I think it's just a different like version of the same formula. Don't lie, you did as well. I don't remember what the choices were, to be honest. I just remember not really being impressed by any of them. So I figured, why not get the money? Oh, it probably costs next to nothing. The most expensive thing is getting them on set to film, probably. It's probably not very costly to make these type of games at all. Tim Marco, the 7, I don't know why Nintendeen, others like him, don't just admit they were wrong about the Switch 2 being another Wii U. Because they can't swallow their pride and give up the grift. So, if they give up the grift, then they can't make thousands of dollars clickbaiting in the future. Dong spread her legs for you? That's right, and she was even bigger than me. Alright, let's get the chariot.
Chariot.
Oh. Uh-oh. Oy vey. Your coworker got arrested for counterfeit money. And before he dies of a fentanyl overdose. Or I'm sorry, getting knelt on by a white cup. Nope. Uh-oh. I'm getting bullied. Get some of that cockwood. Oh, shit! Oh, shit. Oh, fuck.
Five, four, three, two, one. Time.
All right. I'm a marshmallow?
Stadium.
Why is that? Because you want me to melt in your mouth or some shit? I don't fucking know.
Three, two, one, go.
Dude, I don't think anyone even wants me to play the Black Ops 7 campaign. That's the thing. Is, yeah, obviously that'd be a prime candidate for like a torture game, but I don't think anybody even wants to see it. That's the problem. Is it's so fucking bad, I don't think anybody even wants to look at it.
fucking poor!
Oh, shit. Shit. It's over.
Five, four, three, two, one. Time.
Schizo Garcia with the 2. We was Air Riders and she. That's right. Indeed, man. An $18 charge on my account? I'm gonna faint. Yeah, but I didn't come in last. I didn't come in 5th. An $18 start. No, I had a $18 Korean dating simulator. More like an $18 Korean dating sim. Griffin is oofy doofy maxed on the game. That's right. Hand in life. Can't even get a woman to look at me. There's a section of the game where you have to stealth around zombie. Oh my god. Disgusting. Remember, you're supposed to feel empathy for the people in the gaming industry when they get fired. They're just talented individuals trying to do their best. Well, at this rate, they probably will, man. Microsoft's gonna tank the entirety of Activision. It's only a matter of time. You know, now we wait. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Three, two, one, start! Battle Chariot!
All right. Uh-oh. Oy vey. We've forsaken Israel, and now everyone's small. I knew a girl that was a cutter. She was ugly. An emotional phase? That's right, I used to be very sensitive. Really? He just ate that fucking slash like it was nothing? Oh, bro! What the fuck? Why'd it throw me off?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Rex Wheelie!
Raging Boar with the 5, bro. Why the fuck is the Jew music in the game? Well, that's where it originates from, so that's probably why. But I don't know. I guess it was just such a staple of the game in the original release that they had to keep it. Either that or Sakurai had to find his funding somewhere.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time.
Meta Knight on the Rax wheelie goes hard. Yeah, it does.
Three, two, one, go!
Oh shit. No! Why is PK always talking to himself? That's what happens when you're lonely, man. You talk to yourself so you don't go crazy. Not that I would know that or anything. I would never do such a thing. Never, ever. Yeah, I never, ever have a conversation with the voices in my head. I couldn't even imagine relating to that. Let's go, dude. Here we go.
Three, two, one, start!
Brutal. What?
Rex Wheelie.
Why are there so many negative stat effects already on the field? Alright, I don't need charge. I need acceleration. All right.
Three, two, one, start.
Uh-oh.
Five, four, three, two, one, time.
Is this better than Mario? Nah, I think Mario Kart's still better. I mean, this is fun, but I don't know if I'll put 100+ hours or several hundred hours into it like I will with Mario Kart. But they're very different games. They're not really that similar. The only similarity is that you're on a cart-like device. That's about it. Let's go. There we go. Easy, dude. I would imagine there's more racetracks. I mean, I haven't done like the actual racing, so I'm not sure. I've only been doing the city trial. Is Meta Knight the meta? I have no idea. I just think he looks cool. I don't know. Do they have like different stats? I guess so. Dude, look at Kirby's grip stat. Damn. I never knew Kirby was that grippy. I guess it makes sense because he's pink. Shit. You can buy players selling their edited Star Gear Riders? Dude, I don't even know what the fuck that means. Have to grind for hours to get any. I have no idea what the hell a Star Gear Rider is. What's ironic is this game will have a longer shelf life than even Sonic Racing Cross Worlds will. You know, Sonic Racing barely sold 1 million copies on every single platform. And this game will definitely break 1 million almost instantly. So, brutal. Sonic couldn't even beat Mario Kart or Kirby.
3, 2, 1, start!
But that game was being hyped up as, like, you know, the new second coming of, you know, kart racers, bro. The glazing was all artificial. Shocking. Need to get a different cart. Grab this Rex.
Rex Wheelie.
I am gonna buy one of those Meta Knight amiibos though. Those look pretty sick. Meta Knight is a personal favorite character of mine just because I used to play him all the time on Smash. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah, slippery is a bit of an understatement. Holy fuck. Grape. I really do like the soundtrack for this though. Oh shit. Well, it's over for me. Dude, look how big my HP bar is. It's literally full. Holy shit. Oh no, never mind. It's back down because I got hit. Fuck. Why would I ban you next? Aw, man. Shit. I didn't even see that up there. It's like a shit ton of power-ups. Let's see how many I got. 78. Wow. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good. Aw, what? Didn't give me the boost? It's Jover. third. El Palo's thirsty. Yep. He's a good dog. It was very tempting again tonight to just stay in bed. Had the dog next to me. It's nice and warm. Shit. It's all I yearn for nowadays is sleep. Here, we'll try the race or whatever. Let's see. Air ride. Let's just see. So yeah, there's many more courses now. That looks cool. Let's try that one. Why not? Bull tank. Let's use it. Looks cool. Alright. Where them bitches at? On day phone? I don't know. Oh shit. This might not have been the best card. It has terrible handling. This is like cracked out, man. What the fuck? Whoa. Yeah, the problem is it controls like fucking shit. Like the steering is not very good. Oh, another course. Dun dun dun. Oh no, no more. I'm not sure if there's a campaign or not. What the hell? I didn't know there was a top-down game mode. That's kind of cool. Maybe Road Trip? Yeah, there you go. I think this is where you get that, like, cybernetic King DDD.
Road trip.
Casual. Definitely.
From out of the sky, air ride machines rained down.
Bruh,
like shooting
cutscenes?
stars.
Really? Bro, even this has
They were
voice
found in
acting.
all shapes and sizes, but with no ability to move on their own. However, if someone touched them and shared their will, the engines sprang to life, and they were able to move with incredible speed. These individuals were called riders. Soon, vehicle and rider pairs were a common sight, partnering up for everyday travel, as well as thrilling races. One day, some riders noticed their vehicles were acting strange. They were looking somewhere far away. If you wish to go there, let's go. But what awaits these riders and machines at the end of their journey toward the unknown?
Bro, what the fuck is this? We'll just play as Kirby. Why not? Flora Fields.
Three, two, one, start.
Not really zooming.
Cutter.
Let's see what this is. This is that top down. Yeah, definitely that.
3, 2, 1, start! Freeze! Plasma!
All right. Drag race. Let's do drag race. Oh, the hamster. Nice. I don't know if I have the hamster unlocked yet or not. I don't think so.
3, 2, 1, go! Freeze!
So you get a one-time power up. Nice. Ooh.
Winged Star!
This mode doesn't look as fun. Yeah, the main appeal is the city trial. That's what Sakurai even said during like the Nintendo Direct, so yeah. The main appeal is definitely the city trial. Uh-oh. Powerful enemy. Let's see what this is. Race to the finish in air ride.
3, 2, 1, start! Fire!
Yeah, get pimped, bitch. Well, that wasn't too bad. Top speed, weight, or a boost. Top speed. Definitely. Yeah, you level up in the campaign mode, so. Gourmet race.
Three, two, one, go!
My favorite activity, eating.
Five, four, three, two, one, time!
Turbo Star. Destroys 7 boxes? That's not bad.
3, 2, 1, start! Freeze!
Oh, great. Free is the worst ability.
Needle! You did it!
Kirby on NES was my first game. But yeah, it's not that good. I've never really played Kirby games before.
Wheel! Three, two, one, go! Wheel! Five, four, three, two, one, time!
All right. I think I'm at the boss now. Literally Dark Souls. Well, I'm about to do a boss fight, so I guess we'll find out. Here we go. Defeat Bandana Waddle Dee.
3, 2, 1, start!
Holy fuck. It's over. I hate that you can't aim. I'm stuck.
4,
Shit.
2,
Okay, well you can't leave this fucking cave once you fall down, so. Retry. Let's try again.
3, 2, 1, start!
Bro, what the fuck? There we go.
Excellent!
Wowie zowie. Ew. Oh, I got another cutscene. The fuck?
Zora, a living machine. Possessing its own will, but unable to move on its own. Long ago, it drifted through the universe.
Whoa.
Until falling upon a remote region of the planet Popstar.
I don't know the Kirby lore, dude. How many Switch 2 exclusives are there? There's a pretty decent amount. I mean, you got what? Mario Kart, Donkey Kong, Kirby, and the Metroid comes out. I don't know. There's a lot. And then you have the entire Switch 1 catalog, which maybe you don't already have a Switch 1, I don't know. The thing is with Nintendo is you can kind of count on them to have a pretty good output. They're not like asleep at the wheel like Sony is when it comes to actually developing games. God, I love Gluttony.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time!
60. So I have 2,000. Do defense and offense.
4, 3, 2, 1, time!
Yeah, well, Nintendo's really the only, I would say, of the console manufacturers that actually makes good games anymore. Sony and Microsoft don't really release anything worth a damn nowadays. Which is unfortunate, but... We got peak called south of mid. Yeah, dude, exactly. Putting the mid in midnight, that's for sure. Eat 48 food items. All right.
3, 2, 1, go!
Well, that wasn't too bad. Griffin's wife will burn his Aerith cards. Oh, so I'm getting married now. That's good. I thought again I was gonna die alone, but I guess the story changes once again. That's nice. Shit. Alright, well I got way more, so... E-Man is claiming you. Yeah, too bad. I'm not meat to be sold on the market to the highest bidder. I'm a human being and I'll be treated as such. Tim Marco, the 279 synth, is arguing with Ricardo right now. I guess he's drunk. Damn.
You're fucking poor!
Ricardo didn't do nothing. I don't know. I have no idea. Ricardo's a good soul. I feel bad for him sometimes, man.
3, 2, 1, start!
The whole alcoholic thing, I don't know. I have a soft spot for it because I've seen it in my own family.
Wheel! Fire! 5, 4, 3, 2,
There we go. Literally last second. Damn. Alright, well that works. Wheelie bike. Chariot.
chariot!
Nice. Oops. I didn't even pay attention to what that was. Oh well. Oh, these suck.
3, 2, 1, go! Fire! Clear!
Oops. I didn't want to do that one. Oh well.
Three, two, one, go!
Well, it's more of an arcade game, whereas Mario Kart's a racing game, so... I mean, Mario Kart has, like, a battle mode, too, so... It has similar game modes.
Five, four, three, two, one, time!
Alright, so I'm at the shopping and then the boss. Alright, after this area, I guess we'll do videos. It's getting late. So, let's see. Top speed. How many shekels? 5,000. So I can do 2. We'll do HP up. And probably defense. A demon. Oh, I guess he doesn't actually have horns. It's like...
3, 2, 1, go! Fire! Flash! Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, time!
Alright. There we go. Wow, how helpful, dude. All right, save.
I can't afford this shit!
Oops, I had the chat button. Whoopsies. Let's see what everybody's playing on here. Only one Kirby Air. Dude, how the hell do you play Pokemon? Like, honest question. Let's see. N64. How, dude, Pokemon, really? And Fortnite? Oof. Let's see. Raging Boar with the 2. Ricardo needs help. Yeah, it's sad, honestly. But, you know. Alcohol's a bitch. Arguing about Ethernet? Oh my god. That's funny. Let's see. Man. Dude, I am tired. This shit is brutal. I'm taking some time off from work around Christmas, but it's like, bro, all that's gonna end up happening
Oh boy, what we're dealing with here.
is I'm just gonna sleep. Oh my god. Let's see. Sleep all day. Yeah. Oh, what the fuck just happened? Why did it switch back my input? Piece of shit. There we go. All right. Yeah, sleep all goddamn day. Yeah, play the same fucking games over and over and over and again.
He wasn't supposed to be free. A man accused of targeting trainers again and again until one September night, police walked in to find him lying beside a teenage girl.
Hey, how you guys doing? Good. You guys know of a Brandon?
Yeah, he lives right there. Yeah.
Let's go, Brandon. I agree.
Okay. Thank you.
His name is Brandon O'Hara. In 2019, at age 24, he was arrested in South Carolina, accused of sexually assaulting a girl he met on Snapchat. Prosecutors dropped the case. That same day, he pleaded guilty to first-degree assault and battery minor under the State's Youthful Offender Act. Because he was under 25, the record could later be expunged. He served probation and walked away with a permanent restraining order.
Hold on, honey, can you come outside for me? Are you, how old are you?
Am I in trouble?
Is Brandon home? Brandon home? Okay. Can you come out and talk to us real quick? Are you 14? Okay. Are you from Indiana? No, where are you from? Oh, we need to speak with Brandon real quick. No one's in trouble or anything right now.
Is someone missing?
What's that?
Is someone missing?
Well, the call we received is that Brandon was going down to South Carolina with a 14-year-old and came back and someone wanted you checked on, which I'm assuming is you.
I'm not from Indiana.
Okay, well, regardless. 23225.
He's a family friend.
A family friend?
Yeah, confused.
We have a 14-year-old female here along with Mr. O'Hara. Can you recontact Huron County and see what they need from us?
Okay, I'll recontact him.
Can Brandon come to the door? How you doing, Brandon? Okay. Can you just come to the door so we can talk to you? No one's in any sort of trouble right now or anything. We just got to clarify some stuff. Okay, yeah.
Who called?
Huron County Sheriff's Office.
I didn't think the police would show up at the door. Usually my mom like that.
Where are you from? What's your name, Mom?
But no time behind bars. In 2021, he was arrested again for allegedly raping a woman. That case went nowhere too.
You step outside, Brandon. Like I said, no one's in any sort of trouble or anything.
By 2024, he was living in Myrtle Beach, still active on Snapchat. That's where he met a year-old girl from Indiana. Police say he told her he was 17. She believed him. On June 19th, 2024, O'Hara allegedly picked her up from her home, packed her things, and drove
brutal
800 miles back.
He doesn't even look 17. What the fuck?
South Carolina. Weeks later, police traced her to his address. Through a window, they saw the two lying together on a bed. When officers asked the girl if she was from Indiana, she said no. That one word unraveled everything.
Which I don't know how they got the information, but apparently they were stating that you drove from unknown of what the relationship is between you two or anything, and they were wanting the welfare of her checked on.
This happened like, well, a long time ago.
A long time ago.
Like, I moved from South Carolina to here.
What's the Amber's name? Okay. Hey, can you step over here real quick? Brandon, what's your relationship to her?
We're just friends.
Friends? Okay. Well, she just briefly mentioned something that you guys are family friends. So we're just trying to clarify exactly what's going on with Huron County and see exactly what they need from us, because the only thing really...
McDonald's tea. I guess he got it from work, bro. Like, Jesus Christ. Lip piercings, pink hair. Like, come on.
At this point, what they said is that they need a welfare check done on her.
On who?
Her.
She's fine.
Okay. And she's from Sandusky?
Yeah, she's from here. She lives right there.
Does her parents know she's over there?
Yeah.
Okay. You said she lives right here? In this one? Okay. Hang tight here.
I'll be with you in a minute, sir.
Does she live over here?
Yeah, her mom's here.
You're her mom?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know how we got the information or what they want exactly aside from a welfare check.
Right.
However, they stated that he drove from Indiana to South Carolina with her, which she's saying happened a long time ago.
No, he came from South Carolina up to Ohio.
Up here.
Okay. And I guess they had met somehow online. And
Dude, it's in Raymond's neck of the woods.
his family doesn't have anything to do with him. So long story short, out of kindness of my heart, I helped him out until he can get a place over there. He's got his own place. They're friends, whatever. He lied about his age when he first came up here, and he lied about his age for a long time. And he just recently confessed to me his, I don't even know his age, said he's in his 20s. He was telling us for the longest time that he was 18, which was bad enough. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a messed up situation. But he has his own place.
Hey, have him just chill out over there for now. Brandon, can you chill out over there? Have a seat on the stoop.
So
Here, I'm gonna come over here and talk.
Okay.
So you're aware that your dog
15. Yes, I understand.
is
She
with
held
someone
off.
that...
Yes, they held off and did anything before I even.
How long have you been in,
They've known each other for like months now.
just through the internet?
Well, it was before that. It was on the internet, and then he came up here like out of nowhere, And then his father came up when he got the apartment a couple weeks ago. His father came up and brought his bed and dresser and some belongings.
This is Ohio, bro. This isn't the South.
And drove back to South Carolina and said good luck. And I feel bad for the kid, but it's I know it's really, I mean, with my daughter.
Inside the apartment, officers conducted a welfare check. They found O'Hara's phone, later logged as evidence. An iPhone 14 Pro Max. Days later, a child services interview revealed new details. The girl said O'Hara told her he was 18, then later admitted he was older. She told investigators they had sex at his home hours before police arrived. Despite being warned to stop contacting her, O'Hara made a new phone number and texted again. The messages read, "You clearly don't love me like you claim to." And later, "I do love you. I just can't risk jail." That was enough. On September 27th, 2024, Sandusky detectives arrested Brandon O'Hara for unlawful sexual conduct, a third-degree felony.
I have warned her time and time again not to let him go, not to let her go over there, man. And I'm not saying what Amber was doing wrong. I let her go over there to, you know what I'm saying? He's the wrong man. She should not be over there with him at all. She's a fucking kid. And I've been trying to tell her this time and time again, and she won't listen to me. She threatened to throw me out tonight. Because she said I was being belligerent.
Because of the situation?
Yeah, because of the situation.
That's right, sir.
I would rather not. I would rather not get into it, but I love she's my baby. I just want what's best for her.
Thanks, I hear. I'm going to talk
I'm not trying to call you.
I got you. But I mean, look, just your information's vital as well. Okay. Involving us, that's why I'm asking. Let me go talk to my sergeant real quick.
We're on the phone with him right now. So, where are you supposed to be at? Let's go over there right now. Go ahead. Show me which part you live at. So your mom. Let's go ahead and go inside and have a conversation. Your mom, correct?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm Sergeant Hernandez from the Sandusky Police Department. I'm their supervisor.
Yes.
So we can go inside and speak in private.
Yeah, sure, of course.
How we doing?
All right, about yourselves.
Sorry about the little bit of mess.
All right. So here's where we're at right now, and this is kind of how I'm coming into this picture now, and bear with me, okay?
Okay.
Damn, bro. What a wonderful living, dude. Jesus.
What's your name, ma'am?
Amber.
Amber? Is it okay if I call you Amber?
Yes.
Okay. Amber, you can call me Ernie, okay? Sometimes all this stuff and titles and all that, sometimes they're just good for books and movies, okay? I'm be upfront and honest with you, okay? And I would appreciate it if you're upfront and honest with me too, so that way we have a lot of things out in the air.
Okay.
Because I have a lot of moving parts to this right now.
Okay.
So how this all started and why we're over here in the first place is that a Huron County detective reached out to me and told me that he received information from a sheriff's office all the way out in Greene County in Indiana. Okay, now we're talking a state away.
Okay.
And again, I don't know the details of their conversation, but they got a tip that she was here with him, and during the course of their conversation and the information being passed along to us is that at some point or another, she had went all the way down to South Carolina. I'm saying, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Because again, there's a lot of moving parts here, and I just want to lay it all out, okay? That at some point or another, she was with him over all the way down in South Carolina. They came all the way back up here. They were concerned about her welfare, so they contacted us through two different, so it's Greene County, Indiana, contacted the Huron County Sheriff's Office.
Weed is for losers, bro. Legalizing weed is not a positive thing. My state has sucked ass ever since legalizing fucking weed has been a thing.
Huron County Sheriff's Office contacted us, gave us an address, no apartment, but we were ultimately able to determine where exactly Brandon O'Hara was, okay? And furthermore, in addition to that, the concern that I'm hearing now, and I don't know the conversation that another officer's having with that Huron County detective, is we're not aware of their whereabouts from point A to point B, because they just don't get anonymous tips or tips for nothing and then pass it up along the chain, and now we're here, and now we're starting to find out that there's some degree of truth to what we're being told. Because, bear with me, I know it sounds real outlandish. We get anonymous complaints or complaints about a lot of things all the time, but we still have a legal obligation to look into them and to investigate and to address any concerns or allegations that might come up. At this point, I don't know what allegations there are. The only concern that I'm aware of is they were just concerned for your welfare and that you're supposed to be with Brandon, and that is it. They haven't told us any other details about what's been going on. So, Amber, can you please fill me in about, let's start at step one, so why I'm standing here right now, so I get a better understanding.
A few months ago, 3 or 4 months maybe now? No, it's been longer than that. 3 months, probably 2 months. Somehow they met each other online months prior, okay? And somehow she gave him our address. I didn't know this, okay? He drove all the way from South Carolina to Ohio by himself. And here he is, this kid. And SPD did come out here one night because they were asking if they wanted me to have him for like trespassing or something. Because he was sleeping out in his car out in the parking lot. Okay? Well, then he started sleeping in the Walmart parking lot. But then he kept hanging out around here. He had no family, no friends, nothing. So I felt bad. And they kept communicating, and I was under the age difference, but I wasn't under the impression that he was that much older. But he was lying about his age. And anyway, long story short, I helped him out here so he can get his own place. Because his family didn't come up here, they just like wrote him off. And he got his own place here recently. And his father came up, what, a week or 2 ago maybe, and brought his bed and his dresser and some belongings and stuff and said good luck and drove back to South Carolina, and that was it. And that's where we're at now. With them still being friends, even though he just admitted to me the other day that he is not 18, that he's actually in his 20s. Okay, so that's where we're at.
And I specifically told him, as I would keep her away from me.
But it was hard because we're already in a objective situation.
And as a responsible parent.
Correct.
I'm a responsible parent, but it's hard when you're a teenager that teenagers want to kind of fight out on their own.
Right.
You know, and I do my best with working and keeping up with her and everything like that. And I'm a single parent, and I'm just trying to do the best I can with what I've got.
Okay.
She does. She's an awesome mom. She works.
I got a job. She starts tomorrow with me. So I'm hoping with her being around other minors and other peers and stuff like that, that she'll help gravitate her more towards her own age group and stuff like that, you know.
Okay.
So,
and I apologize, I don't mean to cut you off. Are you a relation to her or her? Or?
we used to date.
I used to be one girlfriend. She called me. She still to this day calls me.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Because he's been a father figure for the past like 4 years.
Okay. But you do not live here, correct?
He stays here from time to time, but he doesn't live here.
I don't live here, but I stay from time to time.
Okay. Okay. All right. Now at this point, right now, you guys are just friends, correct?
Yeah, we're just
okay.
friends.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the obvious concern is her behavior, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go step outside then here.
All right. So
No, just you stay here. Why he's up here? Okay. Did you know why he's up here? Did he ever was just feeding you lies or whatever? Well, then now that we're on the same page, I'm not going to ask any questions other beyond that. Okay. But let's go ahead and use our noodles here and critically think. You have a guy who's 29 years old. He has a warrant for his arrest for doing the same exact thing for taking
29 years old. And he tried to pass off as 18 and 17? Really?
across state lines, fled the state of South Carolina, fed you some BS story about it, about why he's here. No, that is why he's here. It's because he has a warrant out of South Carolina for getting into some trouble with minors. So you are to stay away from there. Mom's been told too as well that you're going to stay away from here, or from there. You have no business over there. I'm going to tell him the same thing. All right? And kind of get you in the loop or keep you in the loop.
I have my stuff over there, though.
Well, we'll get that. We'll accompany you while you get your stuff over from there, okay? So that way there's no reason for you to be over there, okay? So that being said, after we leave and we're done here tonight, any more involvements with him is just going to lead you in trouble, and more trouble. Okay? Are we on the same page? Did the other officers get your information?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And the other officers spoke with you briefly, got your information, phone number,
Yes,
date of birth?
I got my ID.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Go and get your stuff. What exactly do you need to get?
Close my charger.
Closing your phone charger? Okay. Amber will be back right over with you.
Dude, honestly, I don't really think... See, this is the thing, is, you know, say it's not Christ-like, but, you know, I'm honestly okay with legalized abortion because the worst people in society tend to be the ones that partake in it the most. So, you know, if, like, literal leftists and the dregs of society want to basically breed themselves out of existence, then I say, why stop them? When your enemy is literally killing itself, should you interfere?
Brandon, you make me sick.
What? She's just going to go get her charger and her clothes, then we'll be out of here.
All my stuff's on the bed. It sucks. I just don't know.
Was it just a phone charger? Is that all you needed?
Yep.
Okay, very well. Let's go ahead and go back over. And we'll be over and done with it out of your hair. Yep, she doesn't want to talk to you.
I'll have a felony strangulation as well.
Okay. So, Officer Dye is on the phone right now with the County Children's Services.
Okay.
And we're going to have a report on file and we're going to look into this further.
Okay.
Have any questions for me?
No.
Okay, all right. When I say this, I'm talking to human being, parent to parent. No matter what she says, no matter what she does, no matter how much she cries, how much she stomps her feet or throws a tantrum, do not allow her near that young man. Okay.
I hear you.
Have we learned a life lesson today?
Yes, we did.
Very
Yes,
well.
I learned a lesson just in helping him in general.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to comment on your life choices regarding any of this. It's not my place. I simply want you to know that this is very, very serious.
I know it is serious.
And the health and safety of your child was put at risk.
Yes.
And that's all I will say about that, and I'll let you stew on that. Okay? So, here is my business card. And for my business card will be some contact information. I'm working until 6 p.m. this evening, and I'm currently the officer in charge.
Okay.
If anything else pops up, please do not reach out or hesitate to contact our department, so that way we can address whatever's going on and how we can help you out. Here's the facts of life speech, okay? Now, I won't get into specifics, and I'm not passing judgment, okay? I'm just making some observations, okay? This is what you do. You contact young...
Well, I think they're going to arrest him because he has a warrant out in a different state. So they'll probably, you know, arrest him and then extradite him to that state.
Form friendships with them, lull them, woo them, or whatever you do, and you're getting hemmed up and you're getting in trouble. You already have a warrant out of South Carolina because of something like this. Her mom over there, hold on, nope, doesn't matter. Okay, State of Ohio, that does not matter. Okay, and what I'm about to tell you is very important, so please do not interrupt me. It would behoove you to listen to what I'm telling you. Okay? This is what you do, all right? Let's go ahead and cut the bullshit. This is what you do, all right? You already got in trouble with it in South Carolina. Unfortunately for you, South Carolina will not pick you up right now. Otherwise, if they did, then no, up to me, you'd be in handcuffs and be at the Erie County Jail in a hole. Okay?
Oh, I guess not.
You're looking out there. In the meantime, for Amber's wishes, you are not to have any contact with her. You're not to have any contact with them. They don't want anything to do with you, okay? If you go over there, if you attempt to make contact with Amber, I'm making it abundantly clear to you, they don't want to be contacted, okay? If you reach out to them, you will face a charge of telecommunications harassment, okay? Furthermore, don't be surprised if they end up getting a CPO against your civil protection order, and then if you go over there, even look at them, you can be placed under arrest for violation of a court order, okay? I don't know what your future plans are. I don't know what your state in life is, but the fact of the matter is that moving forward, at this point, you are not to have any kind of contact with them, okay? Are we on the same page with that? Yes. Okay. You already got his phone number? Yep. Okay. All right. In the meantime, I would be remiss to not tell you, let's start thinking very, very carefully about how we're moving forward and your life choices moving forward, okay? You're 29 years old. You have no business. You understand me? All right. Free to go.
By June 2025, the pattern was undeniable. In an Ohio courtroom, O'Hara, now 30, was convicted on multiple counts: unlawful sexual conduct, minor, pandering, oriented material, and disseminating matter harmful to juveniles. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison with 9 months credit for time served. Under Ohio's law, he's now a Tier 2 sex offender, required to register every 6 months for 25 years. 2019, 2021, 2024. From drop charges to youthful offender loopholes, O'Hara stayed free until the evidence, text messages, interviews, and digital footprints finally trapped him. But for his victims, it came years too late. Cases like this raise the same question every time. How many warnings does it take before justice catches up?
Maybe
before reports?
Maybe he'll just get shanked off in prison.
Extended footage and early access to new investigations. Join our members channel. Stay safe, stay aware, and remember, sometimes the badge hides the predator.
He should have gone for the 19-year-old with the perfect peach ass. Jesus. Yeah, I mean, he's probably not going to fare well in prison with the, sex offender shit with kids. He'll probably be on the receiving end a few times. Alright, we'll get this shit out of the way.
Here is yet another Sony story slop title with their trademark like heckin' revenge bad dude storyline.
So this is from that fucking furry Otter dude, apparently. Didn't like my Ghost of Yote video. It's a trend.
This is the same recycled story that we've seen time and time again from AAA games.
We had a Marvel shill upset, now a furry. Many such cases.
Developers, especially from PlayStation, and games like God of War Ragnarok force the idea that revenge is actually...
Dude, why are we...
bad, dude. I mean, if you want to talk about subtlety being dead, there's cases...
How long is this clip? Damn.
But in other parallels to other Sony-related properties like The Last of Us Part 2, the game even ends with 2 women raising another man's child at the close of the game. I shit you not.
Okay, so right off the bat, he already makes a huge error that is incredibly obvious if you played any of the games.
Really? Let's see.
That he discussed there. Griffin tries to claim that Spider-Man 2, God of War Ragnarok, and The Last of Us Part 2 were all woke games that clearly had the theme of revenge is bad. When, funny enough,
they literally all do. Let's hear this one.
2 of the games he brings up here don't even have that theme at all. The theme of God of
What? Are you kidding me?
War Ragnarok is moving on from your past and looking forward to a better future. Pretty much the opposite.
Okay, what is Kratos' past? Again, this is the same, just retardation that the other guy didn't have any clue about. What is Kratos' past? What is he moving on from? What was the entire point of the original God of War trilogy? I'm telling you, bro, they're fake fans. They'll say, media literacy, media literacy, media literacy. And they have none.
Of clinging to your past and seeking revenge. And with Spider-Man 2, I don't even know how he came to the conclusion.
Wait, there it was!
Ragnarok is moving on from your past and looking forward to a better future. Pretty much the opposite of clinging to your past and seeking revenge. And with
What? Looking forward to the future is the opposite of revenge? Yeah, revenge is bad, you fucking idiot. That's the entire point. Oh my god. Wowie zowie, man. This is crazy.
Spider-Man 2, I don't even know how he came to the conclusion that that game is about revenge.
Hold on. How revenge is bad? Because Miles has the opportunity to get revenge on the Chinese guy who has, like, the black and white powers. And because Miles decides to forgive him and not exact his revenge on him, it becomes the key to being able to stop Venom. And it gives Peter the anti-Venom power. So unless Miles had a lay heckin' revenge bad moment and, you know, chose to forgive a former nemesis, they would have never been able to defeat Venom. Again, they'll scream media literacy and not even understand the fucking games they're talking about. The whole reason Peter was able to stop Venom is because Miles forgave the Chinese guy.
At all. I think Spider-Man 2 deals with a lot of things, like not being able to live up to the standards that people have set for you, and also finding the courage to take time to yourself when you're feeling burnout. But where in the world does revenge play into that story at all? I'm honestly
when Miles literally chooses not to get his revenge on Lee. That's his name. It came to me. We got it now. I knew it was Chinese.
kind of baffled how Griffin even came to this conclusion. It feels like he didn't play the game. The only game that he brings up.
How I came to the conclusion. Dude, again, I don't think they actually play these dog shit games. Genuinely.
But not anymore. Me back.
Let's see if it's in this scene.
Miles, no. I'm done listening to you. Losing my dad? It's not what's holding me back. I was the one doing that. But not anymore.
I don't know if it's in this,
Do it. Please. When you're out, find Spider-Man.
Do not let them escape!
Whoa, dude. Forgiveness. He's moving on. He's not getting his revenge. You know, he decided that revenge isn't the right path, and instead, he needs to focus on the future. Oh. Amazing. It's almost like I played the game. It's almost like I played the fucking game.
Up here that actually has anything to do with revenge is The Last of Us Part 2. And even then, I would say the themes of that game are a lot more nuanced than just simply revenge is bad. The game also...
No, it's not. The themes of The Last of Us 2 are nuanced. Maybe if you're fucking mentally retarded. Holy shit, man.
It focuses a lot on inheriting a toxic legacy and also themes of forgiveness. In The Last of Us Part 2, after Joel dies, we see Ellie start to take on more of his undesirable traits by killing a lot more. She also shows a lot of anger towards Abby.
Killing a lot more? Dude, they literally sell Ellie as like this fucking femme badass. What the fuck is... Again, what is this dude talking about?
Throughout this game, and not necessarily because Abby killed Joel, but more so because now she can't push her anger at Joel, so she wants to put it at Abby instead. And eventually, by the game's end, she learns to just forgive Abby, and as a result, also forgive Joel. That's a lot more than just revenge is bad, so I'm not really sure why Griffin tried to boil The Last of Us 2 down to that here, but also I don't know why he brought up those other two games either. Neither Spider-Man 2 nor God of War Ragnarok have anything to do with revenge. Feels like he didn't...
What? God of War Ragnarok has nothing to do with revenge. The entire point of 2018 in Ragnarok is Kratos moving on from the rage-filled, revenge-seeking, you know, whatever you want to call him, like, I guess God, that he was in the past. Like, the whole thing is, it's bad to kill a god, you know? He keeps telling Atreus, like, that's not who he is anymore. Like, what do you mean? Who Kratos was like the human embodiment of revenge. First on Ares and then on Zeus. And then, I guarantee you...
actually play any of the games he listed there.
Oh, he didn't play any of the games he listed. No, you didn't play any of the games. Because it's very easy to see where revenge is a recurring theme.
parallels to other Sony-related properties like The Last of Us Part 2. The game even ends with 2 women raising another man's child at the close of the game.
Yet again, it becomes very clear that Griffin Gaming most likely didn't actually play The Last of Us 2, because if he had, he would know that the game doesn't end like that at all. The game literally ends with Ellie being alone. She's been so caught up in this pursuit of revenge against
Holy fuck, man.
Abby throughout the entirety of this game that finally by the game's end, it costs her everything. After leaving her partner Dina and the kid that they're raising together to try to—
Going with her partner Dina and the kid that they're raising together. Okay, thank you. I'm glad we agree. It ends with them raising another man's child. Got it. Got it.
Finish off Abby once and for all. Despite Dina's protests, she actually ends up being left alone by the end.
And when is that? At the end of the game?
After sparing Abby and finally learning about forgiveness, she returns home to see that Dina and the kid have both left. She's now left isolated and alone and left to ponder her actions and where to go from here. So no, The Last of Us 2 doesn't end with 2 women raising another man's baby. I'm not really sure where you got that from.
With Ghost of Tsushima.
Well, technically, the final cutscene. Okay, yeah, dude, whatever. The ending of the game still has it.
I can see why Sony was talking about why the budget for this.
Do you see how obnoxious these guys are? Like, they latch on to, like, one tiny little minor detail. They're like, well, actually, It's like, okay, bro. Nobody's saying it's the exact same. Where's your nuance?
This particular game was a lot lower than their other titles because this really does feel like an unwanted DLC to Ghost of Tsushima in all the worst ways possible. And it just is yet another game that follows the Ubisoft open world gameplay format that really just shouldn't have. In all honesty, I think this game would have been a lot better if it was linear. The open world adds almost nothing to it.
Wait, what? What do you mean the open world adds nothing to this game? That's actually one of the things that critics have been praising this game the most for. All the side content.
I don't fucking care what critics are praising the game for. Oh, what do you mean, bro? That's what critics are saying is great. When the fuck did I say I care what critics have to say?
That's available in the open world. Much like any open world game, like Zelda Tears of the Kingdom or Skyrim, there's a lot of content available for you to explore and find in the open world here. And much like those games in Ghost of Yote's open world, there's a ton of
There really is not that much to find. If you enjoy strumming your guitar, painting, you know, chasing after foxes, chasing after wolves, and sitting in hot springs, I mean, I guess, but I'm gonna pass on that shit.
Extra content for you to find, so it doesn't really make any sense to say it adds nothing to it at all. If anything, it's stuff like this that adds a lot of replayability to this game long after you've beaten the main story.
Replayability? Dude, nobody's gonna replay this game. Come on.
Just like any open world game.
On top of that, you have an obnoxious main character that was obviously chosen for her political alignments, which I'm not even going to get to. 100 people have already covered that at this point. But just take a glimpse at the 2 voice actresses. There is a reason why in a game set in feudal Japan, they chose to not use the native Japanese speaker in order to be the face and voice of the character and then use English dub after the fact. There is a very deliberate reason why they chose this woman over the other one.
Okay, first of all, I find it really funny that he uses that specific picture of Erika Ishii, the voice actress for Otsu in Ghost of Tsushima, taken from behind the scenes when she was doing mocap for the game. And
okay, would you rather me use this one? I was being nice. I could have used the other one. I didn't even use this one, dude. I could have been so much more, like, mean. This is a far less flattering photo. I'm Aunt Tifa, so is my wife. Yeah, with the fucking tranny flag on her chest. Yeah, I mean, if we want to pick and choose, I could have done a hell of a lot fucking worse if I was trying to make her look bad.
Instead of, I don't know, showing literally any of these other pictures you can find of her, one thing that I see a lot.
Yeah, she's ugly in all of them, bro. You think that's hot?
There's for Otsu in Ghost of Tsushima, taken from behind the scenes when she was doing mocap for the game. Instead of, I don't know, showing literally any of.
Oh, wow, dude. Dude, she's so fucking hot, bro.
These other pictures you can find of her?
Dude, is this really the reach now? Oh my god. Yeah, these are so fucking flattering. Hey, why didn't you include this one? Why didn't you include this one in your little compilation? You know? Is that the domestic violence flag? I don't know. She has a bruise to match.
One thing that I've seen a lot of these guys getting mad at with Erika Ishii is the size of her arms and the fact that her muscle tone is more pronounced than the average woman.
What? Her muscle tone is more pronounced? Dog, she does not have that much muscle tone.
Not only does that argument not really hold any water at all, because the size of her arms don't—
What the fuck? Dude, when did I mention the size of her fucking arms? What is this shit?
Really matter when Erika is literally just voice acting Otsu and doing motion capture with her face for that character, but it's also just down—
Yeah, that's why I mentioned her face, you fucking idiot. I never mentioned her fucking biceps. Holy shit. What?
Alright, hypocritical, because funny enough, the Japanese voice actress for Otsu, which you
hypocritical
brought up here, also has very pronounced muscle tone, and this is something she's—
What? Holy straw man, bro. What the fuck is this?
Flaunted herself a lot before. So why exactly is it okay for the Japanese voice actress to have muscle tone, but not okay for the English voice actress? And
what the? What the fuck, dude? It's over. It's over, man. Holy shit.
On top of that, probably the more glaring issue is that her muscle tone has nothing to do with her capability as a voice actress. When you get into that booth when you're voice acting, what really matters is if you're able to embody the character and put on a good performance.
Yeah, and that's what I literally criticize later in the fucking review, is that her voice acting is terrible. Oh my god, man. This is insane. What the hell is this shit?
And by all means, Erica actually does a bang-up job as Atsu in this game. She's been very...
No, she is not good.
Alright guys, we're ready to go take on the Matsuai.
Dude, her voice is horrid.
Praise for her role in Ghost of Yotei. Also, in addition to that, I'm not really sure why they're quote-unquote seeking an attractive woman in this game when really the game isn't really about that at all. The game is a classic gritty...
Why? Because I don't want to look at an Uggo.
Samurai adventure, so I'm not really sure why you'd be looking for supermodels in a game like that. Kinda shows you what...
Because I don't want to look at ugly women. Fucking sue me. Oh no, I'm a straight male! I don't want to jerk off to dogs like you do.
Really matters to these guys when it comes down to it when discussing gaming as an art form. Oh man, I can't goon to the girl who was traumatized as a child and raised during a war in feudal Japan. Like, really? Come on.
And unfortunately, like Assassin's Creed Shadows, Ghost of Yotei is paired with an equally empty, bland, and lifeless open world with the typical checklist activities in the form of minigames and events in order to gain upgrades and skill points. You literally have a minigame that involves you stroking a guitar. No, I'm not fucking joking. You're flicking...
Oh, that's actually not how that's not actually how the minigame is played, dude. He's actually doing that incorrectly for a dramatic effect.
Let's see if he says it.
Coins, chasing foxes, chasing after birds, painting with the touchpad, and...
I think the other guy did, right? Didn't he bitch about that, or was that somebody else? I don't fucking remember.
Stopping by the hot spring. Or
maybe it was a comment.
Good old-fashioned gaming fun. You know, say what you will about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth having too many minigames, at least their minigames were fun.
So it looks like Griffin missed this, but these minigames that he's talking about are actually often utilized in the game for both story and gameplay progression, just like it is with...
No, they're not. No, they are not. Dog. Sitting in a fucking hot spring. Painting. Strumming your guitar. Chopping bamboo is not progressing the story. It is an arbitrary activity that they lock skill points and stat boosts behind. It is quite literally worse than Ubisoft checklist activities, because Ubisoft doesn't actually tie character progression to fucking open world activities. Like, maybe if you want to get certain gear, but you can level up playing the main story. You will not get a singular stat boost in this game unless you do the open world slop activities.
Any open world game oftentimes. Even with the hot springs which he brings up here, you actually get more insight into Atsu's character with them, and also you do get upgrades to her abilities as well through this. So whether Griffin really wants to admit it or not, the majority of the side content in Ghost of Yotei actually is good for either leveling up your character or learning more about them. And
yes, you have to do it to level up your character. That doesn't make the content good. Just because you have to do something doesn't make it good content. That's like saying that Ubisoft tower climbing is actually great because it reveals the map. No, it's repetitive and boring as fuck. It's an arbitrary checklist activity that serves no purpose other than to waste the player's time. The game would be better if you just didn't have to fucking do it. And the same thing goes for all the arbitrary shit in this game. If it was so meaningful and important, don't tie progression to it and let people do it on their own accord. I don't understand how this is hard to understand.
Stuff that isn't is usually a nice, fun deviation.
These are, like, how long now? Like, since Far Cry 4, people have been complaining about this type of activity in Ubisoft open world games? I mean, this is like an old complaint, like a decade-old complaint at this point. That, you know, open world games have these arbitrary activities that really serve no purpose other than to just check a box. Case in point.
From the main story, just like it often is in any open world game. Like, there's an entire side mission in this game that's actually an homage to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Or more specific...
Whoa! Oh my god, dude! The heckin' Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles! 10 out of 10! I don't fucking care. I literally don't fucking care. I have never watched Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in my entire fucking life, and I never will.
An homage to the comic The Last Ronin, which is often considered to be the canonical end of the TMNT. This mission is called The Last Brother.
I'm literally soying out, dude. Oh my god. A piece of completely unrelated media is featured in another one? Oh my science, I have to consume!
And I won't spoil what happens in it, but I definitely recommend checking it out if you have this game. And funny enough, if you complete this mission, you actually get a new sword kit, so it kind of seems like the side content here isn't actually meaningless, unlike what Griffin is saying. Just like any open world game, you're rewarded for exploring.
Now, don't get me wrong, there's definitely a lot of woke themes throughout this game. Atsu is definitely a girl boss from start to finish. She has literally fought in a war for 16 years.
Oh, he cut the clip out! He cut the clip out of her fucking punching 10 fucking armed samurais with her bare fists. Gee, I wonder why.
Years straight prior to this game taking place, whenever she interacts with men, she always has this very, like, distinct disdain in her voice. Like, you can tell that they're trying to position her character as a man-hater, and whenever she's interacting with women, she's bubbly, warm, and personable. On top of that, there's an entire subplot line in this game where you have to go and acquire the pistol, which basically boils down to a gun control good type storyline.
This is a blatant lie about the game and its story here.
Nope. Nope. I want to hear how it's a blatant lie.
If you play the game,
the other guy couldn't actually come up with a reason for why it was a lie, but we'll see.
You know that Atsu doesn't just outright hate all men, and she also doesn't love...
Yeah, no. She has that snarky, like, I never said that she hates all men, but she has that, like, man-hater type persona. That, you know, she's super condescending and, you know, acts like she's better than all the other guys, especially with her own brother through the flashbacks.
All women unconditionally either. What she does hate are both bad men and bad women. There's literally a mission where she tracks down a woman who's luring in innocence for the shinobi, and there's also plenty of missions where...
Oh my god, dude, there's one woman. Whoa.
She respects and gets along with men as well, like all the Weapon Master stuff. How in the world are you gonna make the claim that she hates all men and only likes women? And honestly,
because she has a condescending tone towards every man she meets in the game. Did you not listen? I literally explained how I can claim that. Every man she interacts with starts off with a super abrasive and condescending tone. The typical feminist slop writing that has plagued Western media, where the girl boss who don't need no man is always showing up and showing off to the guys on how to actually do stuff. So...
not really sure how women not being seen on the same level as men doesn't make sense for a game set during this time period. This honestly is accurate to a few...
That is not what I said at all. That's literally not what I said at all, but go off, bro.
Japan, which is where this game is set. I don't really see how that's woke propaganda at all. That's just a period piece. That's like calling Great Ace Attorney woke propaganda because it deals with...
I never said it was woke propaganda. Again, putting words in my mouth. I said it has woke themes or elements to it. I never said it was propaganda.
Racism, because that's also a period piece. This is the exact same thing I was talking about in my Synthetic Man video where he thought Silent Hill F was feminist propaganda because it was talking about arranged marriages, when in actuality
it absolutely is feminist propaganda. And you're an idiot if you can't understand that.
He was talking about that because it takes place in 1960s Japan, where arranged marriages were still very prevalent. Silent Hill is a period piece, and so is GOTY, and as a result, both games are tapping into themes that would have been prevalent around these periods of time. I find it so funny that these guys think games like this are woke propaganda, when really, no, it's just historical accuracy.
Okay, did I say that it was woke propaganda? Ever? No. I said it has woke themes or woke elements. Every piece of media has that. I don't know what the fuck he's trying to prove here other than something I didn't fucking say. I said that the game was more boring than it was woke. So, I don't know, man. I never made the case it was woke propaganda.
Also, I don't even know where he pulled the gun control metaphor from. What he's talking about is a mission where a guy is learning not to sell weapons to bad people. There's a group of people
Listen to that again. I'm going to put it in normal speed. Dude, this is literally the fucking just Zog slave mentality.
Where a guy... I don't even know where he pulled the gun control metaphor from. What he's talking about is a mission where a guy is learning not to sell weapons to bad people.
I don't know where he's pulling the gun control metaphor from. It's literally a mission about a guy who learns to not sell guns to bad people. Again, man, I'm at a loss. This is absolutely incredible.
A group of people terrorizing an island and he's selling weapons to them, and he stops doing that after Atsu gets to him. That's literally it. How is that supposed to be a metaphor for gun control in modern day America?
Because the entire argument for gun control is that bad people buy guns.
America, make it make sense.
Yeah, she feels a deep sense.
Make it make sense that bad people buying guns is the entire premise for gun control? No shit, dumbass. That's the entire argument behind why we should ban guns, is because bad people might do bad things. Dude, this is insane.
Of guilt for her family dying at the hand.
Oh my god, man. This is crazy. It's just... I don't really, I don't really pitch myself as like this 500 IQ reviewer or, great analyzer of, subliminal messaging or anything like that. Dude, this is like surface level shit that he's even using his own words to describe and not being able to grasp or draw the connections. This is wild.
Of Lord Saito. And in the beginning of the game, it's revealed that Atsu's father is this famous blacksmith, and at one point he worked with Lord Saito.
Oh god, let's hear what this one is, because last time it was bad.
Now at one point he decided to abandon Lord Saito and go live his own life and start a family, and apparently because of this, Lord Saito and his men, starved or something. I don't really know how a blacksmith leaving your company would result in everyone going through mass starvation, but that is the plot that we were left to deal with.
What? How does that not make any sense to you? Saito is mad at King.
How does that not make any sense to me? Because, did he take all the food with him? Did he burn the fucking, I don't know, rice bags? Did he poison their food? No, he just left. Last time I checked, blacksmiths don't make food. But call me crazy.
Because he left Saito's clan when they were dealing with a lack of people and resources. That led to starvation that his kid...
A lack of people does not lead to starvation, my guy. It's actually the complete opposite.
Died of. What exactly about that are you not getting here?
Deal with, and because of Atsu's father leaving, Lord Saito's daughter starved to death, which this is never really explained because Lord Saito and his 2 adult sons survived, but his young child daughter starved to death. So 2 grown men and their father survived, but the daughter starved, even though she would require less food.
What? No, kids have to eat more than adults, especially at the age...
Oh my god. We've already fact-checked this. This is objectively false, by the way. A female child does not need to eat more than an adult male.
That Kengu's daughter was at, she would need that food to keep growing and keep maturing. That's how it is with any kid that age. How are you not getting this? That's just basic biology.
Again, the story is...
No, I already fact-checked this last time, so I'm not doing it again. The average adult male needs 2,400 calories a day. The average 7-year-old child or whatever, I think it was like 1,400. Even less for girls. So, no. Also, she would have been doing no physical activity at all. So there's also that aspect, too.
Completely nonsensical in a lot of cases, but apparently this blacksmith was integral in order for Lord Saito to provide food to his troops and family as an extension, and therefore that is why he is set on his path of revenge, to get revenge on Atsu and her family.
Yeah, because what a blacksmith does is make tools and weapons for that particular clan. Like I just said, Saito's clan was low...
Okay, they already have weapons, bro. They already have fucking weapons. Do you think that they're gonna just, make metal food? Again, this is really fucking retarded.
On resources, they would need a blacksmith in order to make tools and weapons. That's why he's mad that Kengo left, and that's why he takes revenge by killing Kengo.
Now, throughout this journey, in order to kill...
No. What tools and weapons did they need? Again, it's not my fault that the game doesn't give a good enough reason for this, revenge story. If the father had, stolen the food supply and fled, that would make sense. If the father had burned the fucking supply cart so that he could escape and, leaving them all for dead to starve, okay, that makes sense. If he stole all their weapons and fled, okay, that makes sense. But they're starving and a guy leaves. That's reason enough to come after someone and try and kill them and their entire family? Sorry. Not really good enough in my books. So, to each their own.
The Yotai 6, she does meet one of the companion characters in the game named Oyuki, who is the former Kitsune, which was a member of the Yotai 6. Now, she has recently defected from that group, or more so kicked out, because she didn't want to go along with Saito's evil ways, man, because only men are allowed to be evil in this particular game.
What? No. Like I
here we go again.
said before, there are literally women in this game that are depicted as evil, and Atsu goes and takes them down.
Oh my god. They're not actual villains. I'm so sick. Oh, but dude, there's one remotely relevant side NPC that does something morally questionable. Therefore, your entire point is completely irrelevant. No, dumbass. I'm talking about the main enemy faction. Oh my god. It's just, it's insulting, honestly.
Just like she would for any evil man as well. I can't believe—
This is what leftists do, though, is they hyperfixate on, like, a retarded, insignificant point. And, you know, just hyperfixate on it. Like, well, actually...
Griffin is trying to hammer home this idea of Otto hating all men and loving all women, when really, if you play the game, it's pretty clear she just hates bad people. There's no bias for gender for her whatsoever.
Yes, there is. There literally is bias for gender. Listen to her, the fucking, whatever you call it, I guess, interactions with NPCs. She literally has disdain in her voice upon meeting any man in this game. Period.
Here, Griffin is just parroting the same anti-woke talking points that a lot of these guys do.
Because Oyuki is basically trying to dissuade Atsu from pursuing this blind path of revenge, letting her know there's more to life than just hatred, and there's this really weird sexual tension that starts to build between the two.
Oh, really? Why don't you show me where that quote-unquote sexual tension was then, Griffin?
The part where she's training her to be a shinobi.
Rather than just making absurd claims like this. This guy doesn't even bother to show a clip of there being quote-unquote sexual tension between—
Yeah, because I'm not going to go back and replay the whole fucking game. If I don't happen to have a clip of something, I'm not going to go fucking replay the game to get it. Holy shit.
Atsu and the Kitsune at all. He just says and expects his audience to believe it automatically, which, to be honest, knowing the kind of people that probably watch his slop content, they probably will. There's an alarming amount of people that will often be convinced by people like this that are just grifters trying to sell their own ideology to their audience. It's kind of amazing. But no, there's no sexual tension between Atsu and the Kitsune character at all.
Yeah, there literally is, but, you know, they write fucking letters to each other. Yeah, no. Sorry. My brain has already had to suffer through years and years of this fucking millennial feminist writing, and I can tell when there's some fucking shipping energy going on.
Doesn't make any sense. Yuka left the Yotai 6 to work with Atsu because she didn't agree with Saito's methods at all. And from that point onward in the game, they become allies, and Atsu teaches her some of the methods that she also knows. That's literally it. There was no sexual tension there whatsoever.
So from here, Atsu goes on her quest in order to find out where Hyubei and Oyuki are being held captive. But first, she does take Kiku to her old home in order to be safe, quote-unquote, which, if you can't see the foreshadowing a mile away, then I don't know what to tell you. You have zero media literacy whatsoever.
What? Really? My guy, are you really saying that other people don't have media literacy here? You have spent the entirety of this—
I knew it! Bro, you couldn't even identify the revenge bad themes in Spider-Man and God of War Ragnarok. And then you said that The Last of Us 2 has nuance. And you're going to say my media literacy is lacking? Oy vey.
Video just nitpicking pointless things about this game, calling it woke, calling the main girl a girl boss, which, by the way, if you ask any anti-woke grifter what they think a girl boss is, I don't think they can give you a straight answer whatsoever. And on top of—
I can tell you exactly what a girl boss is. A girl who has a bad fucking attitude when it comes to dealing with men, can take on men in combat, whether it's with a weapon or with their hands or whatever, and she's constantly upstaging men, which happens throughout this entire game, with her own brother, with every single fucking male she ever faces in combat, with casual NPC interactions. You know, her own fucking parents say that she's like the prodigal daughter for fucking sword fighting as a child. Like, oh my god, bruh. Come on, dude. Show that bow to your queen clip.
That intentionally misrepresenting this game and straight up lying about it at many points here. And yet you're saying that everybody else doesn't have media literacy? Come on.
Now she goes and tracks down the spider, and they have like a little clash, but long story short, it comes down to a talk no jutsu moment where she eventually convinces the spider to turn on his father because he has daddy issues. He gives her access to Saito's castle in order for her to go and rescue Hyubei and Oyuki, and in exchange, she will spare the spider's life, and she forgives him, essentially.
Yet again, you're just straight up lying about the story here.
What?
Atsu doesn't forgive the spider at all, actually. She just—
Yes, she does. She doesn't fucking kill him. Oh my god. Dude, this is the second retard who can't pick up on any, like, there has to be, like, severe autism going around regarding this game. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? She literally crosses his name off in blood without ever killing him, symbolizing that she's moving on. She even says to him that she doesn't care anymore about getting revenge. She wants to move on, blah, blah, blah. And if he helps her, she'll spare his life and let him go. That's about as close to forgiveness as you can get, dumbass. Otherwise, she would have put a fucking knife in his throat.
Let's go of her need to kill him so she can still save the family that she still has alive. It's pretty clear in that moment there in the game that she still doesn't forgive him at all for what he did. It just feels like that Griffin can't possibly—
Oh my god. Dude, this is insane.
read any deeper into the story at all, or more likely, he doesn't actually care to whatsoever, and as a result, he's giving the most—
You're right! I don't fucking care about this dog shit game. Holy shit, bro.
superficial read of this game that I think I've ever heard. This is just straight up mind-boggling.
In the meantime, Saito was headed to your original home where the game began, man. The place that started it all, baby. Apparently, Saito decided to ride out there single-handedly, no guards, nobody, just him by himself and a horse, because it totally makes sense for the de facto leader of the region to ride out unaccompanied in a war-torn area to go and settle your beef with a random woman.
Yeah, it does make sense for two reasons. One, throughout this entire game, Saito—
Dog, no! Oh my, yeah. Holy shit. Exactly, guys. You're the new ruler of a recently conquered territory. You're gonna ride out single-handedly on horseback through former enemy territory. Jesus, man. This is insane fucking cope.
was shown to be incredibly egomaniacal and very cocky, so it kind of makes sense that he would ride alone to take on Atu by himself because he thinks he has the ability to do so. Being the cocky kind of person he is, he doesn't feel like he needs anyone's aid in this. But even aside from that, this is also just historically accurate. In feudal Japan, the highest ranking samurai would be the ones on horseback. Everyone else would be traveling on foot. Maybe if Griffin—
Dude, Let's look at that high-ranking samurai again real quick, guys.
From that, this is also just historically accurate. In feudal Japan, the highest ranking—
Who's that? Also, who are all them? Who are these guys? I don't know, man. Who are these people? And what's that? I don't know, man. What is this? Could that be another horse? But I thought only he was on horseback. And why are there a bunch of people following him around?
Samurai would be the ones on horseback. Everyone else would be traveling on foot. Maybe if—
Who was that guy?
Aside from that, this is also just historically accurate. In feudal Japan, the highest ranking samurai would—
What is this guy doing on a fucking horse then, bro?
Be the ones on horseback. Everyone else would be traveling on foot. Maybe if Griffin actually took—
This is insane, man.
It's actually—
time to learn about Japanese history, he might know this, but unfortunately it's pretty clear he didn't. And he also just lacks the ability to see basic character traits within a character like Saito.
Because of the death of Hyubei, Atsu and Oyuki decide that it's time to put up their swords, and they settle on raising Kiku themselves to honor the memory of Hyubei. And that is exactly where the game ends. It literally ends with Atsu and Oyuki essentially becoming a lesbian couple and raising another man's child. Where have we seen something very fucking similar to that before in a modern Sony game? I'll give you a hint. It ends with a 2.
Okay, like I said before, The Last of Us Part 2 does not end with a happy lesbian couple.
Oh my god, dude. They don't have to be 1-to-1 to have a similar ending. It doesn't have to be a literal match. The symbolism, the theme is present in both. Manifesting in different forms, but all at the same time, similar.
But also, like I said before—
This is insane, bro. Like, it's just like literal fucking detail autism. Oh, if I can invalidate this one tiny portion of what he's trying to say, then the entire argument is null and void. Yeah, no. Shut up.
Atsu and Ayuki aren't even a lesbian couple in this game. He is just straight up lying about this. I just kind of can't believe this at all. This man is so desperate to find something to be mad at in Ghost of Yoti that he straight up has to make up stuff about the game. The grift is absolutely real. But believe it or not, Griffin isn't even the only person that has made a very bad faith review of Ghost of Yoti.
There we go. No more Ghost of Yotei videos. I'm done with it.
I think
I don't fucking care about that piece of shit game. Honestly. Holy shit, man. It's insane. These Sony cocksuckers just are wild. You haven't had a good game on your platform since God of War 3. Cope and see, the retards. Jesus. Yeah, the game fucking bombed. Dude, it came like a, like a fart in the wind, basically, you know? It lingered for a little while, stunk up the place, and then disappeared. And nobody remembered it even happened. So, came and went like a fart in the wind. All right, we'll watch this real quick.
It's crazy that people thought they were actually going to cast a trans actor for like Zelda and Legend of Zelda. It would have caused so many problems. It would have not been worth it. Rare Nintendo W's.
And it's known that Nintendo doesn't like trans shit, so.
So this is for the new, this right here. These are some of the scenes right here from the new Legend of Zelda movie. Is the casting for the characters good? Yes, it is good. The casting is great. I think this is perfect.
Context.
There were a lot of people who were unhappy about this because they thought that Hunter Schafer, who is a
yeah, dude, look how good Hunter Schafer looks next to a real woman. He really holds up great. He really holds up great. You definitely would never be able to tell it's a man. Hold on, where's that image? Completely dude, which one is the real woman, guys? Which one's the real woman? I don't know. I don't know, man. I can't tell who's the man and who's the woman. They look basically the same. It's amazing what a, angle and Photoshop and makeup and all that shit can do. But yeah, I know, but it's like almost indistinguishable. Which one's male and which one is female? I can't even tell. Like, you'd never be able to get me to guess, right? Oh my god, bro. It's just like, the cope is insane. And doesn't Hunter Schafer still have his joystick, too? So what, are they going to give Zelda her own Master Sword in the film adaptation?
Trans female should play Zelda in the movie.
Eventually, Nintendo revealed the Princess Zelda actress for the movie, and Twitter had a collective meltdown. The very same progressive people started harassing the new actress, implying she looked like a man.
On the internet, there is a false sense that people are accepting of a lot of these trans and social issues. Because if you actually ask average people and see what average people think, I think that it's going to be very different. All it would do is it would just bother and make everybody mad. And I'm glad, actually, that they're going with... I read something about this recently. Nowadays, it feels like every film always has, like, certain actors in it. Bringing in a new actor that nobody knows anything about can really lock in an aesthetic that you don't really get whenever you just bring in, this is what you don't want to have.
Yeah, fucking Pedro Pascal. Jesus, bro.
Have happened. This is what every Hollywood casting director, every Hollywood producer, investor has nightmares about. This is what they fear. They wake up in a cold sweat after 2 hours of sleep. They say, "Oh God, I thought I signed Borderlands. I thought I invested in Borderlands."
I love Pedro. Oh yeah, dude, he's my favorite actor. He's so great in his many roles. The only thing, what else? He's in Narcos, I know that, and then the new Fantastic Four movie and The Last of Us. That's all I can think of off the top of my head. But yeah, I don't like him. Not a fan. Dude, Half-Life 3? No way, man. Let's watch this Game of the Year.
Hey there, gamers.
I don't even know what the nominees are.
Dreamcastguy here. Today we're talking about the Game
So I guess Expedition 33, that's the perfect face for, Game of the Year, dude. Like, Death Standing 2, Donkey Kong, that should win. Hades. Dude, who even talked about Hades 2? No one even mentions this fucking game. That's another game that came and went like a fart in the wind, bro. Nobody even fucking gave a shit about Hades 2. Hollow Knight, of course, because, Glaze. And Kingdom Kang's Deliverance 2, of course, because... you have to play cuckold to a black guy, save a synagogue, and buttfuck your underage best friend. There you go. Of course that's nominated. Of this list, the only one I actually like is Donkey Kong, so it should definitely win.
Awards, because they just announced their 50 different categories they do every single year, from best esports team to best ongoing project. But I wanted to talk about the categories people actually care about. Best narrative, game of the year, best multiplayer, because instantly, right after sort of announcing it, it's being met with a lot of mostly confusion, I guess, because a lot of people just think that a lot of games like Arc Raiders aren't getting enough love, and some stuff, maybe like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, people are shocked by the amount of love it's getting. But I want to talk about the categories to me that sort of interest me and sort of just look at the controversy. Well, let's get into it. Hi, hope you're having a great day.
To be fair, Monster Hunter doesn't really deserve it, considering the game is like at a overwhelmingly negative on Steam because you literally can't play it.
Could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, I've mentioned this every single year I stream the Game Awards, and let's face it, most people watch the Game Awards not even for the awards or the cool speeches, which personally I like a lot. A lot of times it's for the announcements, you know?
He likes the speeches? That's like literally the worst part. Will I stream it? I might try to find a reason to be busy and not be able to.
Cool new trailers, world reveal, exclusive. But I think part of the problem of the Game Awards is the fact that it has like 80 billion categories that just to me don't really make sense. Nominees in innovation and accessibility. What does this even mean? And how is Doom the Dark Ages part of that?
Dude, people will definitely not remember Expedition 33 even in 5 years. Most people will have forgotten about that shit. The game only sold, like, what, 4 million copies? That's, like, nothing. Like, how many games release and sell 4 million copies, bro? There's hundreds of games that have done that. It's not this generational title that's, like, forever going to change the course of the gaming industry. Sorry. Like, it's not. You're not that guy, bro.
So many of these just to me don't make sense. But let's begin with the one people are the most excited about. The one that people discuss the most often, which is Game of the Year. Now, if you're one of the people that says the Game Awards don't matter, I mean, technically it does.
They don't.
So not only does it get tens of millions of views,
Yeah, but people don't watch it for the awards like you just fucking said. They just watch it for the announcements or to, like, have comfy cringe on. They don't care about the actual awards.
Historically, whatever wins Game of the Year here, typically it goes on to be a game that sells a lot for years to come. But look at this category. So by far, the strangest part about this that a lot of people are discussing, because this has never happened before in the decade of the Game Awards, is that half of them are full-blown indies. Not just partial indies, not an independent studio that has an overhead publisher. These are indies that are self-funded, self-published, self-everything. Hades 2, completely solo. Hollow Knight, completely solo. Even Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, as big as that game is, completely self-funded.
No, it's not, you fucking idiot. Look at that. Published by what? Deep Silver. Who owns Deep Silver and Warhorse Studios? Embracer Group, you fucking tard. One of the biggest gaming conglomerates in the entire fucking industry. Oh my... Dude, this is insane. Also, you know, Expedition 33 got government funding from the French government. Hades 2... is already from a very established gaming, you know, studio. Supergiant, I believe, has a bunch of games out, right? So they're not exactly a ragtag team of industry newbies putting together a lay heckin' wholesome indie game. And then, whatever, I guess Hollow Knight, sure, whatever, but... yeah, I would not really qualify these two as heckin' indie games, dude. And this one received government funding and was made by ex-Ubisoft developers. So, yeah. Not really what I would consider to be indie, personally. When I think of indie games, I think of some shit like, you know, the original version of Minecraft, Or, I don't fucking know, I guess Hollow Knight would count. But even that shitty-ass Balatro game is more of an indie. Which, I know it's like a mobile game, but still. I don't know, man.
This is interesting to me because I think it shows the fact that, to me, this signals two things at once. One, the fact that this shows how good these games are, the fact that so many of the judges voted for them, and I think it also kind of signals...
Stupid fucking double click. Yeah. The fact of the matter is, I played like, what, 2/3 of this game, and then I beat this game, which I like Donkey Kong a lot. But the rest of these, I have zero interest in whatsoever. Pass, 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 pass.
How much I think
this shows how bad of a year 2025 actually was.
A lot of people are bored by a lot of AAA. I mean, a lot of the biggest games this year, like Arc Raiders, as I previously mentioned, they're tiny independent projects. They're passion projects by developers that a lot of times are very unknown. You know, they're made by people that just wanted to do something different and cool and are getting recognized for doing something different and cool. But let's talk about this, because even Clair Obscur is actually pretty dang indie. It's very, very strange. Very close to the end of the development is when Kepler Interactive stepped in and helped them fund it. But, so let me just say, I think all these games deserve to be here. I did not like Donkey Kong Bananza very much. This, to me, man, so I've reviewed all these games. I gave this a 10.
Remember when he at first soyed out over Donkey Kong Bananza? He got to play it at Target, and he was talking about how amazing it was, and then he realized, oh shit, I said that I fucking hated the Switch too, and I need to keep that same energy, so all of a sudden he gave the game an 8 out of 10 and said it sucked. Like, it's great.
10 out of 10. I gave this a 10 out of 10. I gave this a 10 out of 10, and I think I gave this like a 9.5. So Hollow Knight, man,
everything's a heckin' 10, dude. I'm soying out, bro.
Hollow Knight is also fantastic. It's hard to say. I do think Clair Obscur Expedition 33 is just going to sweep. I think this is going to be just at every single category. Here, what I want to do, they literally just posted this. I want to refresh right here while we're recording and see what a lot of the top replies are. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a W.
Oh, dude, this guy.
We're recording and see what a lot of the top...
This guy is such a fucking flaming homosexual, bro. Every time I see this fucking dipshit on my timeline on Twitter, it makes me wince and cringe. Like, this shit is... He's like such a Zog Slop consumer normie. Like, it's actually fucking painful. This guy would look at you with a straight face and say that Red Dead Redemption 2 has the best gameplay in the third-person shooter genre. Like, he's such a fucking glazer of just whatever game is lay heckin' popular, bro. It's insane. I think he was simping for Dispatch the last time I saw him.
Top replies are Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a W. Joseph right now. Shroud, look, Arc Raiders. So a lot of people were saying there was this big debate before this got announced. Shroud was one of the biggest streamers in the world. He was basically saying that there needs to be separate categories for fully single-player Game of the Year and fully multiplayer Game of the Year. And it did start this debate that, honestly, I'm sort of on the side of that. But we do have a best multiplayer category. We're going to take a look at that in a second. Look at this. I want you to vote for Donkey.
Am I going to vote? No. Dude, I don't vote in these fucking... They just want to harvest your email address and IP information so that they can market to you.
Kong Bananza. Expedition 33. Silk Song. I mean, it's great. How did they make money this far? That's funny. Death Stranding 2. I mean, it's actually impressive. It's impressive that there is just so much actual good quality games that a lot of publishers probably wouldn't even think were marketable a year ago, and now they're on the Game of the Year list. I even was looking at this. Here was a bunch of people actually being like, no split fiction. The fact that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 even made the list, despite that it was actually released in January. A lot of times games that come out in the first 3 months of the year, a lot of times they don't get as many Game of the Year nominations because people sort of forget about them. They call it recency bias. No Arc Raiders, no Ghost of Yote. To me, that's the big...
Yeah, that's a big W. Ghost of Yote's fucking irrelevant ass stays forgotten.
biggest surprise to me, right? Now, I wanted to take a look at this. Best multiplayer. Some of the categories I feel like the ones I hate the most are best community, because, I mean, that always seems like such a strange...
There's no such thing as a good community for video games.
Category, and every single year, honestly...
All video game communities are purposely suppressed by the developers and platforms on which those games are played, so... Unfortunately, real gaming communities no longer exist anymore. It's just this globo-homo, fucking whitewashed, you know, woke-ass slop. So, there's no actual real gaming communities anymore. It's a irrelevant category.
It's the same games of, like, Diablo and Final Fantasy 14 and World of Warcraft. But
oh, yeah, best multiplayer, Arc Raiders will probably win. Isn't that game, like, super... Again, I know I've never even seen gameplay for Arc Raiders, so I don't even know what the fuck it looks like, to be completely honest. But I would assume so, because I've seen a bunch of people like saying, you know, it's amazing, bro. And just the amount of people that have asked me to play it makes me realize that it's probably pretty popular. So
this is one I feel like is interesting because every year it is so different. Arc Raiders, Battlefield 6, Elden Ring, Night Ring, Peak, and Split Fiction.
What the fuck is Peak?
I don't think that...
Dude, the only game I've played in this list is Battlefield 6. Like, you know, that's it, man.
Split Fiction should be here. Just in the fact that even though that is co-op, I guess I don't think about it as a multiplayer game. It's more like a...
It is a multiplayer game. Do you not know what multiplayer means? Multi, as in many, or more than one?
A multiplayer narrative? I don't know. It just doesn't feel multiplayer in the way that all these others are, right? I think that
What is Peak? Is Peak another fucking friend-slopped co-op game, though? I don't know.
Played a lot of all these games. I've never played Peak. I've never even seen Peak, to be honest, but I've played a heck of a ton. I think I've played 50 hours of Night Ring. I've played about 70 hours of Battlefield 6. I've played about 20 hours of Arc Raiders, and I've played about 20 hours of Split.
Yeah, see, I can ignore the entire friend slop category because I'm missing the first part of that. So, yeah, luckily I can just ignore every single one of those games.
Fiction, but even in that 20 hours, I'm going to say that for me, I think Battlefield 6 is the best game here. I want to give it that. I think that Arc Raiders deserves it because even in that 20 hours I've played of Arc Raiders, this game is unique. It's fantastic. It's bold. It's hard. I think that Arc Raiders deserves, like, when I think of best multiplayer, I specifically think, okay,
It's hard. Yeah, no, Battlefield 6 clears, baby.
A game that is differently amazing. What is it that is a 2025 masterpiece?
You climb a mountain with friends. Okay, so it's literally just Split Fiction, pretty much. The exact same format.
That's Arc Raiders, completely, right? What was the next category? Best role-playing game. So this to me was so funny, right?
Bro, Avowed? Fucking Avowed. Are you shitting me? Avowed? Get that dog shit out of there, bro. Holy fuck, man.
Best role-playing game. We have a bunch of games that now are basically mostly hated on Steam. If you look at the reviews, Monster Hunter Wilds had the hardest fall-off of any Monster Hunter.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. The sales completely fell off a cliff, too. They hit like 10 million, and then it went up to like 11, and then it just stopped.
Game ever. It went super popular to absolutely unplayed pretty much instantly because they basically took a lot of the grind out. A lot of times the fun of Monster Hunter Wilds is those chase items of having to do a boss 50 times to get those tiny crafty materials. And
yeah, they probably threw Microsoft a bone because they pay a lot of money for advertising.
Slowly upgrade yourself. Whereas Monster Hunter Wilds made it where you could do everything incredibly quick. And the Monster Hunter community hated that. They hated the fact that there wasn't a fun sense of cohesive grind together. Instead, it was like, here's your reward, here's your reward. So it's interesting that putting it here as best role-playing game seems sort of silly to me. Avowed as well. When's the last time you even heard somebody talk about Avowed?
Avowed was so fucking bad, man.
I'll be honest, I reviewed that game, and even I sort of forgot it came out this year, if I'm being honest. Obviously, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a good runner-up, but Expedition 33 is going to absolutely blow that out of the water. Now, this is funny. Best independent game. Look at all these independent games. God. Hades 2, Silk Song, Clair Obscure, Blueprints, Ball Pit, I've been very, very addicted to, and Absolem.
Of course he has.
I've seen people talking about this name all the time. I have no idea what this is, to be perfectly honest with you. To me, I think when I think best indie, I think Silk Song's going to get it because it's such an iconic, crazy thing. The day that Silk Song came out, and I hope this goes into the history books, every store crashed. Steam went down. Xbox went down. Nintendo Switch store went down. The PlayStation store went down. Every storefront went down for like 3 hours.
For a fucking Flash game. Pitiful, man. This is why we can't have nice things.
When this came out. Have you ever even heard of a game, especially an indie game that popular? Ghost of Yotei didn't crash the store. Spider-Man didn't crash the store on PlayStation. This is a, like, literal generational indie game. I'm glad it lived up to the hype, and the fact that it's getting its flowers is so cool to me. Best narrative.
Dude, it's so good because it's hard. Oh my god, I'm so fucking sick of my mouse doing that, man.
All right, now, here's where this one to me is so hard because it's best narrative is not just best.
I might just let this one fucking fry and then I'll get another one. I have a mouse sitting in one of the containers next to me, but I don't want to pull it out.
Writing to me, it's best story. God, this one is legitimately maybe the hardest category for me. I bawled my eyes out at Expedition 33.
Of course you did.
Really love the story of Ghost of Yotei.
Of course you did.
Kind of want to give it to Silent Hill F.
Dude, these are like the 5 fucking games that everyone should just not play. Like literally the 5 most overrated games of 2025 right here. Probably in order too. The most overrated games of 2025. That's the category that this should be.
Specifically, I just feel like Silent Hill F, the story, its vibe, it's extremely...
you know, maybe Dreamcastgoy can relate to being forcibly bred as a mating mare, you know? He can relate to what a woman goes through in arranged marriages because when he was homeless back in the day, he was pinned down and men had their way with him against his will. You know? Some say it.
Fucking suck dicks in an Olive Garden bathroom.
Disturbing, flat presentation at times is genius. When I think best narrative, even though these games, a lot of these games, I'd say, honestly, I think all these have better stories. This felt like a narrative that could only...
What specifically about Expedition 33 don't you think are qualities of a good game? The fact that, for one, the atmosphere, graphics, art style looks terrible. It's blurry, foggy, the character models don't properly render in, you have that weird, like, artifacting around everything. It looks like Unreal Engine 5 slop, first and foremost. Second, the level design is fucking piss poor. Like, it genuinely sucks. There's not even like a mini-map for the local areas. 3, the combat is just parry simulator. So if you enjoy parrying, that's fine. But I hate parrying. And the fact that the game is like 90% parrying in most of the later fights in the game, I genuinely fucking hated that fact. Second, or no, not second. Third, or no, what are we? I don't even fucking know. What doesn't matter what number. All right, fourth. I think fourth, right? Yeah, okay. Fourth, it's literally just Persona 5's combat system with parrying tacked on. It has the exact same menu design, animations, and everything. So again, a carbon copy of Persona when it comes to the turn-based elements. And 5, the story was incredibly fucking boring to me. Nothing about it was interesting. I got through Act 1 and 2, got to Act 3, still wasn't invested, and eventually just gave up on it because I got bored. So, there you go. It did nothing for me. Didn't like the gameplay, didn't like the story, thought the game was ugly to look at. You know, just mediocre in my opinion. When I streamed it, I think I was dozing off at times. But I don't think I actually fell asleep playing. I just got bored, bro. Like, genuinely. It just, nothing about it pulled me in. I thought the enemy designs and the character model, it's just like, everything felt so meh. I was not impressed with that game at all. I tried to like it, too. Like, I forgot how many hours I put into it. I could check real quick. Let's see. I played, like, again, I got 2/3 of the way through the game, so I tried to like it, but no bueno. Let's see. Recently played. Is it even going to be on my recently played? Oh, it may not be. I feel like it should be, though. There it is. Let's see. How many hours did I put into it? Does it not tell me? Nope. Doesn't tell you on the PlayStation app. Okay, well, that's nice. Lovely. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Be told by them in that way. I almost want to give it to Silent Hill F. I think Expedition 33 is still going to win it, and I think it deserves it. But to me, I almost kind of want to give Silent Hill F that, just because I wanted to win something, and we don't get to have best horror game, even though I would love that. The fact that we have like best esports game and all this other stuff, give us best horror game. If we have best fighting game and best family game, give us best horror game, right? Maybe that's just me, right? Horror game fanatic. Best performance. Now you'll notice a lot of these three of these games are all from Expedition 33. Ben Starr, Charlie Cox, and Jennifer English are the entire main cast of Expedition 33. That is hilarious.
I literally can't control my laughter.
I mean, I'm going to go for Jennifer.
I want it to be Soy Baker. I want to see him sip a latte on stage.
For English, she is so good as Mael in Expedition 33.
Oh, the little redhead chick. I think her voice is kind of annoying to me. Like, she sounds like a squeaky, like, little... She sounds like a child. But I guess her character's fuckable, though.
I do like Erika Ishii in Ghost of Yote and Troy...
I don't.
Baker in Death Stranding 2, but to me, I mean, also,
I'm going with Soy Baker, dude. You know, he's an industry veteran. He deserves to win.
Go Ben Starr. I'm going to go Ben Starr. Ben Starr is so good. Ben Starr actually...
She's 16? That's like 40 in France.
Actually follows me on Twitter. I ended up having a conversation with him about how good he played that role, and it was so fun that he got to be such another amazing good character. God, give that man the king of all RPGs title. My gosh. Now, this was the last one. I wanted to just have like a random one here for fun at the end, right? Nominees for Best Audio Design. Battlefield 6, Clair Obscur Expedition 33, Death Stranding 2, Silent Hill F definitely deserves that.
Nope. I will say, as much as I don't like him, Kojima probably had the best sound design. Because say what you will about Death Stranding, it is actually very atmospheric.
I don't want to do too many spoilers, but let's just say there's a lot of gooey moments. There's a lot of visceral moments in Silent Hill F that if you're playing that with headphones, you're going to have PTSD and never want to eat something goopy ever again. Honestly,
no, because I'm not.
Skip it up, the fucking loser faggot.
Dude, if you walk away actually affected by Silent Hill F, just please find your nearest tall building and walk off the ledge. Thank you.
looking at all these categories, as usual, a lot of them, in my opinion, kind of redundant. A lot of them kind of unneeded. But it is interesting. Sony, Sony Interactive Entertainment, 19 nominations. Kepler, 13 nominations. The fact that an indie studio is that much. Sega, 7, 10 for Electronic Arts. It's pretty impressive.
Did he skip over Microsoft?
Sega, 7. Kepler, 13 nominations. The fact that an indie studio is that much. Sega, 7.
You know, one thing I will appreciate about Dreamcast, guys, I guess he does keep that same hater energy constantly, because he just completely chose to avoid Microsoft.
Keep that same energy.
That's funny as fuck, man.
7, 10 for Electronic Arts. It's pretty impressive. Wow.
Yeah, dude, when I was playing Silent Hill F, I just really, really associated with that little anime girl, or I'm sorry, Japanese girl, because, you know, I've watched so much anime in my life that, honestly, I feel like I should have been born in Japan, dude. Like, I just don't know what else to say. I look at all these animes, I look at the amazing school life they have, and all I can think of is me being a young Japanese schoolgirl running through the sakura blossoms after a day at class, you know, laughing and giggling and skipping home with my friends. You know, maybe one day I can live that life. I'm going to troon out and move to Japan, guys. Join me on my journey. But, yeah, dude. You know...
Gaming.
Yeah, I don't get the fucking obsession with Japan. I really don't, bro. Like, it's a hellscape in reality. Like, most of these fucking Looney Tunes can't even fucking work a normal job. And they want to go live in a country with, like, 18-hour work days. Good luck.
Expedition 33 is just absolutely dominating this year. That is wild. How do you feel about that? What are your thoughts, especially on the game of the year, and what to you is the best
Donkey Kong
game of 2025? Because to me,
I'm still going with Donkey Kong as my game of the year, personally. I mean, I haven't played anything else I've enjoyed more, so Donkey Kong was the best start-to-finish experience, in my opinion. That shit was fun for every minute I put in. So... don't really have any complaints with it other than the crappy Pauline singing, but again, that's not really gameplay related.
I think Expedition 33 is going to absolutely clean house. I'm going to tell you a quick 30-second story. Last night, I lived near a 7-Eleven. I walked over there. I always just walk there and get like a random drink or something if I'm bored, or get a protein shake. So I go there last night, and a freaking car crashed into the building. Not even the front glass. I hold the door for like this DoorDash delivery driver, and right as we're both walking in, all of a sudden the soda aisle explodes, and it was so loud, I thought a car blew up in the parking lot. I like, truly, it was so loud. They say,
well, at least he got his drink for free.
Fight, flight, or freeze. I froze. I had no idea what was happening. So this car hits the building, and it like punctured through the wall and knocks over the soda aisle. The soda just starts exploding and stuff like that. And I don't know what the heck to do. So I'm just like sitting there frozen. The car backs up and just drives off. And so I started saying, somebody take a picture of the plates. Like, holy crap, because the guy's driving off. And the 7-Eleven employee calmly goes, no need, we got it. Holds up the bumper. Their whole front bumper had been ripped off. It was like this big white champagne color SUV. It had ripped off the front plates. So
just say what it was, Dreamcast guy. We all know it was a fucking Cadillac.
So that person's definitely going to jail, but it was such a shocking moment to just have a car crash into the 7-Eleven. And then I got a giant egg burrito, and I ate it. It was great. But the employees looked night shift.
An egg burrito. Dude, that's brave, eating eggs at 7-Eleven.
7-Eleven employees are so dead inside. They were so extremely calm. Like, we're calling the cops.
No, they're just fucking stoned, bro.
Let me bring you up real quick.
They're fucking stoned.
7-Eleven. Not sponsored, but my God, those people are dead inside. Oh, yeah, like this video and subscribe.
Thanks. Dude, that's the type of job you work when you don't have an inner dialogue, so... Well, yeah, quite literally, they are dead inside. They don't conversate with themselves.
Hey there gamers, Dreamcastgoy here, and this is my brutally honest review for Gears of War Reloaded.
Why the fuck? Dude, I am so sick of this double click bullshit. Alright, we'll watch this real quick.
Hey there gamers, Dreamcastgoy here. Today we're talking about the PlayStation 5 because...
Whoa, my favorite console, dude.
Sony has just rolled...
Just kidding, it's the Switch 2.
...out a very strange update, a shadow drop to the Welcome Hub. You know, when you first turn on your PS5, instead of having custom themes or anything cool like...
He made a whole video about the fucking Welcome Hub.
Nigger. That, like the PlayStation 4 and the PlayStation 3 had. Instead, whenever you turn on the PS5, this is your homepage. It's called the Welcome Hub. It is a customizable tab, but a lot of people just don't like the Welcome Hub as a concept because even if...
Yeah, I fucking hate the Welcome Hub. Get rid of it.
It is customizable.
I love the Welcome Hub. That's like one of the most satisfying backgrounds I've ever seen for the PS5 Pro theme with like the fucking microchip or whatever, and like the little circuits and the lights like travel around. Yeah, it looks nice, bro.
It's only one tab.
I like the Welcome Hub. The Welcome Hub has been the background of this stream for many hours, so...
and it's not as good as themes. Themes on PS4 were fantastic. And let's face...
Nope, there was only one good theme on the PS4. There was only one good theme. Only one. This was my theme, by the way. For the very short period in which it actually existed. But yeah, it was great. So nice. I don't know, man. Like, it's the same thing I used to do with Final Fantasy 15. I would just have the menu pulled up so I could listen to the Noctis theme. And with the Tifa theme, you got that same effect, but you didn't have to have a game open. So it was nice. You got your piano Final Fantasy music in the background.
Face it, part of what sucks about the PlayStation 5 is that the dashboard, whether you like it or not, is kind of littered with ads. But let's talk about this because we know that those ads are the reason we're not getting actual...
Aerith is trans in part 3. Maybe transhuman because, you know, she was dead, now she's alive again.
Themes, but let's take a look at this update in its entirety. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could please... give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, before we tour it, let me actually just take a look at some of the replies to it, because even though they just posted this, even though it is getting thousands of likes, even immediately, a lot of people are sort of saying, okay, great, dynamic animated backgrounds, great, right? Just let us pick our themes, bro. Nice addition. Can we get photos and videos of each highlighted game? Bro, it's been 5 years to get this mid-customization. Just give us our themes back. Literally, every single one, just straight up saying, bro, just give us back. Back in the PS3 days, we'd have fully customizable themes, whether it was folders.
Oh, fuck off, dude. The PS3 days sucked. There is not even one remotely redeeming quality about the PS3. Fuck right off. Oh my god. Are we really gonna fucking glaze the PlayStation 3's UI? That UI was literal fucking shit. Literal fucking shit.
You could actually go to the store and buy all sorts of different stuff. A lot of people specifically miss this. On the PlayStation 4, not only do we have animated backgrounds, on the PS4, these themes could actually be so customized.
Yeah, there's the Tifa theme.
Sometimes some of them were very, very exclusive. There were actually games on the PlayStation 4 that if you 100% played, you would get a special theme. So literally, even your dashboard, it looked like your console only. It was cool that you could have a Final Fantasy theme or a silly theme or a freaking, like this one, the Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. People miss this so much, and it's just never, ever coming back. If the PS5 had themes, would you use them? Okay, let's take a look at these actual things, right? This is it. This is the actual new thing. This is the welcome.
Bro, people are really trying to say that this was a good theme. Is anyone actually going to look at you with a straight face and say, "Yep, this was a peak gaming UI"? Do you know what's ironic about this? This isn't even the PS3's UI. This isn't even the PS3's UI. This is the fucking Sony Blu-ray UI. It is a literal copy-paste. They took their Blu-ray player's user interface and put it on the PS3 with zero fucking change other than putting a gaming icon right here. That's how bad the PS3's UI was, man. It sucked. It genuinely fucking sucked. Most people wouldn't even be able to tell you this isn't from the PS3 because it looks the exact same. But, yeah, it's just... What the fuck is this? Go away. Why the fuck did it give me the description over on the right? Thank you, YouTube, for adding another worthless feature that no one was asking for, because it's way too much effort to just fucking scroll down. Oh, you got rid of that now. You got rid of scrolling down to the description and comments, and now it pops up over on the right. Thank you.
Welcome Hub. Now, the reason a lot of people don't like the Welcome Hub, more than anything else, I feel like, is the fact that it's so sectioned off, right? It's one little part of your console. Now, this update is two separate things. It's new animated backgrounds. We're going to take a look at all four of those. And it now has a new additional tab. On the PlayStation 5, you can actually customize this. It's a thing called widgets. And you can just basically toggle stuff on and off.
Oh my god, widgets.
Off. Whether I want to see, hey, are games I'm looking for randomly on sale? Do you want to show me my new screenshots? Do I want to see my friend activity and stuff? This is the new thing they just did. Recently played. It'll now tell you, hey, here's the game you played most recently. You can see I've been playing, I 100% played Spider-Man. I've played a bunch of Call of Duty and stuff. So it's interesting
gross
that this is now a tab. Not super useful, but I think part of the reason people are annoyed is that this being sectioned off, look how much of your desktop now is ads. Oh, here's the new season of Diablo. Play Diablo now. You can see I have 700 hours in Diablo 5, and Diablo 4, and that's just on PS5. It's annoying that everything is just covered in these ads.
7 hours.
It's now... Part of what was fun about custom themes is that the game couldn't have that. Like, essentially, Sony has said we'll never have custom themes because they hard-coded the entire console to be around those ads. They straight up said, we can't change it because this is part of our marketing deal, Oh, these people will pay, so when you turn on the console, oh, it has the next big update thing or whatever, right? Okay, let's take a look at these custom themes that just came out, right? So here it is, change background. So we've had other seasonal ones.
That's the better one.
in the past. Most of the animated ones have been, honestly, let's just say, subtle at best. Most of them have
No, the PS5 Pro one is great.
not been that dramatic. But these new ones, these actually are, better animated than most, right?
I love the PS5 Pro one.
Look at this. So here we go. Let's shrink down my widgets here so we can actually take a look at these nice, beautiful backgrounds. Turn everything off. Yep. Okay, cool. I mean, honestly, it looks fine. I guess I'm definitely in that camp. Here, decrease. There we go. Cool, right? Let's move this one here. Yeah, cool, perfect, right? I guess to me, part of what's annoying about this is that no part of this feels good enough to replace what we were already getting. Can I not even switch between them? Wait. Can I not even switch between them? How do I cycle between them? Can I not even actually switch between them? I can't. How strange. So I can switch between all these static ones, which suck. I like the animated backgrounds. But I can't switch between which season I want. The seasonal backgrounds are literally seasonal. Oh, I guess that's what the seasonal...
Holy fuck, man. I'm gonna die. Wait, the seasonal ones are actually seasonal? Maybe that's why there's only one. Holy shit, bro. Oh, shit. I'm gonna fuck up my throat, man. Holy shit. Dude. Maybe that's why there's only one that's selected.
What a strange thing. And even on this, look at all these. These to me are essentially
This warranted an 8-minute video, by the way, guys.
ads. The PlayStation 4 did not have so much desktop clutter. Explore your new monthly games. I do hate the fact that, honestly, to me...
What do you mean it has clutter? You literally just scroll over to the right and all of your games are... There's like zero clutter on the PS5 dashboard. None.
This just looks so...
The PS5 dashboard grew on me a lot. Like, at first I wasn't the biggest fan, but it's actually really good once you get used to using it. Like, it's super streamlined. You don't have to even exit your game to do most of what you want to do anyway. The store is literally integrated into the actual UI versus having to open a separate application to shop. The PS5 UI is anything but cluttered, I feel like. It's extremely streamlined.
Ridiculously uncool. Like, maybe that's too basic, but I'm just straight up saying, like, I like the fact that a lot of times... Let me turn back on the recently played. Where did recently played go? Oh, God. I can't even find the new feature. What did I do with the new one? Is it down at the bottom? Recently played. There we go. Let me enlarge the size of it. I just feel like, in general, the Welcome Hub sucks. I feel like I wish that there was just more to it. The fact that this is...
Wait! The Welcome Hub sucks? I wish there was more to it? I thought you said it was cluttered. Now you want it to be more?
One tab on one part of my console, and a lot of people complain about the fact that, honestly, it looks so bad. These things always look so low resolution and choppy, low frame rate. This, to me, feels like a corporate bastardization. I've seen a lot of people talk about...
Oh my god. People really do be just saying shit, man.
What's the term? I'm gonna say a dirty word. The enshittification. This is an actual word that people are trying to get put in.
Never mind.
It's the dictionary.
I thought he was going to say a different dirty word.
Which is that so many companies now are just constantly trying to find a way to take something that's already profitable and essentially just trim it down and trim it down and trim it down. All right, how many QA developers can we fire before everything starts breaking? Okay, how much can we rush a game before people stop buying it? How much can we just cram a game with microtransactions before people boycott it? And a lot of people are talking...
Dude, my throat's like fucked up again now. Damn it.
About the fact that every company now is just...
seasonal says seasonal, dude.
Just turning that lever of, all right, how crappy can we make it before we lose money? And to me, themes is one of those things. Oh, maybe we can remove this beloved aspect of our console and replace it with ads. People won't notice, right? Well, they do.
Hey guys, why does Tifa sit on top of the water tower?
People do notice it. People do miss it. And now, having this instead, this is not an adequate replacement. Welcome Hub rolls out today as a new widget showing your recent game stats and a dynamic animated background that changes with the seasons. A background I can't actually change. I'm not going to pretend this is the worst update ever, but to call it confusing, I feel like would be a very valid way to put it. Thanks so much for watching, gamers. If you could, please give this video a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. What a
He's like, oh, it's not at 8 minutes yet.
A crappy ass update, jeez.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to
cue the gay porno music. There we go. But everyone knows why Tifa sits on the water tower, right? Because you know that shit wet. But yeah, there you go. An exciting new update to the PlayStation 5. Griffin's not the Throko today or any day, man. Believe it or not, you know, I'm not out here.
Sucks like wet dick in a fucking Olive Garden parking lot.
Fucking suck dicks in an Olive Garden bathroom.
You know, that's not my legacy in this lifetime. Alright. Give me a few minutes. I have to take a mean shit that I've been, you know, resisting the urge since pretty much that video started, so I will be back in like 5 minutes. So bear with me here. Let me see. Do I have... Oh, no music pulled up. Fuck. Hold on. Actually, no, fuck, I closed it. Damn it. I can't make anything easy. Alright, we're just gonna put it on... Here we go. Since we were just talking about it. Oh, that's the wrong one. Shit. Literally. I'm racing against the clock here. Alright, there we go. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Jeez, man. No, Elena doesn't die in part 3. Everyone knows what happens. She ends up with Barrett. She has 4 mixed race kids with them. But as a result, she gets super fucking fat, takes up smoking meth as a hobby, and gets covered in tattoos. Sorry. But at least she can give you some nice gummy head because her teeth will fall out from the meth. But yeah, it's over, man. In fact, some might say it never began. Oh my god, bruh. My stomach is fucked up. Shit. Nah, it's not even that, dude. It's more so a lack of going. Not... Let's say the river has been dammed and the beavers still have not been removed, I guess. I don't fucking know. Try not to get graphic, but... It's over. Watch Kino Casino. Have they uploaded anything? Yeah, it's just all Ralph stuff, which, if I'm being honest, I don't really want to do on stream because I want nothing to do with that side of the internet, bro.
Japan used to welcome the world with open arms, but lately that's changing, fast. First, Japan is quietly limiting access.
Dude, she would totally date me if I went to Japan. She could be my Japanese waifu.
First, Japan is quietly limiting access to its most famous places. From Kyoto's locals-only streets to Mount Fuji's Black Wall, rules meant to manage crowds are starting to feel like invisible borders. It's not about tourism anymore, it's about control. Next,
poor girl.
Anymore, it's about control. Next, Japan's tone in
They're not sending their best.
politics is shifting too. Leaders like Sanai Takaichi talk about protecting national identity and returning to traditional values.
Oh, why did you put the clown noise in there? What type of globo homo cuck made this shit?
Protecting national identity and returning to traditional values. To many, she represents Japan's polite version of Keep Japan. Japan. Finally, even Japan's new ministers reflect that mindset. Kimi Onoda now oversees harmonious coexistence with foreign nationals. The title sounds gentle, but it's really about setting boundaries. A clear message that Japan will welcome outsiders, as long as they follow Japan's rules. Japan isn't closing off completely. It's just redefining who gets to come in, and how far they can go. Japan used to welcome
They look like bugs? I don't think so, man. The Japanese are fine, in my opinion. They're the superior Asians, for sure. But Griffin, a return to traditional values means no Gyaru foot jabs. Well, I don't know what the fuck that means, but alright. I guess I can live without that. Whatever. Gyaru foot jabs? No idea. What's this shit?
Hello guests, I'm the host and welcome to the Silent Lounge. Call of Duty Black Ops 7 released on November 14th, and no, it's not an out-of-season April Fool's joke. Black Ops 7 is a sequel to World at War, Black Ops, Black Ops 2, and Black Ops Cold.
Dude, that shit's crazy. I literally forgot the game even released. Like, I was like, I'm just gonna take the night off streaming because I was tired. And it didn't even cross my mind that it was like the midnight release for COD that night. It just completely escaped me. That's how little I fucking cared about it.
Cold War, and Black Ops 6. And it's a prequel to Black Ops 3 and Black Ops 4. Jesus Christ, this is more confusing than the Silent Hill timeline. Couldn't they just make a new entry in the Call of Duty franchise instead of making a sequel or a prequel? Alright, whatever. Call of Duty played a huge part in my fascination with survival horror. Black Ops Zombies was the game mode that strengthened my relationship with my father, while also introducing
At least it wasn't a God of War Ragnarok.
Me to the horror genre of gaming. I uploaded a video discussing the World at War Zombies game mode and its importance to the horror genre. And I was planning on making a Black Ops Zombies retrospective, but then Activision decided to shit out another Call of Duty game, and it actually offended me. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like and subscribe if you enjoyed your stay at the Silent Lounge.
I would not consider Black Ops Zombies to be even remotely close to survival horror, but whatever.
I was not expecting to make a video about Black Ops 7. I consider myself retired from the Call of Duty franchise, like old man Frank Woods from Black Ops 2. I didn't care what Activision or Microsoft did to the franchise because I stopped buying the games. Now and then I like to pull a lawn chair and watch the tomfoolery of Activision and the COD bootlickers who constantly defend Call of Duty and continue to pre-order the games year after year. It seems that everyone has woken up and smelled the shit coffee that Activision has been making. Black Ops 7 is the newest low for the franchise, and not even the Zombies mode can save the franchise from absolute damnation. I did not purchase Black Ops 7, and I never will. I don't need to spend $70 to know that Black Ops 7 is a shitty Call of Duty game. Hell, I don't even need to spend $20 to know that
Alright, well, I don't care then. If you didn't play it, then your opinion is irrelevant. Ew, it's that Quark Chungus. Gross. I forgot she existed. You survive rounds? Yeah, but where's the horror? I mean, I guess the horror is the idea of having to play it, right? Oh, look. Whoa. I love this video. This is a lie, by the way. People don't want more single-player games. Griffin's heart yearns? Bro. All I can say is... When you watch... Alright. When you watch this video in the Apple Vision Pro and expand the fucking screen to be like movie theater quality, she peers into your very being. The Indian hate videos are too repetitive, man. We get it. India's stinky. They poop everywhere. They eat fucking slop. Like, I don't know. They kind of get boring after a while. Let's hear this real quick.
All right, two things.
I don't believe this for a second. What are the most played games on Steam right now? Steam DB. Yeah, exactly what I thought. So, the most played games on Steam right now. Counter-Strike, not single player. Dota, not single player. PUBG, not single player. Arc Raiders, not single player. Delta Force, not single player. Where the Winds Meet, not single player. Wallpaper Engine, not even a game. Battlefield 6, not single player. Apex Legends, not single player. Bongo Cat, looks like it's multiplayer, so not single player. Rust, not single player. Naraka Blade Point, not single player. I have no idea what Libus Company is. This might be single player. I've never even heard of that shit in my life. GTA, it has single player, but everybody's playing multiplayer. Warframe, not single player. Banana, gay. Escape from Duck Cove, not single player, I'm guessing. Stardew Valley, that is single player. War Thunder, not single player. GTA, again, not single player. Source SDK piece. I'm guessing that's not single player. Team Fortress, not single player. Path of Exile, not single player. Fish Idol 2, okay, that is single player. That actually kind of looks fun. I might have to buy that. Football Manager. I'm guessing that's single player, but maybe it's not. COD, not dude, look at that. Holy fuck. You would have never thought a new game just came out. 37,000 concurrent? Bro, that's brutal. Holy shit. That is bad, man. That is bad. Holy fuck. Marvel, not single player. Crosshair. Okay, that's definitely not even a game. Dead by Daylight, not single player. What the fuck is this? Inazuma 11. Victory Road. Never heard of it. Alright, what was this game called? Fish Idol 2? I'm gonna buy that. That looks pretty good. Oh, it's free. Okay. Nice. It's mixed. Why? Progression is fun for the first 20 hours. Until you unlock level 7 and realize you now have to hit the paywall. Well, yeah, it's free to play. So. Where is Digimon fuck stream? If Digimon's on sale, maybe I'll stream that. It was actually pretty decent, I will say. But I don't think it's on sale. Did I wishlist it? No. Ooh, that's a good price. $30. I might get that. Is this on sale? Nope. Does Steam do a Black Friday sale? I forgot. Oh, that's actually a really good price. $24. I might get that too. What was it called? Digimon. It's not on sale. I saw the PS5 versions on sale for Black Friday, so I would assume Steam will do it eventually. Just spend $120. I don't have $120 to spend. I just spent the last of my money on this. So, yeah, it's over, man. That was my budget for gaming. I hope you're happy. Yeah, I don't want to pay $120 for fucking Digimon. Alright, we'll watch this video now. Griffin needs money, yup. It's the nature of the world, man. Money makes the world go round.
In the gaming news world I want to talk about this week, the first involves a new survey that finds that more than half of gamers prefer single-player games.
Dude, the type of people who are going to answer a gaming survey are not a unbiased metric.
This comes despite a lot of people feeling like, once again, single-player games are kind of going away with all these companies just dumping tons of money into live service stuff. Maybe it's not all doom and gloom. Let's look into this. So this survey comes from Ampere Analysis. We've talked about some of their surveys and polls and research they've conducted before. They're essentially a market research firm centered around entertainment and technology. And for this one specifically, according to GameSpot, they surveyed responses from 34,000 players across 22 different markets around the world. A couple little interesting numbers to come from this. The first is that interest in single-player games has actually increased 4% over the last 4 years. That's interesting to me specifically because, we often talk about how much the market and investment and everything has changed since COVID, where COVID was kind of looked at as like...
I just don't buy it, man, when, 18 of the top 20 games on Steam are all multiplayer. I don't really buy it, to be completely honest. Maybe, and all the stats say is it's like people over 30 who are buying video games regularly. Most young people are not spending money on individual games. They're just buying Fortnite skins and shit like that.
The boom of video game numbers, and now things are kind of leveling back out. The fact that many people jumped into gaming, but according to all the people they surveyed here, there's a 4% increase in traditional old single-player games is good, especially considering you see things like Fortnite rising up, Roblox rising up, and I've talked about this a lot, but I was never really sure if that would translate to people moving over to playing traditional regular games. But it seems like, at least according to the survey, there's a glimmer of that being a possibility with a little more interest here. Again, 4% increase over the last 4 years in single-player games. Another interesting thing from this involves age specific.
That is not very good. How many people have been introduced to gaming over the past 4 years, and only 4% more people are interested in single player? That's not very good, man.
Only 49% of younger players between 16 to 24 preferred single player, while 64% of gamers aged 55 to 64 favored it. Among gamers 25 to 34,
yeah, it's an older thing.
Single-player games were preferred by 56%. I feel like the 25 to 34-year-old age demo is...
And again, who is answering these surveys?
Who I'm talking to a lot, although I know some of you older folks that watch as well, shout out to you, but it seems like our demographic is leaning to be the one that prefers single-player games. And I think that's a no-brainer, right? Because I think a lot of us grew up at a time playing games where multiplayer wasn't as much of a thing. Of course, a lot of us grew up with the rise of multiplayer, both couch co-op and then eventually online, but still, the majority of the offering was single-player games. So I feel like naturally, we are still going to prefer those types of things. The big quote from Ampere, the analysis firm, they said, and I quote, "This data reaffirms that single-player games are absolutely still viable and sought after in the live service."
Unks rise up. Yeah, exactly.
Dominated landscape. So look, I may very much be cherry picking a survey that totally tailors to my interests. Okay, whatever. But we talk about it a lot. I think GameRanks just did a video the other day, or I didn't write that video, but GameRanks did a video the other day just talking about how, it feels like a lot of AAA game publishers are turning their nose up against single player games, with a lot of them just being remakes or releases or whatever, where their main focus in new IP, but also just big investment, is trying to get a piece of that live service pie, oftentimes to their detriment, right? That's absolutely a trend. That is absolutely a thing. And, you think that single player games are dying off. People are apparently buying less of them, but still, somehow, people still prefer them more, at least according to this. And I think there's probably going to be more surveys coming out that suggest this as well. There's no denying the multiplayer games or live service games or the yearly Maddens and FIFAs or football, whatever it's called now, and then Fortnite and live service stuff. There's no denying that there is a massive, huge mainstream audience for those things. There's a hunger for that thing. But I think I don't really need to talk too much like single player people we're dying off, right?
That shit looked like Cheeks, whatever it is. It looks like
for that thing. Live service stuff. There's no denying.
What's it? It reminds me of The Last of Us multiplayer, just from an aesthetic standpoint and like the animations, but I don't know. It doesn't look very good.
That there is a massive, huge.
Oh, that's Arc Raiders? Yeah, I definitely wouldn't like this.
Mainstream audience for those things. There's a hunger for that thing. But I think I don't really need to talk too much like single player people, like we're dying off, right? Like we're like the dodo or anything like that.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to play that.
Going extinct. And still, as
that
much
looks bad.
Does it? You think developers are kind of turning their nose away, or like really their eyes are interested on a different prize, not single player games? You know, there are still plenty of single player games still releasing all the time. While it doesn't feel like the
that's not necessarily true, man. 500,000 copies was not necessarily a success back in the day. There were tons of PS2 games that sold that much and were considered to be failures. So, the thing you have to remember is back in the day, there was no digital distribution. So, what that meant is you basically got 50% maybe per game sale for each copy. Because let's say you sold your game for $50, right? Well, you have to first pay the 30% to the platform holder. So 30% of that 50 goes to Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, whoever. Then the retailer is going to want to make a profit margin on the item. So you're going to have to give them about 15 to 20% profit on the sale of the product. And then on top of that, you have to pay for the disc to be printed, the cases and everything to be manufactured, shipped, distributed, which means the distributor is going to buy it from you at a price where they can sell it to the stores and make a profit. So a lot of the money in gaming disappeared because of physical distribution. It's why publishers love digital so much, is because they get the money directly, while only having to pay that 30% fee versus losing over half the money in a lot of cases. So, games actually needed to sell, in theory, more copies in the past, adjusted for inflation, because of the physical distribution, money that they lost.
Deluge we got.
Yep, and then the secondhand market, exactly.
Late 90s, early to mid 2000s. Yeah, but still, as a player, there's been enough things keeping me interested. Granted, some of the big studios, we see the big AAA guys, when they release a big single player game, more recently, it's been undercooked or half-baked or half-assed or released in a glitchy state, leading to negative perception and negative sales. That's not because of the fact that it was a single player game, but because it was released in poor quality. So it's almost like a little bit of a self-own or an own goal in a way. Look, I'm rambling. I thought this was an interesting thing to talk about, though, just because there has been so much conversation around this lately, this whole live service push, of course. But like, according to Ampere, they say that single player games are still viable. And I think plenty of developers who have put out single player games in the last few years and have done well with them can also attest to that. It's not just a little market research survey thing here. The one interesting thing I think to pay attention to is, quote, the report notes that the US has the highest share of gamers who prefer single player titles with 65%. However, Chinese gamers reportedly have the least interest in single player games, with only 47% of players saying that they prefer those titles. That's interesting to point out. I'd say
that's because they all play dog shit on their phones.
Specifically, keep an eye on that, just because of the rise of Chinese investment in video games. These things are getting bigger. We talk about like Black Myth Wukong and stuff like that, but NetEase and all the things that they're putting out. Chinese players, according to the survey, tend to be more socially minded. They like to play online connected games, sure. And I'm curious to see how that investment, if their investment comes over here, are they going to invest more in those types of games or single player games? At the very least, there are people in China who very clearly grew up liking single player games like us, because we have games like Black Myth Wukong, which are completely traditional, regular old single player games. But I just point out this bit a little bit just because of like the rise of market influence with China. So yeah, we'll see where all that goes though. I definitely want to know what you guys think in the comments. Are you someone that only plays Warzone and Fortnite? If so, congratulations for watching my channel where I like never talk about those games. But thank you for watching anyway. But let me know seriously what you guys think about this. I know it's just one survey, but it resulted in an interesting conversation. So let's chat about this. Again, it's Wednesday. It's two things. I talk about two news topics that I find particularly interesting. Friday on the Game Ranks News Show, I give you all the news. Here I dive into two specific topics. And the other thing I wanted to yap about today was the reveal of the Zelda movie, the look at the characters, an official reveal, some stills from the movie, which is currently filming, the live action Legend of Zelda movie. We got Miyamoto himself taking to Twitter to announce this and reveal the photos, of course, starting the tweet with, "This is Miyamoto," which I can't be the only person that reads it like, "This is Snake," but like, "This is Miyamoto." Sorry.
You bore me. You bore me. Look, dude, they're putting the Doomer content right there. Oh, I thought that was a swastika out of dirt for a second. I was like, what the fuck? Well, yeah, of course I'm just scrolling. I'm looking to see if there's anything to fucking click on. Duh. Oh, should we? Do we have time? I always forget about this. We'll watch part of it. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Where's this hour fucking long video?
How's it going, everybody?
His fucking hour-long slop fest of cope.
Who's ready for a fun video? Before I get into the nitty-gritty details of the
Yeah, super fucking fun, man.
most recent Nintendo financials, I thought it might be a good idea to quickly recap a few key points. My argument since the April Direct up until this point in time has been that the Switch 2, at the asking price that they announced back in April, would not see the same success as the Switch 1. I said it would be a failure in comparison to the original Switch. On my predictions, and these are predictions that I made prior to the launch of the console, my definition of a failure was pretty vague, but I said that at the current price it could probably reach 50 million units.
Nope, you were wrong.
It's sold. After the month of June when I saw how the market was reacting to the console, I adjusted my estimate down to 30 million units. Basically, my argument has been that Nintendo would not be able to reach those numbers, or rather beyond those numbers, without some form
He thought it would sell 30 million units
of a price drop. Now, from the very beginning of the console's launch, prices all around the world were dropping in some of the smaller markets. Pretty early on, people were reporting price drops in Latin America, all over the Middle East, Southeast Asia. But naturally, I didn't care too much about those prices. Primarily because I wasn't going to be coming out to the public and saying that that's the proof that the console...
This dumbass really thought the Switch 2 was only going to sell 30 million units. What a fucking tard.
Not selling well worldwide. However, as many of you know, there have been reports of massive slowdowns all over Europe. These have been seen in the headlines, but more importantly, these have been seen in price drops. The first price drops we saw were over in France. As soon as the prices dropped in France...
Oh my god. Yeah, one retailer doing a minor price drop is not a market condition signal. Oh my god.
Nintendo fans started to argue that it was very normal for this thing to happen in France specifically, because in France, a company could become a loss leader, where they would basically take an L on item to get people into the store so that they could sell more products. And many people...
Yup.
Tried to shrug this off as irrelevant and no sign or indication of how well the Switch 2 is doing. Even though you and I both know that when a product gets a discount, usually it's because the product is not moving. It's in a state of...
No. Because the product is popular. If you're a store that has a popular product for cheaper than everywhere else, even if it means taking a small loss on that product, it's going to bring people into your store. That's called a loss leader, like you just fucking mentioned. Costco does that shit with the fucking hot dogs, their rotisserie chickens, and all sorts of other shit too.
Surplus where it has more units shipped than the demand. And in order to increase demand, prices have to go down. Now, initially, this price drop was only at a single store, and at this point in time, many people that work retail in France were reporting that the console was not moving very well. I covered this quite in depth in a previous video. And in order...
Did he get it off Reddit?
This drop was only at a single store, and at this point in time, many people that work retail in France were reporting that the console...
Yeah, I'm sure they're totally legit, man. Two fucking Redditors told you that, yeah, trust me, dude, it's not selling.
Was not moving very well. I covered this quite in depth in a previous video. And in order to further prove my point, I verified by searching month by month using a combination of Google Translate as well as the timed search function to allow me to verify that no other console prior to the Switch 2 had seen this kind of price drop this early on in the console's lifetime, at least in the past decade. And again, despite this...
What was the price drop?
Search function to allow me to verify that no other console prior to the Switch...
What?
Had seen this kind of price drop
though. Was it like $10?
This early on in the console's lifetime, at least in the past decade. And again, despite this, many people were still arguing that it's just France and it's very normal and it would never happen anywhere else. Well, currently we sit in a situation where there's Black Friday deals and price drops all over England and even in Germany.
Dude, look.
Just France and it's very normal and it would never happen anywhere else. Well, currently we sit in a situation where there's Black Friday deals and price...
Guys, it's over. It's 5% off, guys. 20 whole pounds. Oh my god. Nintendo is over, dude. They're shutting down within the week. A retailer like Amazon is discounting the Switch 2 by 5%. Holy fuck, man.
drops all over England, and even in Germany. Germany, by the way, is very stingy when it comes to price drops, more so than most countries. I can delve deeper into various news articles. I can discuss how people expected that Pokemon would see more Switch 2s being moved around in Spain, for example. But I think it's safe to say that if a console has a price drop in France, Germany, and England, it is very much not selling well in Europe, especially when you consider this.
Yeah, $20 fucking or however many pounds that is. Holy shit, man.
Price drop occurs in the first 4 months of the console's life, and when you consider the software sales, you consider all the various articles that have surfaced, the experience of people that actually work in retail, and you can kind of come to a conclusion. This is not about loss leaders. This is not about companies trying to give back to their customers. This is not a
This is insane fucking cope, bro.
European thing where people in America can scream and pout because they're not getting price drops, but the people in Europe are. No, this is a clear
Just admit you were wrong, little bro. It's okay.
indication that all signs are pointing towards the Switch 2 not doing well in Europe, and that has ultimately led to a price drop. So now you have roughly 1/3 of the entire market of people that could purchase a console being in a location where they can buy it cheaper than they could initially when it launched, also known as a discount or a price drop. Another third of the market
A 5% discount.
Being in Japan, where the console is basically selling out every single week, and in Japan, they get the console cheaper than everywhere else in the world. And the final third being the United States. So while I thought that we'd reach 30 million units until the Switch 2 would start to ripple out with price drops all around the world, it actually took less than 10 million units until already some of the largest markets around the world have already started to see price drops. And now with these price drops and these holiday discounts, two things which are very uncommon this early on into a console's life cycle,
Dude, a 5... Look, yeah, look, 20 euros off. That is not even a large discount. That's like literally the equivalent of taxes when you walk into a fucking GameStop. You're basically getting sales tax for free. Holy shit. This is insane cope, bro. Absolutely insane cope.
can comfortably say that, yeah, Nintendo can reach its forecast and can even increase its forecast, because if around 1/3 of the market is already
a fucking $20 discount, and this dude's like, it's over, bro. It's over. $20 discount, baby, for fucking Black Friday. Look at all these fucking retards. Is it a boycott if I have no money to give Nintendo? No, you're just a broke bitch. I'm not boycotting. I'm just not interested anymore. Oh, yeah, dude. You were never interested. If you ever feel useless, remember this channel exists. All those in the comments. Watch the latest J Hart video. I don't know who the fuck that is, but I agree. If you ever feel worthless, imagine being this guy. Jesus, man. Yeah, anyone with a properly functioning brain knows this is rage bait. Exactly. How this channel went from the Switch 2 will fail and here's why to 15 minutes of begging people to boycott Nintendo so that it hopefully underperforms over the holiday season. The absolute state. I want to get to that part. Oh yeah, boycott Nintendo. Look. Yep, he's got like a 20-minute segment at the end begging people not to buy it so he can be proven correct. What a fucking loser.
Able to buy this thing at a discount, that would imply that there has been a significant price drop, allowing more units to be moved off of shelves. Now, the funny thing is, in France, there's already been 2 price drops. In England, there have been a couple different discounts that have been applied more than once. Germany is still a minor discount, but it is one nonetheless. It'll be interesting to see how much more this develops into the holiday season. Prior to all of these discounts, the general narrative online was very adamant and very determined to tell you that there is no point in waiting for the holidays because there's no chance in hell that the console drops in price. And this was pretty commonly agreed upon worldwide. Now they're telling you there's no chance that there's going to be a Black Friday deal going into the holiday season for the Switch 2.
Dude, 5% off is not even a remotely notable discount. Sorry. 5% is like nothing. Literally fucking nothing.
America. And I'm bringing that up because if there is a Black Friday deal for the Switch 2 announced in the next week or two, I want you to pay close attention to how quickly they shift the narrative. Because that's what they did for England and that's what they did for France. They'll probably start saying things along the lines of the Switch 2 is doing so well that they can get a little bit more flexible.
They're not announcing a Black Friday deal, you dumbass. Amazon is discounting it. They're taking money out of their own cut from selling the Switch 2. Nintendo is not doing a discount on the Switch 2. Amazon is cutting into their own margins in order to move units, in order to get people to buy that and other shit from their website. This is very common around the holiday season for Black Friday. Remember when Target used to sell the $3 toasters? I do, because I got one. But, yeah, this is so common, bro.
with the price, or they're trying to create some kind of competition between the different stores because they shipped out so many units. Or my favorite one, they assume that people just altogether decided to stop trying to buy and scalp things and they're not buying things as intensely as they were during COVID times. Even though we still see very clearly, when you look at the Japanese market, the console is immediately selling out every single week when it ships out. And scalpers are flipping that thing for much more than it's worth. And this is primarily because in Japan, there is high demand for the Switch 2, and there's high demand for the Switch 2 in Japan because it's priced lower. But the point is, in regards to this very long...
Only one version of it. The bundles are not priced lower. So, also, why would they be reselling for above retail if people were only buying them? Because they're cheap.
Introduction. While Nintendo has shipped over 10 million units as of September 30th, and yes, those are shipped units, not sold units. You can watch my previous video if you need proof of that. But yeah, while
every company reports shipped units, dude. If you compare the number of console sales between PS4, Xbox, Switch, Switch 2, PS5, take your pick, every company reports shipped units. That is the industry standard practice.
Nintendo managed to already ship 10 million units in the first 4 months, and they increased their forecast from 50 million to 90 million. This tells me that the unexpectedly very quick discounts for the Switch 2 are doing well, and potentially we could even be seeing more discounts all around the world for the Nintendo Switch 2 as it gets closer towards the end of its first fiscal year. Now, backing up just a little bit for the shipped versus sold conversation, Nintendo obviously makes their money once their consoles are shipped out. When Best Buy, Target, and whatever retailer buys it from them, Nintendo gets paid. As far as they're concerned, that's a sold console. And while shipped units are the units that are most commonly tracked throughout the product's life, because that's always what's reported in these quarterlies, it is very common for companies to also share sell-through units, which are units that actually make it towards the customer's hands, specifically this early on in a console's life. So, for example, by the 4-month mark for the PlayStation 4, Sony's financials indicated that they had shipped out 7.6 million units. These would be units shipped through the end of March. But then they also announced that by April 6th, 7 million were sold. So we know that by the end of March, they had shipped out 7.6 million, and 7 million of that was sold, leaving 600,000 kind of floating around. This kind of tells us that the PlayStation 4 had a very high sell-through rate. Now, in regards to the PlayStation 5, we didn't get our first bit of news until July 18th when it said that they hit 10 million. This was 10 million sold through. By the end of June, prior to that July, they had shipped out 10.1 million PS5s. So once again, we see a very high sell-through rate for the PlayStation 5. We see it very clearly. 3 weeks after they shipped out over 10 million units, they hit that 10
All I hear is cope, bro.
million number. Now, with the case of the Switch 2, we know that as of September 30th, it shipped out 10.36 million. From September 30th until November 4th, over a month, we never got any bit of news of how many sold through Nintendo Switch 2s were available. This tells me that prior to the report that was done on November 4th, the console never hit 10 million sold. Because if it did, it would have been very normal for Nintendo to be like, as of September 30th, we shipped out 10 million, and then October 20th, after Pokemon launched, we hit 10 million. It's very common practice for a console to do this. It's not abnormal. Companies don't only pride themselves in how many units they're able to sell in, they also like to share the sold through number so you can get a feel for how many people are actually buying this console. And Nintendo is no exception to this. They told everybody that they had sold through 3.5 million units in the first 4 days. What they didn't do was tell people how many units were actually sold at the end of.
Dude, I remember when you bought the PS4, they gave you that little singular earbud that plugged into your controller. Like, it wasn't even an actual pair of earbuds. It was just one earbud that went in your right ear, and it was super uncomfortable. And that was the mic for the PS4 for a while.
June. But they did tell people that they had shipped 5.82 million. And then only about 3 weeks after that, leading to the end of July, they had hit 6 million sold. But when they were at 6 million sold, we actually don't know how many were shipped. And given the amount of stock that we've seen available from the end of July up until this point, I predicted this back then. I'm of the opinion that when it hit 6 million sold, it was already at 8 million shipped. Because all around the entire world,
6 million?
The Switch 2 was available in stock, which means that the selling number was much higher than the sell-through number.
Hey, ChatGPT, if Nintendo has 4 console factories, and each factory can produce 1 console per 2 hours, is it possible for them to create 6 million Nintendo Switch 2? But yeah.
It wasn't like the PlayStation 4, nor the PlayStation 5, nor even the Nintendo Switch, because while the Switch launched in March, it was not readily available on shelves until the end of October, and that's when Odyssey launched. So going into these financials, I expected that we'd see a shipped number going into the 10 millions. I even made a post about it. What I was much more intrigued about was the sold-through numbers, which obviously Nintendo has not shared, and I think they haven't shared it with good reason. And that reason is because I think they were able to ship out 10 million units in preparation for the holidays to get them well ahead of the curve before Pokemon's launch as well as Christmas, and therefore they have way more units out there than what is actually being bought. And I'll be honest, I think by the end of September, this console was only sitting in like 7.5 to 8 million people's hands. And there are a few reasons I believe that.
Dog, this is just insane, Cope. Let's just skip through this part. This part's obnoxious. I don't want to hear him cope so fucking hard about console sales now. It's like, it's all so tiresome.
Right, because logic would imply that if a console is selling well, the games are going to be selling well too. But what we see here are fairly low numbers for Switch 2 sold games. But
how? 2 games per unit is extremely good right out of the gate. The console's been out for like a few months. A 2-game attach rate is great.
There's actually more to the story here, because a big part of the reason why the software sales over these past 3 months were much lower than anybody could anticipate is because of Nintendo's holding back on all of their first-party titles in order to shift as many third-party titles as they can. I have been pushing this for 3 months, and it's time for me to collect my reward. Nintendo is a first-party device. You buy this thing for the first-party games, and on occasion, somebody will buy a third-party title. But let's figure out exactly how bad this is. Now, keep in mind, this is selling numbers.
I mean, this is like an hour-and-a-half long therapy session for a mentally ill individual.
Ship numbers, if you will. 20.62 million Nintendo Switch 2 software sold in. If you subtract 9.57 million, all that...
Like, this shit's a mental illness, bro, honestly. Imagine dedicating this much time to just coping over the fact that you were wrong about the Switch 2. It's just sad.
Remains is 11.05 software sold. That 9.57 is Mario Kart. Now, we actually do not have a sold through number for Mario Kart, but what we do know is that, based off of Nintendo's report, 9 out of every 10 people that have purchased a Switch 2.
Yeah, the PS4 Gold. Yeah, I think it was PS4 Gold headset that I had. That was pretty decent. It was actually a pretty comfortable headset. The PS5, like, Pulse headset or whatever one it launched with is terrible. Like, the ear cups felt like they put, like, crinkled up, like, styrofoam or something in there. Not a comfortable headset at all. Massive quality downgrade.
To have played Mario Kart. Now, that sounds like such a weird way to put it, right? Like, why would they say 9 out of every 10 that have played the game? Why didn't they say have bought the game? And I'm guessing, personally, it's...
So, the reason why there's no new Mario Kart content is because they're figuring... This is my guesstimate, is because the majority of people are going to be playing Mario Kart post-Christmas. So there's going to be probably 5, 6, 7 million people that get Mario Kart at Christmas time. My guess is Mario Kart World's going to get a big content update, if it's going to, sometime in the spring. Because then the people who just got it for Christmas will have played the base game and the original content, and then they'll get the content update a few months later to keep them engaged and make it seem like they're getting continuous content updates. I understand why Nintendo doesn't just want to shove everything out the door as quickly as possible, because all these people who are going to be getting Mario Kart for Christmas, you know, if it launches with a bunch of DLC content, then they're going to complain like, oh, well, where's the content updates? In 3 to 4 months, even though it just got content updates, but because they just started playing the game after the content updates were added, it doesn't feel new to them. So my guess is they're waiting until after the holidays to do it. That would be my guess.
Because they're taking into account Switch 2s that have multiple accounts on there. Because, you know, you might have a family console that has 3 or 4 users, and all 4 of those users might have played Mario Kart, so that's how they gauged it. Either way, we don't have an exact attachment rate. We do know that of all of the Switch 2 consoles that were shipped, 8.1 of them were bundled. The point is here that you can't really make any conclusions about Mario Kart World. You just know that a lot of the units that were sold to people were bundled in. But when you're looking at the ship numbers, you can say that, you know, like 80% of the consoles that were shipped included Mario Kart on there. And you can also kind of get a feel based off of sales patterns that 80 to 90% of all the people that bought a Switch 2 bought it with Mario Kart. So it leaves a pretty small percentage of people that actually bought a physical copy of Mario Kart at $80. Because again, we're looking at selling numbers. So of this 9.57 million of all the physical copies that are remaining after you remove the bundles, this includes all of the physical copies of Mario Kart that are currently sitting on shelves all around the world. So it's inconclusive is the point. But when you're looking at strictly at ship numbers, selling numbers, we have 20.62 million units. You can minus the 9.57 that's Mario Kart, and you remain with 11.05. Beyond that, you can minus the 3.49 million for Donkey Kong, and now you're sitting at 7.56 million software that was sold that's not Mario or Donkey Kong in the first 4 months of the Nintendo Switch 2's life. But we're going to break it down even further. On the last report that took us to the end of June, there were 8.67 million softwares that were sold, and 5.63 million of that was Mario Kart, which means in that first quarter, of all the games that were available, 3.04 million of them were not Mario Kart. And a huge amount of these 3.04 million included the 2 Legend of Zelda Switch 2 edition titles.
Oh my god, bro, this is just genuinely sad. Alright, let's just keep going. Holy, dude, this is sad, honestly. This is very sad.
Now, Bananza is interesting. We kind of already shared that there were 2.6 million sold through copies of Donkey Kong Bananza. And
like, bro, this got 39,000 views. An hour and a half long, just pure cope session, bro. It wasn't worth it.
We have kind of come to a conclusion that's anywhere between one...
You made like $200 from this video. Was it really worth it, dude?
And 3 to 1 in every 4 Switch 2 consoles that were actually people that also bought Bananza. But what's even more interesting is that with Donkey Kong Bananza in the United States, based off of an online Q&A session with Matt Piscatella, Donkey Kong Bananza in the United States of America has a 50% attachment rate, which means that, like, as of the end of September, you're looking at roughly 1.3 million copies of Donkey Kong Bananza were sold in the United States. And we know that 2.6 million were sold worldwide. So half of all copies of Donkey Kong Bananza were sold in the US, and the other half are spread out all throughout the entirety of the rest of the world.
What's wrong with that?
Which means if you rule out America from the equation, Bananza did significantly worse on a worldwide scale than it did in the United States. This is basically a game that did...
Okay, what's wrong with that? There's plenty of games that do that.
Pretty well in America. Again, not as good as Breath of the Wild or Mario Odyssey on their launches with the Switch 1, but still, it's a very good launch. And more...
Yeah, no shit, it's Donkey Kong. It's not Mario or Zelda. Yeah, imagine that, dude. A game that's not on the caliber of Mario and Zelda doesn't do Mario and Zelda numbers. Yeah, Donkey Kong is not even remotely as popular as Mario and Zelda. But let's compare it to Mario and Zelda sales. Dude. Oh, man. It really is funny.
Slightly above average on a worldwide scale, but it was being marketed and still is being treated as the flagship.
This would be like comparing Doom Eternal sales or Doom the Dark Ages sales to Call of Duty. Like, yeah, they're technically made by the same company, Microsoft, but One is a massive franchise, one of the biggest in the entire gaming industry, and one is a pretty niche boomer shooter. Yeah, technically they're both shooters, and technically they're made by the same company, but they don't have the same caliber of fan base.
Nintendo Switch 2 title alongside Mario Kart. This game has the highest of expectations, and it's under-delivering. And it's under-delivering in an era and in a timeline where it's the only game that's realistically of any interest to anybody that's buying a Nintendo Switch 2. Because they bought the console, it's packed in with Mario Kart, and then the first thing they should want to buy is Donkey Kong Bananza. But it's not providing that high attachment rate that you would expect out of something of this caliber. And obviously, in my opinion, the reason it's not achieving this attachment rate is because the people that are buying the Nintendo Switch 2 are not the hardcore Nintendo fandom. The hardcore Nintendo fandom is very much split online. I'd say maybe half of those sales have been lost to people that are upset that Nintendo decided to just go ham with the crazy prices going into the launch of the Nintendo Switch 2. Now, people like to laugh and say that the fact that this recent presentation showed that there's an 84% attachment rate of the Nintendo Switch 2, 84% of those people owned Nintendo Switch 1s. And quite frankly, my counter to that is that everybody and their mother owned Nintendo Switch 1s. Whether it was a Sony fan, a PC gamer, an Xbox owner, the Switch 1 was the secondary console for many people. And those people that owned PlayStation 5s, as well as PCs or Xboxes, that also loved their Nintendo Switch and specifically had it as a first-party device, they are most likely the ones to go out and upgrade their Switch 1 to a Switch 2 for higher performance. Because those are the types of people that care more about higher performance, not Nintendo fans. And this could also be reflected in the poor third-party titles because those people buy their third-party games.
Yours truly with the Nintendo derangement syndrome is real. It's sad, bro. This is absolutely sad.
Elsewhere. So they effectively grabbed a Switch 2 because it was available, and now they're waiting for their Smash Bros. And 3D Marios and new 3D Zeldas. Now, incidentally enough, these are also the same people that upgraded from their Switch to their Switch 2 because they expected a console that provides 4K and 60 frames per second. Or, at least...
No one expected that.
60 frames per second in general, and they've quickly come to realize that the Switch 2 is significantly more underpowered than they could ever have imagined, especially given how much Nintendo was really pushing that raw power. This is why after the most recent Nintendo Direct, the buyer's remorse for many people started to kick in. This is when people started to sell their consoles, when they started to realize that Madden, EAFC, any other third-party title is not powerful. It's at 30 frames per second. It's unplayable as far as they're concerned. By that point in time alone, there was already 6 or 7 million Switch 2 units sold through to customers. So when you tell me Nintendo has shipped out 10 million units already, I'm like, of course, because there were already 7 million people that had bought a Switch 2 by the time people started to realize that this thing was a ripoff. There were already 6 million units sold by the time Donkey Kong Bananza had come out, which means there were probably 8 million shipped, which means that another 2 million over the course of the next 2.5 months being shipped out. I don't know what to tell you.
Dude, I fucking hate this world.
Bananza had come out, which means there were probably 8 million shipped, which means that another 2 million over the course of...
This world is like layer is the worst in the game. Hands down. The toxic sludge. You can't, just go ape shit on the map because there's, toxic goo underneath everything that kills you, so... I'm not a fan of this particular layer.
The next 2.5 months being shipped out, I don't know what to tell you. It's not really that impressive. Not unless we...
toxic.
Start to get sold through numbers. This just tells me that the console launched with ample stock, and they're going to have ample stock going into the holidays. That's all it tells me. Having 10 million consoles shipped as of the end of September does not suddenly magically make the months of August and September go away. The discourse online was very much extremely negative during those months, and with good reason. They were lame months with no games to play. And the funny thing is, despite all of this, when you look at Nintendo's financials to see how well this third-party push actually succeeded, you still see that while they outputted nothing effectively but Donkey Kong Bananza, they were still sitting at roughly a 69% first-party rate in comparison to third parties for software sales. Those are percentages that don't include Mario Galaxy or Pokemon. So imagine how much that percentage is going to shoot up with the next quarterlies with all of the first-party titles that are coming in, specifically from Pokemon alone. They've tried to increase digital sales. They've done this with all of the upgrade packs that they've decided to release, amongst pushing out game key cards in order to make physical copies even less appealing for the masses that want to buy physical only. And even then, we saw the proportion of digital sales decrease over the past quarter as compared to the first quarter. And actually, the funny thing here too is that game key cards aren't even the reason why third-party titles didn't do well, because some of the third-party titles that have sold the best were game key cards. Once again, reiterating that the issue with the Nintendo Switch 2 is that it's primarily purchased to be a first-party device and not the fact that game key cards were put into place. So you can probably
How is it a problem that people buy the Nintendo Switch 2 for first-party games?
accept that game key cards are going to be a thing for this console going forward. Because developers are showing very clearly that they do not care about how you feel about a physical version actually containing the data on there. And a very big reason why they're not going to care is because it's not worth the money for them to...
Yeah, I think it'd be cool if they did a Star Fox or F-Zero game. I really liked Star Fox Assault, personally, which I don't know if that's considered a hot take or not, but I'd be fine with another one of those like that. But yeah, F-Zero would be cool.
Have to pay Nintendo their exorbitant high fees in order to get their game physically sold on the Nintendo Switch 2 fully on a cartridge. And this should be a concern for a lot of Nintendo fans because, as we see clearly from all of this data, a very large percentage of people that use Nintendo consoles do so with physical ownership in mind. Even if today's Nintendo fandom leans more digital than they used to, it's still majority physical, significantly more than all of the other big companies, obviously talking about Sony here more than anything else. So keep that in mind in the future when you see that people are frequently comparing physical sales of games for Nintendo versus Sony, because the total sales for Sony are usually ×3 what the physical is, whereas for the Nintendo console, at best it's ×1.75 or ×2. And actually, backing up to third-party sales once again, third parties in general are struggling. Many of them have recently released their quarterly financials, and they're all showing drops in either revenue or profits.
Oh, fuck off.
Backing up to third-party sales once again, third parties in general are struggling.
Dude, over 100 jobs in the UK. They're not real jobs. It's like the fucking women and, you know, soy-cucked men who make Japanese games gay for a Western audience. So, if anything, those are great people to have fired. We need more of that.
Many of them have recently released their quarterly financials, and they're all showing drops in either revenue or profits or sales in general. This is mostly happening because the general shift in the industry, away from all of these expensive games and luxuries specifically, because everybody's being priced out. Free-to-play games are taking over. Subscriptions are becoming more commonplace. So it's kind of interesting because we're seeing all of these third parties just flood towards the Nintendo Switch 2, and everybody in their mind is like, well, of course they're coming towards the Switch 2. It's the fastest selling console, so they want to get in on that. But no, it seems more likely that they're getting desperate. So they're like, hang on a second, there's a market of people that will buy stuff at lower quality. Let's try to sell it to them over there in hopes that we can gain some money out of this. And I do wonder how much of this is Sony's fault. Maybe Sony used to pay these companies a lot of money for their exclusivity, and they decided to kind of ease up on it because they're like, I make more money just sitting here having people pay for PlayStation Plus and buy Madden, EAFC, and just play Fortnite on here all the time.
You really think that Sony's Dude, this guy is an idiot. He really is. This is pure mid-wittery at its finest. You think Sony exclusivity is the thing that changed. My God.
And maybe that's what Nintendo is trying to aim for themselves as well. But either way, this is something that's very worrisome as well as interesting to keep an eye on over the course of the next few years to see how it evolves throughout the industry. Either prices are going to have to go down or the gaming...
No, people have wanted to put shit on the Switch for a very long time, but have been unable to because the Switch 1 was basically a mobile phone from like 2013. So people want to put their games on the Switch 2 because the Nintendo audience is one of the biggest supporters of indie games, aka third-party games. Because, other than first-party, they were the only games being ported over. The Switch 2, if you actually put like major AAA releases, day and date on there, they'd probably sell very fucking well.
Industry is just going to be something that is less focused on the masses and more focused on a specific subset of upper middle class people that have a lot of money to blow, and they're just willing to spend whatever they have on every new game that comes out. And the question will be whether or not it's more
upper middle class. Dude, you do not have to be upper middle class to buy a fucking Switch 2 in video games.
Profitable for these companies to just look for a subset of people that are willing to spend a lot of money versus trying to reach as many people as possible in hopes that all of them kind of together make more money for the company. It seems like this new approach of these companies is a much safer bet for them because there are fewer upfront costs in a lot of ways. Fewer risks, games with smaller budgets, a lot more reused assets, dramatically increasing the amount of time between releases, drip feeding everything imaginable to artificially increase the life of these consoles significantly more so they can make more money by trying to push people to buy the same game for a longer amount of time instead of having to shift on to the next game, immediately killing all of the momentum for the previous one in the series. And honestly, many of these factors could easily be why so many people have had such a negative perception of the Nintendo Switch 2 despite they themselves buying the console early on in its life. Like just off of the top of my head, this console should have launched with all of the Switch 2 editions already available. Why are they being drip fed? They should have been available to purchase from day one. And likewise, all of the free updates that we've seen that taken games...
Why are they being drip fed? Because not everyone has a Switch 2 right now. Crazy concept.
Like Odyssey, for example, and made it have a higher resolution and frame rate.
Bro, why do they even release games in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th year of a console generation? Why don't they just release everything in the beginning and then people can buy it over the next 7 years? I'm so smart. It's painful, man. Again, pure mid-wittery.
There should have been a much larger Switch 1 title already available and ready to go. Remember, this is a console launching 8 years after its predecessor, and in the final 2 or 3 years of the Switch 1's life, we were kind of all just already on the way out of the Switch 1. People were coming into the Switch 2 really expecting to hit the ground running. We get the GameCube announced. Why is there not 10 to 15 GameCube games already available and ready to go day one on the Nintendo Switch 2? You know, after that April...
Because it's a subscription service, and you have to stay subscribed?
Correct. Everybody was guessing what games were going to be coming out from now until the end of the year. They figured from June until the end of the year, there were going to be more games announced. I think the only game that was actually announced from a first-party perspective was Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. Nothing else was brought forward. How many people bought this console not realizing that the only games they would own until October, potentially, if not further along, was going to be Mario Kart World, which was basically forced to be a pack-in title whether you like it or not because the original Switch was not really in stock available until September 1st. And Donkey Kong Bananza...
Yeah, it was. I got 3 regular Switches without Mario Kart. The regular Switch without Mario Kart was easier to get.
On July 17th, a game that people that are enthusiasts, and most people that buy consoles early on are enthusiasts, finished before the end of July. And then they sat there while Nintendo tried to push Star Wars Outlaws and Madden and all of the other third-party titles, and now we look back and it's like, oh, I wonder why the Switch 2 software sales are pretty abysmal right now. It's because of that. They didn't release any first-party titles. The console started off way too slow, and it's going to continue moving along very slow as time goes on. I mean, even when you consider the upcoming games, or the games that have launched since October. Like I said, Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 has the worst start of any 3D Mario in history, worse than 3D World on the Wii U, to give you an idea. And this was a game that was available on the Switch 1 and on the Switch 2. Pokemon Legends ZA, once again, a game that's available on the Switch 1 and on the Switch 2, and it's a game that's gotten a massive backlash, and deservedly so, and it's the worst performing Pokemon game since the Switch 1, basically. Sales-wise, this is the first time we don't break some kind of record with
God! The game's fucking dog shit. It deserves to flop.
The new Pokemon game.
It's not gonna flop, though. It's already sold 6 million copies.
It's sold worse than, obviously, Scarlet and Violet, because that's a 2-copy game, but also Legends Arceus. In fact, the only place that it did better than Legend Arceus on its first week was in Japan. But as quickly as the second week, it's already significantly dropped off in compared to Arceus, and now even with the third week, it's dropped off even more. These are all signs of more and more distaste and distrust coming from the Nintendo fandom towards Nintendo. Like, now you have Hyrule Warriors, for example.
No. It's distaste from the Pokemon community. The Pokemon community has long had distaste for Game Freak. It's less reflective of Nintendo and more reflective of Game Freak.
That's a very niche game. It's not going to hit the population the way a banger would. Kirby Air Riders, oh man, this is a whole other tangent. I wanted to make a video about Kirby Air Riders. I should say a second video. I made one before. I think it's worth watching. Basically, in that video, I said that if Kirby Air Riders is the only holiday title for the Nintendo Switch 2, that's very underwhelming. And I say that as a massive fan of the original Kirby Air Riders, as well as a massive fan of Sakurai and all of his work.
Dude, hold on, wait. Let's see real quick. Did he make one of those Sonic videos? It's gonna be funny as fuck watching a lot of these fucking Sonic glazing retards eat their fucking words when, Oh my god, he did! He fucking did! No! Oh, buddy! No! Brutal, dude. He made multiple videos on fucking Sonic. When Kirby Air Riders, an extremely niche Kirby racing game, outsells Sonic Racing, it's gonna be even fucking funnier, man. It's gonna be even fucking funnier. Imagine being so wrong on so many different things. Couldn't be me.
After the second direct,
the only thing I've ever really been super wrong about, and I'll own it 100%, is Xbox. I thought maybe they could turn it around, bro. I was huffing the hopium towards the beginning of this console generation. So, other than that, I feel like I have a pretty decent track record for, you know, guessing what's going to happen in the industry. So, that's my one, I guess, cross to bear. Having too much faith in the will of Phil. But at least I'm willing to admit I was wrong, unlike certain people.
I wanted to make another video about Kirby.
We're still holding on hope, man. Believe in Phil Spencer. He'll never let us down.
Air Riders, but there was just so much glaze out there in the algorithm that I was like, I'm not touching this, not yet. And it's not that I'm opposed to overly glazing a game, but I think at least people should be playing this game en masse before they start to really push it out there as the thing that's going to make everybody come together and be happy and harmonic about their purchases of their Switch 2s. I figured people should at least wait until the playtest before they start overly glazing this game. The same thing happened with Sonic Racing Crossworlds, but the difference was with Sonic Racing, there wasn't
It's pretty damn good.
Glaze until people played the game. Once people got that free trial in there, played it for a weekend, then all of a sudden everybody's kind of like, yo, this is a very fun game and it might actually be better than Mario Kart. In the case of Kirby, I was going to be praising the title, but for a very different reason than what many others were doing. I wanted to praise the fact that Sakurai was being passionate about his game, was being very upfront and transparent about prices, about DLC, about updates, about what's available online, what's available offline. There was a lot that I appreciated about that presentation because Nintendo was not doing that for anything else. You went into Donkey Kong Bananza being like, okay, hey, it's only a $70 game, it's not an $80 game, only to be slapped with a $20 DLC later on. And likewise with Pokemon, you found out that there's just so much locked behind additional dollars that didn't need to be spent. All of this stuff could have easily been included as free updates or as part of the main package. So I thoroughly and wholeheartedly appreciated that Sakurai was being upfront and he was selling the game based off of the merits of the game itself and not of this.
The funny thing is, too, with Gears of War, is they're not even developing it. Like, they have a dedicated studio for Gears. And that studio's not even developing Gears of War. It's being developed externally by People Can Fly, which probably is for the best. But it's pretty ironic, man. It's just pure incompetence because apparently the Coalition was not working on Gears of War this entire time. They were working with Crystal Dynamics on Perfect Dark, which just got canceled. So it's crazy. Who even knows when that Gears game's going to come out? I mean, the rumor is next year, but we still haven't even seen gameplay.
Like, oh, hey, keep you guessing. Is it going to be this or is it going to be that? They were even providing a free playtest. I was really appreciating that, and I wanted to talk about that in my video. But everybody was already making videos about how this is going to be better than Mario Kart and probably going to be better than Sonic and it's going to be the best racing game. I'm like, let people play this game first before you start glazing it like that. And I feel so vindicated.
It's definitely better than Sonic.
Because now that everybody's gotten their hands on Kirby Air Ride, you realize that it's like, this is not a game that's going to appeal to everybody. It's for a very niche audience, and most of that audience is going to be in Japan. And I described this in my Kirby Air Ride video that I made way back after the first Sakurai Direct. But everything that I'm seeing online is almost verbatim what I said in that video.
I didn't see very many Japanese games in my matches. I see a ton of Japanese games or names in Mario Kart. But in Kirby tonight, I think I only saw like 2 or 3. So, I don't know.
Said that what's going to happen is that the hardcore fandom that already likes Kirby Air Ride is going to be very hyped for this. We're going to put it out there, we're going to tell people to play with us, but most people are going to jump on this game assuming that it should be very simple and realizing that it's very chaotic and too complicated for them. Here's the difference between Sonic Racing Crossworld and Kirby Air Riders. Sonic Racing Crossworld's playtest caused people that were not intending on the game to actually decide to go out and buy it, and not only buy it, to spend $90 on it so they can get the deluxe edition. Kirby Air Riders, if you're looking at the online discourse, has caused people to...
The deluxe edition? Hold on. There was a deluxe edition? What the fuck is he talking about? There's no deluxe edition. What? Yeah, there's no deluxe edition. What is he talking about? A $90 deluxe edition. Kirby Air Ride did not have a deluxe edition. This guy is just wild.
Cancel their pre-orders because it's too complicated for them. And once again, this is going to be another hardcore game that's meant for the hardcore Nintendo fandom that's going to suffer because a large chunk of the hardcore Nintendo fandom is not buying the Switch 2. It's going to be the same thing that we saw happen with Donkey Kong Bananza, a game that for all intents and purposes should be at a very high attachment rate. It's going to suffer because the people that are supposed to be buying it are not supporting Nintendo. They're emulating the Kirby Air Ride GameCube version on their PCs. Now, moving on from Kirby. Man, this is a long video. Something else that is very clearly worth noting.
I know. I would have bought the $100 deluxe version. I liked it, so I would have been... Like, honestly, the Kirby game is very fun. I mean, I played it for, like, what, 3 hours tonight? I thought it was fun. It's just a really, like, you know, fun, turn off your brain kind of game. So I'm glad I got it digital.
Is that Furukawa, in his presentation towards the shareholders, made a statement that everybody seems to have run away with. He's said that they are focusing their development now towards the Switch 2. Now, the funny thing is, I thought this was a nothing burger statement, even the first time I read it. I was like, this is like the most corporate nothing statement ever, but people are running away with it as if it's such a big deal. Like, it's like, okay, what does focusing on Switch 2 development mean anyway? You guys are releasing
It means that they're not going to do what Sony did and release a bunch of cross-gen shit 5 years into the generation.
bunch of Switch 2 edition games. Is that what you're talking about? Because going forward, we got way more Switch 2 editions coming out if the past 6 months are anything to go by. But believe it or not, part of the reason I've waited a few days to upload this video, aside from the fact that I just didn't have time to upload it earlier, was because I wanted everything to come out from that shareholder meeting before I went and made a video about it. And boy, am I glad I did, because this nothing burger statement can easily be just like thrown away with the first question that was asked by a shareholder in the Q&A session that followed Furukawa's presentation. The shareholder asked, will there be any changes to how often new titles are released on Nintendo Switch 2 compared to the Nintendo Switch generation? And how do you plan to allocate development resources in order to balance developing new titles while operating existing ones? In the answer, Furukawa stressed a few things. He said that software development costs are higher and development periods are longer, making it challenging to continue introducing new titles at a good pace. The Nintendo Switch 2 can also play compatible Nintendo Switch software, so we would like to recommend Nintendo Switch softwares as well to consumers who are picking up a game console for the first time. Basically, if you haven't played the Switch 1 game yet, play that on your Switch 2. And before that, he says our development resources are being shifted to focus on the Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, if you've never bought a game console, why wouldn't you go out and buy the Switch 1 games? If you never had a Switch 1 and you get a Switch 2, why wouldn't they recommend you go out and buy the Switch 1 games? Duh.
But we continue to develop Nintendo Switch software and plan to release new titles in the future. Like I said, nothing burger. In one presentation, he's saying we're shifting over to focus on the Switch 2. In the first question, he's like, we're still making Switch 1 games, and if you have a Switch 2...
Why is he even... Can we, like, skip this section? Yeah, alright, let's move on. I don't fucking care. This video is just super autistic, man. It's just retarded. It's literally just a massive fucking cope. Just say you got it wrong, bro. It's okay. Nobody takes you seriously anyway.
Few weeks are. In regards to the Switch 2 sales and the ship numbers versus the sold numbers, a big reason I am very focused on the sell-through versus the sell-in is primarily because there is just so much news being pushed out about fastest selling console. And honestly, if somebody is going to keep forcing fastest selling console...
It is the fastest selling console. Consoles are measured by their shipped units, because retailers don't buy units from Nintendo that they don't think they can sell. Every console is measured in shipped units. It's the industry practice. Therefore, by industry metrics, it is the fastest selling console of all time. Whoa! See how easy that is?
Down everybody's throats, I'm going to challenge it. I want Nintendo to prove it. I want sell-through numbers. And like I said before, it's because every single company this early on in the console's life would provide sell-through numbers that show that they're selling pretty much at a 1-to-1 rate. Every time the console shipped, it gets right out the door. I'm aware that Nintendo makes the money regardless. I'm aware that as long as they ship the money, it's doing great for Nintendo. This is not me focusing on Nintendo. This is me, for my sake of my own observation.
What? This is not me focusing on Nintendo? Bro, this entire video is you being fucking ass blasted that you were wrong about Nintendo. Dear Lord.
And the tracking that we've done, and seeing the negative discourse about Nintendo, and understanding that pretty much the entirety of the whole world seems to hate Nintendo on the internet, which is not a minority of the world. I want to see that their numbers are doing better than Sony, because those consoles were supply constrained, and
It's not a minority. Dude, you really think social media is not the minority? You're an idiot.
Switch 2 was not. Do you know where the Switch 2 is actually supply constrained? In Japan. And look at the sell-through rate on that. Famitsu showed 2.1 million sold as of the end of September, and Famitsu does not include my Nintendo store. Nintendo's financials show 2.35 million shipped. It's almost a 100% sell-through rate. This leads to something that I had gotten wrong a few months ago. I said that I thought that the Nintendo Switch 2 would be readily available by like September in Japan, because I expected by this point in time for them to flood the Japanese market with consoles available the same way they did in the United States. I've since taken that back, and the reason I've taken that back is because I see that Nintendo is clearly limiting the amount of Switch 2s they send out to Japan. And it's obvious. It's because the Japanese...
Now we have a conspiracy theory that they're doing artificial scarcity in their strongest market. Holy fuck, man. Yeah, they're doing artificial scarcity in their strongest console market. You hit the nail right on the fucking head. Oh my god.
Switch 2 makes them less money. But it's very clear that if there were 10 million Switch 2 sent out to Japan right now, they would probably sell almost all of those 10 million to customers within a week, because you see that 100% attachment rate with the Switch 2. The same 100% attachment rate that you don't see anywhere else in the entire world, and it's not even close. And again, in Japan, the console is priced at like $100 cheaper than it is anywhere else.
This is insane, man. It's just...
the entire world. So
how long do you think he stewed in his poorly lit fucking little bedroom typing this shit up? Oh my god, man.
This is what you come to expect when a console is appropriately priced for the region that it's in. There is high demand. This leads to sellouts. This leads to scalpers. This leads to people just jumping over each other in order to try to get their hands on the console. Even the stores, in order to get people to buy the consoles, they're forcing you to either open up some kind of membership, or now the newest thing is they're forcing you to buy 2 games and they'll guarantee you that they'll sell you a console. This is all of the same stuff that we saw on a worldwide scale with the PlayStation 5. Remember when GameStop was like, hey, if you want to buy a PS5, you got to spend $950 on all these dumb accessories and extra games that you might not even want if you want to buy this game. That same practice in principle is happening in Japan, because in Japan, the console is priced in a way to meet demand. Nowhere else in the world is it doing that. So now, if I was to turn around and ask you and be like, hey, the Switch 2 has sold more in the United States than it has in Japan, would you be willing to make the conclusion that the Nintendo Switch 2 is more in demand in the United States than it is in Japan because it's had more sold in the United States versus Japan? Logically, you would say no. You would say no right now. The United States is doing better because it's supply constrained in Japan, and over time, the Japanese Switch 2 sales are probably going to overtake the United States Switch 2 sales, specifically when we're talking sold through. Maybe even ships numbers if you give it enough time. That's logical. You see how quickly they sell in Japan. You don't see that in the United States. And therefore, if you can conclude that based off of the attachment rate and how quickly these things are being moved and how much it's being scalped and how high people are scalping it for in Japan, you could probably conclude that it's doing better in Japan than it will in the United States long term. I would ask that you take that same logic and apply it to the PlayStation 5 versus the Switch 2, the PlayStation 4 versus the Switch 2, and even the Nintendo Switch 1 versus the Switch 2, because all 3 of those were severely supply constrained, and that's the only reason initially they're outpaced by the Switch 2. Over time, the Switch 2, unless these discounts continue, like we've seen in Europe, or unless they start to announce more heavy-hitting titles and not drip-feeding them and not charging such high fees for everything, unless they do all of that, you can safely assume that the Switch 2 has done better upfront than it will on its tail end. And it's not just me saying that. Most recently, after the financials that just popped out, with everybody running away with...
This is insane, bro. All this because he got it wrong. You got it wrong, little man. Most people did. They thought this was going to be the Wii U all over again, bro. How many times did all these guys compare it to the Wii U? Wrong.
With 10.36 million sold, and the Switch 2 has surpassed 10 million, and everybody's celebrating about it, the credible and industry-respected research analysts over at Wolf Research said that the Switch 2 sales are proving to be front-end loaded, and Nintendo's gross margins may disappoint. And despite this 10 million sales and the initial rally that Nintendo stock had taken after the announcement of 10 million sold, they still said they downgrade Nintendo stock value to underperform, because they clearly think all of this hype that people are seeing right now is withering away, just like the sales numbers have been withering away since the console's 3.5 million launch. As many of you know, I track this stuff. I've tracked it for a while now. I have my methodologies for tracking sales. It's not that complicated. You go to Walmart, it'll tell you how many Switch 2 consoles were sold in the past 24 hours. Amazon will give you an idea of the past 30 days. And Target, sometimes it's more...
Holy fuck, man. I go to Walmart and look how many are sold on the... Oh my god. Jesus Christ, man. I can't. This is just so bad.
Helpful than others, but there are tricks around searching things in order to get a better idea when it comes to Target. Here's a free tip for most people that actually track this stuff, because I don't think many others do this. But if you search things on Target, sometimes it'll give you numbers sold, sometimes it won't. Currently, it doesn't even do it on the website anymore. You have to use the actual Target app to find this. But if you search for like a random item in Target and then also search Switch 2, so like for example, I was searching Halloween decorations and Switch 2, and then it'll pop up with Halloween decorations, and many of them will have like the quantity that was sold next to it, and you rank it by bestseller. So you might not find the number of Switch 2 sold, but you'll find something above and below it that will kind of give you an idea of how many Switch 2s that are sold from Target during that specific 30-day window. And then using the numbers that I see from Target, from Amazon, from Walmart, and then kind of like comparing them to previous numbers from previous months, I make my guesses of how many I think were sold in the US in that specific month. These of course are actually sold through numbers that customers buy, not selling numbers. I'm not perfect at it, but I don't think anybody is, and you can kind of get better at it as time goes on. But the reason I share this is based off of the tracking that I've been doing. The first couple of weeks of October were very slow. The 2 weeks after the Switch 2 launched were pretty hefty. And since then, it's kind of gone back to being slow again. We're already, 9 or 10 days into November, and it hasn't picked up. And I'm not saying that it won't pick up. I'm just saying that many people expect large numbers coming out from Nintendo over November and December. And obviously, it'll pick up more and more as we get closer and closer to the holidays. But historically, on a...
Holy fuck, man.
Console's first November, it's doing much better at the start of the month. But a big reason why it starts to do much better in November is because it starts to get more stock available in order for people to buy. Remember, for the past few months, I've been saying that the Nintendo Switch 2 was pulling its holiday stock forward. This doesn't mean that people were making their Christmas shopping during the months of August and September. It just means that a lot of times a console's first holiday season is the first time that it's readily available. So right now, for example, at the end of September, we have the Switch 2 sitting in the United States at roughly 2.6 million. I'm guessing when we get the October numbers, which we'll get in like 2 weeks from now, the Switch 2 will be sitting close to 3 million sold in the United States. There are many people out there that are expecting 4.5 million sold through in the United States. This is a number that they've attached to because it was close to what the Switch 1 was able to do up to its first holiday season. It's also what Matt Piscatella had estimated earlier on this year. The thing is, Matt Piscatella's estimates were very clear that he expected the console to be selling out on shelves pretty much as soon as they come in. Whatever you're seeing in Japan. So in his mind, he was like, they're going to ship 4.5 million and they're going to sell 4.5 million. And again, this is just a friendly estimate, and this is me interpreting what he was saying on Blue Sky. But many people that track this stuff have been holding it very close to their chest, that they expect that the thing is going to reach 4.5 million sold by the end of the year, which would imply that it's got to have a pretty good November. And they expect it to have a pretty good November because most consoles have a...
Oh, it'll definitely have a good November. There's going to be a ton of people getting this shit for Christmas. So...
very good 1st November. But like I said, that 1st November is usually the first time those consoles are available. And it goes deeper than that, because for the Switch 1, they sold 700,000 units in its 1st November in America, but it had 3 things going for it. Number 1 is holiday sales. That's also going to be going for the Switch 2. But perhaps even more so than that, Mario Odyssey launched on October 27th, and many reports indicate that with Odyssey's launch is the first time that the Switch 1 was readily available in stores. So that 700,000 that the Switch 1 hit in that 1st November was a combination of holiday sales, Mario Odyssey really pushing people to the store to make sure they grab the Switch, because like I said, this is much bigger than Bananza, obviously, and also because it was the first time the console was finally easily available for the masses. Quite frankly, I don't expect the Switch 2 to hit 4.5 million sold through by the end of this year the way that the Switch 1 did. Obviously, the Switch 1 was out for 3 months longer, but when you consider the amount of units that are available, it's going to be pretty much a wash. And actually, given how much they've already shipped as of September 30th, it's entirely possible there are more units shipped to the United States going into the end of this year than the Switch 1 was. And the cool thing is, because we're going to get the Circana data, we can hopefully get numbers to show whether or not the Switch 2 actually sold more than the Switch 1 in this first year. But the unfortunate thing is that Circana
Alright, we're almost at his bag session.
Actually did not release the numbers of the last month, and I have a very big feeling if it does not keep up with the Switch 1 going into the end of this year, they might not actually provide a value for how many Switch 2s were sold by the end of December, which will just keep people leaning towards the idea of fastest selling console and records broken and ship numbers matter, what do you care about sold through? But the reason I'm pointing this out is because if indeed Wolf Research is correct, if indeed some of my assumptions, maybe they're not fully correct, but maybe they're kind of correct, and it ends up proving true that the Nintendo Switch 2 is not selling all as well as people think it is, and has a much lower sell-through rate than the sell-in numbers that we've seen in the recent financial, it's entirely possible that sometime early on in the next year we see a dramatic shift in shipments because stores have a bad holiday and they just big time start to slow down how much they're taking from Nintendo. While I myself probably am not going to be pushing back as far anymore, because as far as I'm concerned, I'm done. 1/3 of the Switch 2 population that's able to be purchased right now is cheaper than it was at launch. I've achieved what I need to achieve, but I would like more because I'm in America and I live in America, and I would love nothing more than for Nintendo to drop the price on the Switch 2, and perhaps the only thing that it's waiting on is these tariffs to go away. But regardless of tariffs or not, I want to see if there are Black Friday deals. I want to see if there's any change in the discussion post the holidays. I want to see if this thing is going as slow as I think it is, and I think it's in the benefit.
If there's any Black Friday, dude, Nintendo literally publishes. Nintendo is one of the only companies that does this. They literally publish their Black Friday deals. Hold on, let me see if I can actually find... Is it this one? They have like a infographic. Where is it? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Where is it? They put out like a little... It's like a... Oh, here it is. Okay. This is it. Yeah, this. Oops. There we go. They put this out. This is like direct from Nintendo. Here's your holiday discounts. These games are being discounted. There's a $20 gift or a discount on this SD card. There you go. There's your Christmas discounts. No discount on the Switch 2. Settled. There you go. Peak, by the way.
Benefit of all of us, and those are the us that are standing against Nintendo, the us that are refusing to buy the Switch 2, even the us that bought the Switch 2 but either regret it or we've decided to not give Nintendo any more money. If you've already been holding out for this long, and you're somebody that's been considering just giving up and starting to go about it as is, accept that there's no point, start buying the Nintendo games that you want, and just give up on this whole idea of boycotting altogether, I would say you should give it until the end of this holiday. And this time I'm saying the word boycott explicitly. I'm no longer talking backlashes, I'm no longer saying, hey, just like push back. I'm saying this is the chance. Obviously, if you're interested and you're inclined to see some kind of pushback against Nintendo, this holiday season I think is the moment where you should legitimately...
Please don't buy it. Please, I don't want to be wrong. Guys, if you have anyone in your family that's looking for a Switch 2, make their holiday even more special by giving the gift of gaming.
Consider boycotting Nintendo and not giving them any money, because I think Nintendo expects all of this hype and all of these initial sales to get more people to go in there and buy these consoles for their families and friends. At this point in time, the enthusiasts have all purchased their Nintendo Switch 2. What's next is the first load of people that are like secondary enthusiasts, I would call them, as well as many of those casuals out in the blue ocean. They are going to be asking you if you think it's a good idea for them to buy a Switch 2, either as a gift for somebody else or for themselves. They might even be asking you if it's worth picking up a console to play Bananza or another game that you might have enjoyed. Or you yourself might have been like, hey, I'm waiting for Metroid so I can buy this thing. And here's the reality. With the launch of the console, you can't hold anybody back. And clearly we saw that. People that wanted the Switch 2, pretty much almost all of them bought the Switch 2. But now that that's out of the way, if you're somebody that genuinely believes in the value of a pushback and try to see if you can get something out of a corporation, the holiday season is the time to do it. If you're
Come on, guys, please. Our boycott didn't work when it launched, but it'll totally work for Christmas.
a Metroid fan and you believe in the cause, it's time to show self-restraint. I haven't played Donkey Kong Bananza. It was weirdly difficult early on, but I got over it much quicker than I expected. You can get over it as well. At the very least, you can delay that purchase until the end of January, because this online discourse is very valuable. These discussions that we're all having are very valuable.
Just delay your purchase to January, please. Our online, Reddit points matter more than anything.
We've recently found out that the US Patent Office went back on the decision that they made against Palworld because of the online discourse and because of all of the uproar that we've seen on the internet. The masses online are not irrelevant to the discussion. The problem is there's a lot of talking and not a lot of action, and there needs to be action. And I know many of you wanted to switch to and have since moved on from that. But those of you that are waiting for a price drop, I don't think this holiday season is the time to give up. If anything, this is the time where your willpower has to be the strongest. I said this 6 months ago, and it's been repeated over and over and over again. This first holiday season is the test to see just how well the Switch 2 is doing. They're trying to psych people out and have them give in prior to the holidays. The worst case scenario right now is that you wait like another month or two. And if it turns out it was all for nothing, quite frankly, I don't think you've lost that much. They got their discounts in Europe. We might get our discounts over here too. You never know. But if you were already boycotting, or you were kind of on the fence of boycotting and you're just like ready to give up, quite frankly, this is the time to boycott the hell out of Nintendo, at least until mid-January. And it's kind of funny just how quickly people are ready to shrug off anybody that's like, is the Switch 2 actually doing as well as they claim it is with the ship numbers? In my post prior to the release of the financials on November 4th, I shared the numbers that VG charts.
Maybe I should buy my second Switch 2 now. You know, maybe that's a good idea. Maybe pick up another Pro controller. A few extra games. I don't know.
Were using as sources, and everybody was kind of quoting them saying this is how much was sold through. Again, sold through is the actual sold to the customer number every single month up until the financials. And the amount of people that flooded my channel went straight to that post and they're like, oh, he was estimating it was only 9 million, and it's actually 10 million. It shows me just how short-sighted a lot of these people are. They didn't even understand what my post said. They just saw a number, and then they saw another number, and they're like, well, that one's more than this one, therefore he's wrong, Nintendo Switch 2 fastest selling console ever. In that post, I was like, yo, we're probably gonna see a ship number much higher than anything any of us expected. And I think that 10.36 is very clearly much higher than any of us expected. And I also said I don't expect Nintendo to share a sold through number because it's not going to look as good as what people might expect from a console that's supposed to be selling out this early on in its life cycle. And I was ready to see if there is a sold through number so I can compare it to the numbers that VG Charts was selling, because I am convinced VG Charts is overtracking the data that's sold from the Switch 2. And one of the biggest reasons I'm convinced of this is because they think that 9.3 million Switch 2s were sold, and genuinely I believe if the Switch 2 was over 9 million, Nintendo would have said so. But at the end of the day, people are only going to see what they want to see, and they're not going to think too much about it. They're going to view a headline, they're going to see a sell-in number. Even with my last video, when I compared the difference between sell-in and sell-through, there were still comments of people showing up and being like, oh, it's not shipped, it's sold. Even though in the very first minute of that video, I proved that it was shipped and not sold. But this is just how blind fanboys operate. I'll leave you with this one final observation. Many corporate—
Yeah, dude, you are not in any position to call anyone a blind fanboy. You're a blind— what is the opposite of a fanboy? A hater? I don't know, but you are blinded by your desire to see this fucking thing flop. And this entire 1 hour video has just been a massive fucking cope session about how you were wrong, but here's why I wasn't actually wrong. It's crazy, man. Nintendo adjusted their sales projections from 15 million to 19 million after these quarterly results. So it's doing better than even Nintendo expected.
Apologists that show up to my channel and argue against me automatically seem to assume that I am a Trump fan. Now, I've always believed that my religious, my political views, anything like that is really none of your business, and I don't owe you an explanation. So this is not an admittance or a denial. I'm not telling anybody what my political views are, but I've noticed a lot of them think that I'm a Trump fan.
Bruh.
And obviously, they hate Trump. But the funny thing to me is that when you tell these people, let's wait until next year to see if the Switch 2 is actually selling well or not, they'll tell you that you're an idiot, and it's the fastest selling console in the world. Why would you even wait till next year to have this discussion? There is no discussion. They're basically telling you to stop the count, which, as we all know, is one of the President of the United States' most famous moments. And then, if you criticize Nintendo, and you say anything even remotely negative against it, even if it's completely right, but it might just not be delivered in a way they want to hear it, they'll tell you that you're spreading misinformation. Right? Like, I saw somebody who was speaking in Canadian dollars, because they're clearly Canadian. They're like, oh man, this game's $100, I hate this. And a typical Nintendo fan is like, oh, see, this is how you know you're spreading misinformation, because you're not specifying that's Canadian dollars. Because, you know, we Americans, we're player one, right? We only think in American, clearly. But my point is that they point out—
Yup, the only dollar that matters is the US of A, baby. Leaf bucks and funny money, you know, dollary dues don't mean shit.
Everything, and they say misinformation, which is basically just saying fake news. So I really thought it was hilarious all this time that these people that are coming out here and they're ripping on fans saying that they're all Trump fans because of tariffs or whatever, the two things that they've said the most since the launch of the Nintendo Switch 2 are basically stop the count and fake news. And
yeah, take your dollary dues and Canuck bucks elsewhere. As in my super chat feed.
Give me monies! Found that to be kind of funny. But look, at the end of the day, obviously, these are just my estimates, and everybody else is also sharing their own personal estimates. We have no data. That data can only come from Nintendo. We can extrapolate some numbers. For example, when the Switch 2 was at 6 million consoles sold, it was also at 2 million sold in the United States. So now that the United States is at 2.6, well, once again, we find that it might be between 7.5 and 8 million worldwide, assuming it sold at the same rate. And obviously, this is as of the end of September, when that 10.36 million units were shipped. But the point is, ultimately, the discussion is not over yet. And speaking of that discussion, the perception online is not going to magically change. And you can compare it to something like Xbox. This is a company that's clearly hated. A brand that everybody views to be a failure. No matter how happy the Xbox fandom is, no matter how satisfied Xbox fans are all over the world, even before Microsoft completely dropped the ball once again over the past couple of years. The view online and the dialogue was very clear. Xbox was losing, and Xbox sucks.
Yeah,
and everybody hates Microsoft.
But the numbers back up that sentiment. The numbers don't back up your perceived sentiment towards Nintendo. Nintendo's doing great. The Xbox is doing terrible. Two very different scenarios.
And that conversation is happening while the Xbox consoles are still selling semi-decently in the United States, and they've hit 30 million plus worldwide. And the users that own Xboxes are still pretty active. They're still buying all of those massive multiplayer games and using Game Pass.
Not really buying much.
And there are literally millions of those people out there enjoying it. But regardless of how happy those Xbox fans happen to be with their purchase and how much they're actually enjoying their consoles, the dialogue and the perception of people that own Xboxes will remain. We all still will view Xbox as a failure, and will view it as a bad company to support. And Xbox fans that are...
Dude, the Switch 2 has already sold 1/3 of the Series X's lifetime sales. In, what, 6 months or 5 months? So, yeah, Xbox is a failure. The numbers back it up. The Switch 2 will probably outsell the Xbox Series consoles within probably 2, maybe 3 years.
Going to try to defend it are going to get pushback. They're going to get downvoted to hell. This is Nintendo's reality now. Whether or not it shipped out 10 million, sold through 10 million, sells another 20 million from now until the following few years. It's a whole new era of Nintendo because you are in a Nintendo now where the glass was shattered, the eyes are opened, and everybody despises this company. And conveniently now, just like Xbox, Nintendo is focusing on being more vague in the amount of units they're shipping out. Xbox started pulling away how much they were actually selling through and focusing more on how they were shipped, and then they stopped talking about that altogether. Nintendo is now on a slippery slope towards that same pattern if they continue to only share what's shipped. Because eventually, unless this console is a resounding success and people are just buying it more and more off the shelves, that number is going to catch up to them. Stockpiling older consoles are going to catch up to them. Being able to send out excessive units ahead of time prior to holidays, if they don't sell through, is going to catch up to them. But obviously, this will all depend on how everything happens during the holidays, and how many more price cuts and discounts are provided all throughout the world, and especially how many more consoles are shipped out to Japan where there's still massive demand for this thing. This is going to end very similar to how I predicted it would end months ago. Because people in Japan still view Nintendo favorably because they're not trying to rip them off in Japan as much as they're trying to rip everybody else off around the entire world, the proportion of buyers in Japan is going to be much larger for the Switch 2 than any successful console Nintendo's had. And you can already kind of see it because the sell-through numbers for America and Japan are almost equal, and this is with America having excessive stock and Japan not having enough stock. It's on its way there. But look, at the end of the day, despite these incredibly interesting past few months that I've experienced tracking all of this stuff, I find myself in this insane predicament where I am pretty much completely removed from the idea of purchasing a Nintendo Switch 2 anytime soon. Like at first I was thinking to myself, after the new year, I might be down to buy one used. But after the past few months of realizing just how strangled it feels to be a Nintendo fan, I feel like I'm more liberated to stay away from the Switch 2. I found that the most enjoyable experience as a Nintendo fan is to be a Nintendo fan with a PC. And I'll make this very clear, I am not a PC gamer. I'm a Nintendo fan that enjoys his Nintendo consoles best on his PC. And furthermore,
I get it, dude.
Everybody in my close circles are slowly moving towards handheld gaming PCs. We realized we can play GameCube games online without having to rely on Nintendo to drip feed a game for us. We realized we can access every single Nintendo 64 game that we wanted to play on Nintendo Switch Online for 2 years that Nintendo still hasn't put on there. We realized we don't have to pay an online subscription. We realized that every single controller that we have for every console, whether it's an Xbox console, all our Switch controllers, they all work on our PCs. We don't gotta go out of our way to buy more stuff. And in my case, I found that I can enjoy my Switch titles at a much better performance than even what's provided on Nintendo Switch 2. And as an added bonus, I don't even need to use my Nintendo 64 or my Wii U or any other console that I've had under my TV anymore. Even my Series X, which was stacked to the brim with emulators, and I still consider the Series X as probably the best emulation machine if you're not looking to get a PC. But I don't even use that anymore because I just have an HDMI running from my desktop to my TV, and I got a dock under my TV which I can connect everything to, and I can post game nights.
Oh my god, bro. It's just so pitiful. It's so pitiful. Oh my god, dude. This guy needs to check himself into the fucking psych ward. I think he's at risk for self-harm.
With ease, without too much of a thought at all, accessing the entirety of my Nintendo library from the NES up until the Switch. And then you get the added bonus of all of the other consoles and emulators that you can throw on there, whether it's the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, original Xbox, Dreamcast, all that stuff. PSP, DS, 3DS, etc. And it's just completely changed my outlook and how I game and what I need to rely on in order to enjoy my Nintendo titles. And what's funny is the only thing that I am missing right now because I'm sitting on a PC is a handheld gaming device. And I'll be honest, I haven't jumped on the Steam Deck because I felt like it wasn't powerful enough for what I'm looking for. But I did happen to find an open box Legion Go for cheaper than the Nintendo Switch 2 that I just picked up and I'm starting to mess around with. This is the one with a Z1 Extreme chip. And I'm so excited to just take everything that I've set up on my main desktop and throw it on there and see how well it translates. And I'm doing all of this while pretty much primarily playing Nintendo games. It's honestly been phenomenal. As a Nintendo fan, it's been phenomenal. And I am so appreciative of how unappealing Nintendo made the Switch 2 and how overpriced they made it that it got me thinking, like, if I'm gonna spend this much, I might as well shop around a little bit to see if I can get the best bang for my buck elsewhere. And for now, at least, I seem to have found it. And likewise, with my circle of friends that are around me that are significantly more casual than I am, the ones that were considering buying a Nintendo Switch 2 so we can continue our gaming sessions the way that we've been doing them on the Switch 1, as the joke goes. The console was so bad, Nintendo made all of them pretty much switch to a PC. In their case, it's all about SteamOS with EmuDeck, obviously. And honestly, that's probably where I'm going to land as well, but I want to tinker a little bit more before I get there. Either way, this is about as much as I can spit out in one video. Like I said before, I unfortunately do not think anybody should expect the type of output anymore from me that I was doing over the summer leading up to the end of September. But I will still be here if there's any major news. And I know that Switch 2 fans realistically didn't make it this far into the video, but if you did, and Nintendo happens to give an update on the consoles that are sold through sometime in December and it happens to be over 10 million, just remember that roughly half of the buyers of the Switch 2 are either able to buy it on a discount right now in Europe, or they're buying it cheaper from day one in Japan.
They're buying it for a 5% discount on Amazon. That's the massive discount he keeps talking about. 5% off on Amazon. That's like literally sales tax.
And naturally, with lower prices, demand starts to go up. I'll be excited to see if these lower prices eventually reach us over here in the United States. Thanks again for joining along, and I will...
God, this cope is insane, bro. Absolutely insane. I just can't imagine being this raped mentally, man. Mentally raped.
Catch you all on the next one.
It's brutal out here to be a Nintendo hater, I guess. Jeez. That is the definition of the rape. You could just buy a console, play the games that you're interested in, and move the fuck on with your life. I don't know, man. Call me crazy. I need a purge. Actually, let's do it face to face. There we go. Yeah, dude, a 5% discount's nothing. Let me ask you a question. If you were going to buy a Switch 2 and you saw it for $475 instead of $500, would you freak out and act like that's an insane deal? Like, honest question. Is $25 off like a big deal to you or not? Nope, exactly, man. It's just an insane cope. Amazon always has like 3 to 5% off everything. You finished the Black Ops 7 campaign? Damn, man. You're a better man than I. I couldn't bring myself to do it. Good morning, Britt. Say what you want about Final Fantasy VII remakes, but they made the characters so attractive. I know. They set an impossible standard. She's real to me. Brit, it's nearly midnight. That's in Aussie land, though. Bro, what the fuck is that? Corny AF. And then look at this guy. Wearing a zebra shower cap, a Godzilla shirt with what in the background? Hold on, we gotta see.
Hey, I'm sick of y'all, bro.
I'm sick of it.
Yo, Percocet, Miley Percocet.
Oh my god. Why this song of all songs, bro?
So I finally finished Pokemon Legends ZA.
Butts on things? Oh my god. So it's a bunch of food items with ass cheeks.
Just to get through the game and to make sure that I was firm on my opinions before.
I'm firm on my opinion. I'm done. I'm done. That's enough. Too much. Wait, is he pro Nintendo now? How the turntables. He's pro Nintendo now because Sony's upset. Nintendo is exposing the PS5's failure. Oh my god, bro. Whoa.
Aerith Gainsborough is the tertiary protagonist of Final Fantasy VII.
Tertiary?
One of the most interesting female characters in Final Fantasy history, in my opinion, although here we'll mostly talk about her character design. Aerith is in some ways the competing love interest to Tifa, except not really, but again, that's a different video, but
exactly, because there is no competition with Aerith. It is so obvious that, you know, anyone posed with the choice would choose her over Tifa that, you know, cope, basically.
She is designed in part to contrast her. Her hairstyle is more elaborate, she wears pink and red, where Tifa wears black and...
Dude, no! No! No, 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 no! No! Tifa is literally an afterthought character. Absolutely fucking not. Aerith is not designed to counter Tifa. Tifa was not even in the fucking game until after development started. Wrong. Incorrect. Aerith was supposed to counter Sephiroth because originally they were supposed to be siblings, which is why they look so similar in their artwork. Shit, man. I'm not even the one making this video, bro. Like, look at this shit. Hold on. You can clearly see. Bro, like, look at the hair. Okay? Look at the hair. Do you notice anything similar about the hair? Like, look. Look. I don't know, man. Maybe there's a little something similar about that. Maybe she's countering a different character with green eyes, a similar hairstyle, and wears black. I don't know. Yeah, zero similarities at all.
White, and Tifa's design emphasizes physical violence and agility, where Aerith looks more like a spellcaster, and so on. She also interacts with Sephiroth's design a little bit. They share the same hair bangs and eye color, but Aerith represents the authentic version of what it means to be a Cetra, an ancient, a lineage and identity which Sephiroth...
They were originally supposed to be siblings, though.
...claims falsely, like a...
That's the reason for it.
...parasite. Aerith is on the surface designed to be quite modest and traditionally feminine, but I've always found that the bright red crop top jacket with the sharp shoulders and metal rims is a nice contrast to that. It's modern for the 90s.
And she's got a fat ass.
And loud. And along with the way her dress is deliberately unbuttoned to let her run and move more freely, you get the sense of a character who isn't just the placid, submissive, spiritual white mage RPG archetype, but passionate and free-spirited and confident. Someone who, unlike Cloud, knows exactly who she is. Aerith Gainsborough.
Tifa's big tits mog her. That's right, you ape-brained Neanderthal. I can't afford Ooga booga, big titties. Ooh. Yeah, you gonna drink a 40 while you smoke Black and Milds on your way to the unemployment line? I bet. Let's see. Saber Ram with the 2, Cloud X Sephiroth confirmed. Well, actually, it's kind of looking like that might actually be the case. But I think in the original Final Fantasy, the plan was to have Sephiroth pump Aerith, basically, and them have a pure Cetra child. That was like Hojo's plan, was to have Sephiroth bang Aerith. And, you know, they create a perfect Cetra child. Yeehaw, indeed, man. You're describing the big Final Fantasy channel's cock fantasies? No, it's literally in the game, bro. That's why Hojo wants to capture Aerith. Is to have Sephiroth, you know, breed her. Graphics don't matter. Wrong. I agree. They do matter to a degree. Watch that as part 3. What? Sephiroth banging Aerith? And we're all forced to watch from our gaming/cuck chairs? Brutal. What's this?
You may have clicked on this video wondering, why does this dork in the woods care so much about how much Donkey Kong Bananza sold? Is it the vested interest he has from the 5 stocks that he purchased 10 years ago while Mitomo was still a thing? Is he trying to defend the multinational, multi-billion-dollar corporation from the evil forces of random people on Twitter and YouTube that don't like Nintendo? It's none of these. You're free to like or dislike Nintendo, Donkey Kong, and me as much as you want. I did gain $100 in the stock market, though. Only took about 10 years. There's a simple, honest formula at play. The more units Donkey Kong sells, the more Donkey Kong stuff Nintendo makes. The more Donkey Kong stuff gets made, the less I feel the creeping sense of nihilistic emptiness as I sit in this pile of leaves. I'm just kidding. I just like Donkey Kong games. There are a lot of good reasons why we didn't get it.
You want to breed her too? We'll get in the back of the line, bitch.
A new Donkey Kong game for so long after Tropical Freeze. But the better the franchise
over my dead body
does commercially, the more games they will want to make to capitalize on that success. Though the gaps in between really big Mario and Zelda games can be large, they put in tons of spin-offs, remasters, and cameos into the pipeline to make sure that the characters maintain a presence. I would love to see Donkey Kong in an RPG game, or make a Cadence of Hyrule sort of cameo in an indie game. While we get DK in the Mario spin-offs, they always leave a lot on the table, as if they're trying to leave room for DK to get his own sports or party games in the future. So that's the reason. More sales equals more incentive to make more Donkey Kong. So how did Bananza do? Now let's contextualize this number because sales numbers can lead to deceiving conclusions without context. Before I get called out for cope, check out this tweet that haunts my dreams. The argument is that Banjo-Kazooie's popularity and lasting appeal is a psyop. It's a genjutsu thing from Naruto. It's all an illusion because Croc sold as many copies and no one talks about Croc anymore. I swear this tweet makes the rounds every year like it's orbiting the Earth. On its face, it makes sense until you dig a little deeper. That's right, gamers. We're talking about context. Now you're gonna have to stick with me for a minute here. Internet discourse has become very hot and cold in any degree of nuance as cope or fence sitting, but we need to elevate our conversation here. In the Croc example, you have to wonder if the quality of the game would leave any impact on how it's remembered. You would also have to consider the console, as the game is tied to the console it plays on. Croc was on PlayStation, a console that sold around 100 million units with over 3,000 games available for them. Nintendo 64 sold a third as many units with 1/10 as many games. Banjo was the 10th best-selling game on the 64. It beat out other big games like Majora's Mask, Pokemon Snap, and Mario Party. I don't think anyone would honestly make the argument that those other games are niche or propped up by YouTubers. Here's another fun comparison. Did you know that Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone on PlayStation outsold Zelda Ocarina of Time? Which one of those games do we still talk about? Mario Kart 8 is the ultimate example. Put it on the Wii U? Man, they didn't even sell half as many copies as Horizon Zero Dawn. Put it on the Switch? Oh my god! The truth about Mario Kart 8 is that both numbers were incredible. In fact, it's arguably more impressive on the Wii U because of that attach rate. While game sales are a very good metric for understanding a game's impact, without any surrounding context, it's just a number to swing at someone's head in silly internet arguments. What system was the game on? Was it a launch title? Did it come in bundles? Was it discounted? Did it release at the literal perfect time like Animal Crossing? Or was it Advance Wars? Was the game good? Did it age well? All these things have an impact on any game's success. Sorry for the long tangent there, but I feel like it's a necessary primer for understanding the success or lack thereof when we look at Bananza's results. It had some incredible advantages like being one of the few significant system exclusives for the first year of the console's life, but not as much of an advantage as Mario Kart and Pokemon.
It's not going to be hard to kill you? Why is that? You haven't seen me when I have something to fight for, dude.
For being bundled with the system with a steep discount. Mario Kart World tripled DK's numbers, but 84% of that 9 million was acquired alongside the system. That's definitely going to bolster Mario Kart's numbers. Although, let's be honest, this was always going to sell well. How would the numbers look if the roles were reversed? Who knows? But you can't just compare the numbers raw because of these factors. That's a whole other can of worms with game sales data. When a game is bundled with a console, did they buy the bundle for the game or the console? It kind of inflates the success of the game, but also that said game is helping close.
Yeah, the reason why you're buying a console is because of games, so it's, you know, both at the same time. You know, you're buying the console, but also getting the game. But you wouldn't buy the console if you didn't have that game to play, so...
Sales, so it's hard to say how much of a boost it's getting from being bundled. It's just obvious that there is some sort of boost that they get. It's also exclusive to the
Griffin's super angry? That's right, man.
Switch 2, meaning there are 150 million less opportunities for someone to purchase it over the Mario Galaxy bundle or Pokemon Legends. You have to consider Bananza competes with the entire backwards compatible Switch library. Go back to 2017, and Breath of the Wild was quite literally your only option for a long time on the original Switch. That's why it's bittersweet that we got Bananza as a near launch title. I think it's a great showcase of the system's power, and I think it would be a rather poor experience on the original Switch, but man, this will impact people's ability to play it. Throw that in with this being a very inopportune time to be launching a premium priced product. There's a ton of bad publicity with the Switch 2, compounded with economic issues like unexpected tariffs and rampant inflation. I play video games for a living, and I'm starting to get incredibly selective.
That's too damn bad, bro. I claimed Aerith first, so I have faced years of ridicule for my affection towards the best Final Fantasy babe. And, you know, hands off.
On which titles I spend my precious Catrello bucks on. I love Bananza, and I love that I got to experience it on a...
You haven't lived my life. You haven't earned the right.
brand new system, but I do wish there was an original DK game for the Switch that would have bolstered the franchise's reputation in the eyes of the bean counters at Nintendo. Let's look at Bananza compared to the other major releases of the series. The thing we have to remember here, however, is that this game will have a long tail on it. Mario Odyssey is still charting in the top 30 Switch games despite it being incredibly old at this point. While the numbers for pretty much every other Donkey Kong game are locked in at this point, Bananza will continue to sell throughout the generation. Here's a graph of all the sales data of the franchise, at least for the tentpole releases. I'm not including the arcade ones because it's a totally different business model. So far, Bananza is landing somewhere in the middle, and that's fantastic. Why is it fantastic? Well, let's look at this contextually. Let's take a little journey in Mario's time machine with Abraham Lincoln and see where the launch window Switch games were in their first few financial reports. Here's the 2017 report straight from Nintendo demonstrating the software sales of their games. With 4 months on the market, Breath of the Wild sold 3.92 million units, while Mario Kart 8 sold 3.54 million in a little over 2 months. Donkey Kong was able to achieve 3.49 million in 2.5 months, so it's keeping pace with 2 of the Switch's most popular games. Now you might say, of course, Bananza sold well. There's barely any Switch 2 games. To which I would ask, do you remember the launch of the
Young, yes, simps for the old hag and Rebirth. Who, Yuffie?
Nintendo Switch? The only first party reported here that I didn't mention was ARMS coming in at 1.18 million. Another interesting comparison we can make is Splatoon 2. That game released in the middle of July in 2017, so it's a pretty similar situation to Bananza. The earnings report after showed a strong 3.61 million units in the same time span. I will caveat this with the fact that the Switch 2 has outperformed the Switch 1. While it's not a one-to-one comparison, it paints a picture that Donkey Kong is generally doing quite well. It doesn't have the attach rate of Mario Kart 8 or Breath on the Switch, but there are all these Switch 2 additions, upgrades, and backwards compatibility on the system to compete for people's time and money. Nintendo actually noted in their report that they're seeing a lot of Switch 1 games being bought and played on the Switch 2. We also need to remind ourselves that the OG Switch only had the aforementioned fledgling library, no NSO, and no backwards compatibility. Based on all this information and the context surrounding it, I think I can say that Bananza will land somewhere in the top 25 games on the Switch 2 at the end of the generation. Looking at the current pace, I'd wager it lands in that Luigi's Mansion or Splatoon part of the pack, but I'm hoping it continues to scoop sales the way Breath did. After all, Bananza has already outdone the lifetime sales of a chunk of big Switch games, including the likes of Pikmin 4, Paper Mario Origami King, Yoshi's Crafted World, Metroid Dread, ARMS, and Xenoblade with 2.5 months.
This damn dog is licking my feet. Stop, dude. How would you like? You probably would like it. Never mind. He licks his own feet, so he probably would enjoy it. Good boy. I know, you're so needy.
On the market, and those are some strong brands. I imagine this time next year we'll see Bananza cruise past Fire Emblem and Kirby's highest records. The question that remains is how much momentum will this game carry? While I'm sure Mario Galaxy will pick up around the movie's release, it hasn't sucked all the air out of the room. Bananza will remain the premier choice for a Switch 2 platforming adventure for a while. There are some big games coming to the Switch and Switch 2, but I think Bananza will remain in the eShop's top 10 for the foreseeable future. Right before the launch of the game, I speculated that it would probably surpass 10 million units, and I think given the pace of this game compared with some of the Switch greats like Breath and Splatoon 2, this is within reach. The last time the franchise had this level of success was the Super Nintendo.
I'll continue to shill Donkey Kong Bananza. I think it's great.
Although DK held strong on a bunch of other...
I will always recommend that game to anybody who gets a Switch 2. But It's pretty solid.
Other systems. This would be his true return to Nintendo's upper echelon of IP. Maybe they'll even put him on the bag at the Nintendo store. I would fully expect another Donkey Kong project to be debuting within 3 years. I imagine some sort of remaster or new 2D game is in the cards, or perhaps we'll see some interesting spin-offs. Maybe that would be a fun video to make, speculating on what's next for the series. And that's exactly what we'll do down the road. It's been a wild year for Donkey Kong fans. We have gone from perpetual disappointment with every passing direct to the top of the totem pole. With 2 game releases, a theme park, tons of new merch, a movie confirmation, big cameos, and DLC, I finally understand how it feels to be a Mario fan. Like, seriously, how do you guys even keep up with all this? Well, I'm sure the wait for the next 3D Donkey Kong game will be the better part of a decade. There's so many other cool things this cast of characters can participate in. Even just looking at the next few months, we have Mario Tennis coming up with Donkey Kong reprising the role of surrogate dad. I don't think Nintendo is in any hurry to add more to Mario Kart World, but I think the chances of us seeing some Donkey Kong content before April of next year are pretty high. I imagine they'll want to give Bananza one more push before they shift into the Mario Galaxy movie and the next 3D Mario game. Oh, and I almost forgot. The same day we got news of Bananza's success, we also got to look at the new chunky and lanky designs. We are feasting and it's not even Thanksgiving yet. I'm gonna have to go back and make another video. While you're waiting on that, check out this one I made on the Donkey Kong Renaissance for some more color in this picture of how Donkey Kong continues to march forward.
Wish it had as good of a soundtrack. I mean, Donkey Kong Bananza, other than the Pauline songs, has a pretty good soundtrack. Let's see. Look, song, music. There's one I can think. Is it this one? Maybe not. No. Not that one. I don't remember which one it is. Which I don't know if I want to go through all of these. It doesn't matter. There's too many to dig through. Get it? Because you dig through the dirt. I didn't think about that. Sounds like a monkey wildly beating the drum. Stealing the name Apollo for your dog? That's fine. I didn't come up with it, so I probably stole it from someone else. Who stole it from someone else? Oy vey. Oh yeah, dude, I saw this shit. They put Breath of the Wild and Zelda Tears of the Kingdom as the top 2 games of all time for the Switch. Or no, not for the Switch, just for Nintendo in general. They put Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom as the best Nintendo games of all time. That was number 1 and number 2. Crazy, bro.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Saberram with the 5. Speaking of monkey themes, have you heard the Ray Jang theme for Monster? No, I have not. Here, I'll put it on real quick. Let's see. Monster Hunter World. There we go. Definitely a big monkey. Total raging death. Yeah, that's right. Kill all the ragings. Dude, what's that one monkey in Monster Hunter Wilds that, like, dude, that shit's fucking gay to fight. And it, like, shoots the fire out of the ground. I forget its name. But, dude, that fucking boss fight sucked. Was it a Raging still? Hold on, let's see. Which one was it? No, not this one. This one. This fucking thing.
They can one-shot you? Nah, they can't. I am basically an elder god in this world.
I don't remember what it's called, but whatever that is.
Oh.
This fucking gay-ass VTuber. Forget what
Monkey that beats your ass is an archetype of monster that is all over wilds, but all of them pale in comparison to a Jarrakan because primates are scary. And they're even
I don't know what they
when
just
can
fucking
explode.
said. But yeah, this
With
thing.
the sparks it creates with its tail, a Jarrakan can ignite both itself and the oil.
Jarrakan? I have no fucking idea how you would even spell that, but yeah. But yeah, the farting monkey is also annoying, but the lava monkey is I would say the hardest one of the monkeys. Jaquan, yeah, something like that. Let's see.
It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
I like Final Fantasy 2 better than 1 personally.
I mean, it's alright. It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
It was perfect. Perfect.
Overrated as fuck,
Bruh.
in my opinion. That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Say remake was also the GOAT? I agree.
I mean, it's alright. That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Nah, 9's not as good, even though I've never played it.
It was perfect. Perfect.
10 is not perfect.
I mean, it's alright. I mean, it's alright.
X2 is not, or 10-2, whatever, is not alright.
I can't afford this shit! The GOAT!
It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
I can't afford this shit! Alright. I mean, it's alright. That's why he's the GOAT!
Eh.
The GOAT! I mean, it's alright.
Bruh. Hell nah. Bruh, you cannot actually say with any sincerity that 16's better than 15. Fuck no. Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. 15 is way better than 16. Hands down. 15, the only way is worse is boss fights. That is it. 16 has better boss fights. Everything else is worse than 15. Period. '15 has a better story. 15 has better side activities. 15 has better side quests. It has better DLCs. I think it has better characters. The only thing 16 has is like the combat, especially in regards to the boss fights. That's it. Yeah, 15 definitely has the better soundtrack too. which has better waifus? Bro, 15 has way better waifus than 16. Your only two waifus in 16 are Benedicta, which she's fine. But then you have Jill and Mid. That's it. In Final Fantasy 15, you have Aranea, you have Cindy, and you have Lunafreya. And, you know, if you're into it, I guess Aerith as well. And, you know, a few others here and there, but... yeah, Final Fantasy 15 has far superior women. Oh, yeah. Dude, don't... yeah, Final Fantasy 15 Shiva is a work of art. Yeah, exact. Hold on. Let's pull it up. Look at those things, bro. That almost puts Tifa to shame. An ice orgy. And then you have, hold on, let's see. This is Final Fantasy 16 Shiva. So much more inferior. Wise. Talk about a downgrade, bro. Talk about a downgrade. Yeah, Sid was the best character in Final Fantasy 16 for sure. But then he dies, so it's like, alright. Shit. But yeah. I don't know. Shiva definitely got a downgrade in 16 compared to 15. That's for sure. Definitely got a downgrade. And then you have... I don't remember. I think that's how you spell it.
Tech troopers, right?
MT.
Let's see.
Peace to you.
Yeah, then you have Arenea's bazooms.
Good luck, boys.
You have her bazooms in Final Fantasy 15 as well.
Some kind of threat to the demons. The way they see it? New recruits they sent over for special training. Nice cover, runaway prince.
Then, of course... the country girl, dude. Why the hell did they have that part at the beginning? It's supposed to be Cindy cutscenes.
Hey there, y'all kept a girl waiting. Now, which one's the prince? Aha! Hello, your highness. Congrats on your wedding.
Not hitched just yet.
Lady Lunafreya's groom to be, here in Hammerhead.
Apologies for taking so long.
You best save your apologies for Pawpaw.
Well, that makes you.
Cindy. Sid's grease monkey granddaughter.
Roll her in while I'm still young. Didn't your daddy tell you?
You love PlayStation now? Why? What does that have to do with PlayStation? Final Fantasy 15's on everything except the Switch, so... Which technically the Pocket Edition is, but yeah. Final Fantasy 15 definitely has the superior women, for sure. Let's see. So Oski Woski with the 2. I think I know which one. And Saber ran with the 2. Fire Monkey is baby compared to Goku Monkey. I guess so. If it's just strictly boobs, I don't know if anyone beats Tifa. I don't know, bro. I'm more into small and perky than big and saggy. Is Ricardo Cumsock still alive? I think so, yeah. Pretty sure. Hopefully. Always worry about that guy. Yeah, hopefully Ricardo's doing alright, man. I feel bad for anybody that's suffering from alcohol addiction. That shit's no good. Final Fantasy titties don't sag. Sweet summer child, yes they do. Trust me, I've seen it. No, just kidding. But yeah, I guess not. You know, it's like anime tits. They're perfectly formed no matter what. They look fake but feel real. Saber ran with the 5. Honestly, I don't mind the Tifa rework. The reason for shrinking tits was stupid. But she still looks good, and the leggings actually help her look. I think she looks better, personally, in Remake than she did originally. Like, the contrast between the black and the white of her shirt, I think, makes a much more appealing character model. So, I think it was an upgrade. If anything, they downgraded Aerith in the Remake because they nerfed her TNA. Like, Aerith and Advent Children had much bigger titties and a much, you know, wider back.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
But apparently they were having issues with the dress clipping, so they nerfed her cheeks in the Remake, which is unfortunate. Brutal, dude. But, yeah, it's okay. Alright, I probably should hop off, guys. It's 8:10 for me, so I gotta go sign on to work and shit. So, I gotta hit the wage cage so I don't get, you know, evicted from my house. Or, not really house. Well, I guess, yeah, technically. I don't know if that qualifies as a house, actually. Either way, I got bills to pay, bro. You know, I'm not trying to be on the DSP status of having to beg so I don't get evicted. But, anyway. Have a wonderful, what is today? Thursday. Had to think about that. Yeah, have a great Thursday, everybody. And I will talk to everyone later. Peace out, guys.